November 3, 1959. Inside the birthing room at 12, Grimald Place, the air felt heavy with tension. Walburga Black lay on the four-poster bed, her hair soaked with sweat. 3 skilled witches stood around her, their robes marked with the black family crest twin stars and Sirius. Deep indigo flames flickered in the fireplace. "Push, madam," the lead witch, Elma, said softly, her yuan tracing gentle arcs. As the clock struck 11 at midnight, a newborn's cry broke the silence. Orion Black stood beside the bed, his face calm but serious. Dressed in deep green robes with a black diamond star brooch, he already carried the weight of being the 13th head of the family. Walburga gave a weak smile. "Let me hold him." The child was placed in her arms. She brushed a finger across his small face and the tuft of black hair that would one day turn into wild curls. "His name?" Orion asked. "Sirius," Walburga replied without hesitation. "The brightest star. A guide who never loses his way. He will lead our family to new glory." From the portraits lining the walls, an old ancestress spoke softly, "A fine name, but even the brightest star can be hidden by storms." Orion leaned closer to the child. "Welcome, Sirius. Prove worthy of that name." The nursery occupied the east wing on the 3rd floor. Green carpets covered the floor, and enchanted tapestries displayed the achievements of black ancestors, dragon tamers, defenders of Gringotts, even a former minister for magic. When Sirius was 10 months old, he pulled himself up inside his cradle, staring at a silver bell toy on the floor. He reached out and it rolled slightly toward him. Creature gasped in horror and began punishing himself. Bad creature. Failed to notice young master's magic. Walburga rushed in, her face glowing with excitement. He stood. At 10 months. Orion watched quietly. "Too early," he murmured. Even his magic awakened too soon. Walburga ignored him, hugging Sirius tightly. "My son is destined for greatness." From that day, his pureblood upbringing began. She would sit with him daily before the great family tapestry, explaining their 1,000-year lineage. Some names were burned away, erased forever. At just 1 year old, Sirius pointed at one of them. "What happened there?" Walburga's face hardened. "She married a muggle. Never make such a mistake." January 15, 1961. That winter was brutally cold, though Grimald Place remained warm under magic. Walburga's second labor lasted 16 hours. At last, a quieter cry filled the room. "His name?" Orion asked. Walburga looked at the calm newborn. "Regulus. The second brightest star. Quiet, but essential. Loyal and steady. Regulus Arcturus Black," Orion added. Soon after, Walburga fell asleep from exhaustion. Orion stood between 2 cradles. On one side, 2-year-old Sirius slept peacefully, clutching his silver bell. On the other, newborn Regulus lay awake watching his brother. In his tiny body, a mature consciousness stirred. "I won't repeat his fate," he thought silently. "I will choose a different path." Outside, the night sky shone brightly. Sirius burned brilliantly. Regulus flickered beside it, dimmer, but unwavering. On Sirius's 2nd birthday, a grand celebration was held. Even in winter, roses bloomed under magic, and the fountain poured lemon juice, his favorite. Regulus sat quietly in Walburga's lap, staring at the garden wall. "What is he looking at?" she asked. "Probably the light on the ivy," Druella guessed. But hidden within the vines was a nest of Botruckle's creatures invisible to most. Regulus could sense them. Others couldn't. Months later, Walburga asked cautiously, "Is Regulus slow?" At his age, Sirius had already been speaking and running. Regulus barely reacted, always silent. Orion observed him carefully, then said, "He's not slow. He's watching, listening, learning everything." As if proving him right, Regulus lifted his head and met his father's gaze. Gray eyes met gray eyes. Walburga relaxed slightly. Her son wasn't slow. He was simply different. Autumn, 1962. Regulus was a year and a half old. Sirius was 3. The nursery already showed the difference between them. Sirius's side was a mess, broken toy broom parts, biting spinning tops, and scattered goblin puzzles covered the floor. Regulus's corner stayed neat. A dark blue rug, a few picture books, and a worn plush easel sat quietly in place. That afternoon, Creature cleaned the windows, but his attention stayed fixed on the two boys. Sirius proudly held up a miniature broomstick he had taken from Orion's study. "Watch this, Regulus. I'll make it fly." He placed it on the carpet, stepped back, and shouted, "Up." The broom twitched slightly, then dropped. "Up. Up," he tried again, face red with effort. It rolled, but didn't rise. Frustration hit. Why won't it work? Father can do it. Creature knew the truth. The broom required understanding, not force. You had to imagine the weight disappearing. Sirius didn't understand yet. Then Regulus moved. He calmly walked over, sat beside the broom, and raised one finger. With a light press, the broom lifted smoothly into the air, stopping perfectly at eye level. Silence. Sirius stared, stunned. Regulus lowered it just as gently, placing it exactly back where it was. "How did you do that?" Sirius stammered. Regulus spoke clearly for the first time. "Think, then do." "Think what?" "Think of it as light. Don't think of it as heavy." "But it is heavy." "Then don't think that." Sirius frowned, confused. Regulus picked up a leaf. "This is light." "Yeah. Now think it's heavy." Sirius tried, nothing happened. "Wrong," Regulus said calmly. "Don't compare. Forget what it is. Then decide what it is." Sirius sat there, completely lost. Regulus simply returned to his corner. His lesson was done. That evening, Orion called Creature. Regulus made the broom fly. "Yes, master, steady, about a foot high." And he spoke. Creature repeated everything. Orion went silent for a long time. Then he said, "Let him do as he wishes. Observe him. Report everything." December, 1963. Christmas preparations filled Grimald Place. Sirius, now 4, stood proudly in the drawing room. "I'll make the bells ring by themselves." Walburga called from upstairs, giving orders. Regulus sat quietly by the fireplace, reading. 3 years had passed since his rebirth. He had fully accepted this world now. This was magic. This was his life. And this time he wouldn't repeat the original Regulus's tragic fate. He had bigger goals. As for Sirius, let him be, Regulus thought. He'll become a hero anyway. Regulus. Watch this. Sirius focused on a golden bell. Magic surged wildly. Move. Regulus instantly sensed the problem. The magic was unstable. Then. Boom. The Christmas tree shook violently. Decorations fell. Lights flickered wildly. The star hit Creature. Glass ornaments clashed loudly. Stop. Walburga rushed down. Too late. Sirius panicked. His magic spiraled out of control. Crash. 3 large windows shattered at once, frozen mid-air by protective magic. The chandelier swung dangerously. Portraits screamed. Walburga cast a calming spell. Sirius collapsed, staring at his hands. For a moment, anger filled her face. Then pride. "Strong magic," she said. "Just poor control." Sirius blinked, confused. He expected punishment. Regulus quietly closed his book. This is the problem with wizard children, he thought. Magic reacts to emotion. One mistake and everything explodes. Creature cleaned the mess. Walburga left. Sirius sat silently, staring at the destruction, then looked at Regulus. "I did it, he said softly. Regulus nodded. Impressive.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
4 months later, March 1964. Walburga hosted a tea party, nominally a spring gathering for the ladies, though in truth it was her chance to show off her son's progress to her sisters. 13-year-old Bellatrix arrived first, wearing a dark green velvet dress, every hair combed into place, her gaze so critical it seemed designed to find flaws in everyone. "I heard you blew up the drawing room," she said, marching straight up to Sirius. Sirius held his chin high. "I can control my magic now." 9-year-old Andromeda and 8-year-old Narcissa followed their mother Druella inside. Andromeda offered Regulus a warm smile, while Narcissa busied herself inspecting the new decor in the drawing room. The tea party began. The adults chatted about tedious matters, personnel changes at the Ministry of Magic, the engagement of some pureblood family's daughter whose bloodline was not quite pure enough but whose fortune made up for it. The children sat at a small table of their own, child-sized cutlery laid out before them. Sirius was itching to demonstrate his newly learned magic. Regulus, meanwhile, was turning a question over in his mind: why does transfiguration require imagining a specific form? What happens if I simply want to change a substance's state without specifying an exact shape? Watch this. Sirius focused, staring at his silver spoon. Magic surged forth. The spoon began to bend, a graceful curve. But Sirius grew too excited. A bit more, he thought. That would look even better. More magical output. The spoon bent too far. A mistake. He glanced at Bellatrix to see if she had noticed, and that single glance caused his control to slip. His magical energy burst out like a dam breaking, flooding the entire set of cutlery. Regulus suddenly felt a violent surge of magic. He looked up and saw every piece of silver on their small table changing color, the silver white fading, fleshy pink emerging, ring-like segments forming across their surfaces. They had turned into earthworms. 12 fat, fleshy pink earthworms writhed across the tablecloth. The adults had already been drawn by the commotion. Walburga's face had shifted from red to white. Druella set down her teacup, expression frozen. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow, clapped a hand to her mouth in mock astonishment, and let out a theatrically exaggerated "oh." Sirius stood petrified, staring at his handiwork, his lips trembling. He opened his mouth but was too mortified to speak. Walburga's hand moved toward her wand. Regulus could see the fury in his mother's eyes, not merely anger at the ruined tea party, but the shame of being embarrassed in front of her sisters. Trouble, Regulus thought. If she explodes now, the tea party ends in disaster, Sirius gets punished, and I'll have to endure 3 days of her complaining. He stood up, walked to the small table, and looked down at the mass of squirming creatures. I must admit, these earthworms are remarkably well made, he noted to himself. First, analyze the structure. His mind kicked into gear automatically. The transfiguration didn't fully destroy the material matrix, it merely rearranged the molecular structure. The silver atoms are still present. The shape memory effect should still hold. The key is finding the last stable morphological memory before the transformation. He raised his hand, palm downward, and held it 10 centimeters above the earthworms. Then he began channeling his magic. Unlike the way ordinary wizards projected their power, Regulus had discovered that his magical control could achieve microscopic-level precision. He did not even need to rely on emotion to drive it the way conventional spellcasting demanded. Instead, he relied on calculation. His brain could automatically construct dimensional models, compute the flow of magical energy, and adjust the output frequency. It's like having a supercomputer in my head, he had once mused. Maybe that's the transmigrator perk. In the next instant, silver light seeped out from within the earthworms. They stopped writhing, and one by one they rose into the air, arranging themselves into a perfect hexagon. Hexagonal, stable, he thought. Optimal distribution of magical force. Bellatrix leaned forward, eyes wide. Narcissa gasped and covered her mouth. Andromeda whispered, Merlin's beard. The reverse transfiguration began. The earthworms contracted, elongated, and silver luster bled through from within. 10 seconds later, the cutlery was restored to its original form, hovering in the air, silver light rippling across each surface. With the slightest twitch of Regulus's fingers, the pieces traveled along the shortest path, weaving around every obstacle, and settled back into their original positions with surgical precision. Spoons, forks, knives, teacups, saucers, small plates, not a single one out of place. Last came the bent spoon. The crease was deep, the metal had fatigued. Regulus reached out with his index finger and touched the crease. Recrystallize the metal lattice, apply localized heating to the recrystallization temperature without exceeding the melting point. Simulate thermal energy through magic, adjusting the frequency to resonate with silver atoms. The crease began to vanish, atoms returning to their proper positions as though time itself were rewinding. 5 seconds later, the spoon was flawless. Regulus withdrew his hand, returned to his seat, and picked up the biscuit he had been eating, expression neutral throughout, giving no one the slightest impression that he had been showing off. Inside, though, he was thoroughly pleased with himself. Not bad for a 3-year-old, if I do say so myself. Merlin's beard. Druella blurted, nearly dropping her teacup. Bellatrix rose to her feet, strode to the small table, and picked up the spoon for inspection. She turned it over, held it up to the light, and tapped it with a fingernail, a crisp, metallic ring. She looked up at Regulus, her expression one of genuine shock. How did you do that? Regulus chewed his biscuit and answered indistinctly, they wanted to change back. What? The cutlery wanted to look like cutlery again. I just helped. The explanation was laughably naive, but coming from a 3-year-old it sounded perfectly natural. Of course I know how I did it, Regulus thought. But I just can't explain. A wizard can achieve incredible things through instinct and talent. But at my age, if I could not only do this but also articulate the theory behind it, that would be a bit too far beyond the benchmark. Narcissa whispered to Andromeda, he looked so calm the whole time. Andromeda nodded, something like concern flickering in her eyes. Walburga's expression cycled through rapid changes, shock, confusion, then elation. But she restrained herself. The lady of House Black could not lose her composure in front of others. She merely raised her teacup, took a sip, and said in the calmest tone she could manage, Regulus has a particular intuition for transfiguration. Druella gave a strained laugh. Particular? Walburga, that was nothing short of a miracle. He's only 3. What was Orion doing at 3? He was still smearing jam all over the house elves. Every eye kept drifting toward Regulus, but he simply ate his biscuit in silence, as though nothing had happened. Sirius had kept his head down the entire time. Regulus glanced at him once and recognized the blow to his pride. After the tea party, Druella departed with her daughters, and only the family remained in the drawing room. Walburga could hold back no longer. She swept Regulus into her arms. My genius! She whispered fervently in his ear, I knew it. You are the future of the Black family. Over her shoulder, he caught sight of Sirius. Sirius stood in the drawing room doorway, one hand gripping the doorframe. It was hard to imagine a 4-year-old wearing such a complicated expression, shock, hurt, confusion, and perhaps a trace of jealousy. Trouble doubled, Regulus thought. A 4-year-old doesn't understand what it means to act out of necessity. All he knows is that his little brother stole the spotlight. Sirius turned and ran, his footsteps thumping up the stairs. Walburga set Regulus down and frowned. He's throwing a tantrum again. Ignore him, Regulus. You did the right thing. He's only 4, Regulus thought, but did not say it aloud. After all, he himself was only 3. That evening, Orion knocked on Regulus's door. He had just returned from work, as a member of the Wizengamot, he often worked late. I heard about today, Orion said, sitting across from Regulus. Exquisite work. How did you do it? He asked. Regulus considered for 3 seconds, then offered an answer, I don't know. I just saw what needed to be done. Saw. Orion seemed puzzled, this was not the answer he had expected. I saw what the earthworms really were, so I changed them back. Orion studied him, lost in thought. This could be explained as talent, rare, but not unheard of. Sirius's power was immense but uncontrolled, born of emotional instability. By contrast, Regulus leaned toward control and precision. An interesting explanation, Orion said at last. But remember, don't show too much in front of others. Genius invites envy, and also fear. Cousin Bellatrix seemed quite excited, Regulus said, steering the conversation toward Bellatrix. Bellatrix. Orion's brow furrowed. She is fascinated by power. And the great figure on the rise is equally fascinated by power. Be careful not to draw his attention. Regulus nodded. He knew precisely who that great figure was, Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort. Spring 1965. In the Garden of 12, Grimald Place, the beech trees had just unfurled tender green shoots. Regulus. Sirius came charging out of the house, waving a toy sword in his hand. Look. I can make the sword glow. Sirius concentrated, and a faint silver gleam appeared at the tip of the blade, lasting 2 seconds before flickering out. He was 5, and his magical control had improved, but it was still unstable. Not bad. Regulus closed his book and offered an earnest bit of non-commitment. Sirius jabbed the sword into the dirt. Let's go explore the cellar. Creature says there are trunks down there that bite. I'm reading. Regulus shook his head. What's so great about books? Sirius leaned over and glanced at the illustrated guide. It's all fake anyway. Real dragons are way bigger. Cousin Bellatrix says that the great figure keeps fire-breathing dragons as pets. Regulus looked up. Which great figure? You know, that one. Sirius dropped his voice as though sharing a secret. Bellatrix says he's gathering followers. Going to restore the glory of pure-blood wizards. Father says he's a dangerous radical. Regulus's heart skipped a beat. Voldemort. Tom Riddle. It had already started. He rapidly calculated the timeline. In the original story, Voldemort's first rise occurred in the early 1970s, but the groundwork, recruitment and positioning, would have begun much earlier. 1965, he was likely already operating in secret, luring ancient families with slogans of pure-blood revival. What else did Bellatrix say? Regulus asked. She said that the great figure possesses incredible power. That he can show people miracles. Sirius sat down on the stone bench. Regulus, what are you thinking? Sirius poked his brother's shoulder when he went quiet. Thinking that. Regulus looked at the book in his hands. Knowledge is power. That great figure must have read a great many books. No way. He was born powerful. Sirius shot back heatedly. Naive, Regulus thought. All power has a source. Voldemort's magical talent, his horcrux research, his knowledge of the dark arts, every bit of it was acquired from books, from experiments, from plunder. A sudden sense of urgency washed over him. Regulus realized that time was running short. Once Voldemort rose in full force, every pureblood family would be dragged in. As one of the Sacred 28, the Blacks would inevitably be forced to choose a side. In the original story, most Blacks joined the Death Eaters, all except Sirius and Andromeda. And he himself, Regulus Black, would inevitably enter Voldemort's line of sight, especially if he displayed extraordinary talent. And there was no way he could avoid displaying it. I have to start preparing now. That afternoon, Regulus carried 3 children's picture books he had finished and knocked on Orion's study door. Come in. Orion sat behind a massive mahogany desk, reviewing Wisengamot documents. He looked up when he saw his younger son and seemed mildly surprised. Regulus? What is it? Father. Regulus set the picture books on the corner of the desk. "I've finished these. I want to read real books." Orion put down his quill. "Real books? Books with words, with knowledge, with magic." Walburga happened to walk in carrying a tray of tea. She heard this and stopped in her tracks. "He's only 4. Orion, don't spoil him. He should start with etiquette and decorum of pureblood families and learn how to uphold the family's honor." "Honor requires strength to sustain it," Regulus replied, his tone gentle but utterly resolute. "If I'm not strong enough, how can I defend the standing of the Black family?" Walburga was taken aback. Coming from a 4-year-old, the words felt slightly eerie, and slightly unsettling. Orion nodded, he agreed with Regulus. "Starting tomorrow, you may spend 1 hour a day in the library. Creature will accompany you." "Yes, father." And with that, Regulus withdrew from the study. He showed no excitement or delight. This was only natural, no parent would refuse a child who actively wanted to learn. Walburga opened her mouth to object, but Orion raised a hand to stop her. "Walburga, our son needs a special education. The times are changing. That great figure is amassing power. The Black family needs more than an heir who merely knows proper manners." "So you know about him too?" Walburga's expression flickered with something close to excitement at the thought of that man's growing influence. "The entire wizarding world knows," Orion said, his voice heavy. "He is recruiting devotees, seducing followers with power, coercing enemies with fear. The Lestranges have already sworn allegiance. The Malfoys are watching from the sidelines. Sooner or later, the Blacks will have to make a choice." The next morning at 10 o'clock sharp, Creature led Regulus to the double wooden doors at the end of the 3rd floor. The doors were dark oak, inlaid with silver constellation patterns, and bore no handles, only 2 symmetrical keyholes shaped like the open beaks of ravens. 2 keys must be turned at the same time, young master. Creature fished 2 antique keys from his apron pocket, one silvery white with a sun carved into the handle, the other jet black with a moon. The keys slid in. Both turned simultaneously. Click. The doors glided inward without the faintest sound. Regulus's first impression upon stepping into the library was one of pressure. The density of magic here was staggering. Visible motes of silver dust hung suspended in the air. Bookshelves stretched from the floor to a ceiling 10 meters overhead, requiring movable ladders to reach the upper volumes. Magic alone would not do. Different magical creatures were carved along the edge of each shelf tier, pixies and fairies on the lower levels, centaurs and merepeople in the middle, griffins and dragons near the top. In the center of the room stood a massive orrery, an intricate mechanism of brass gears simulating the solar system's motion, though it included several celestial bodies known only to wizards. "The open section is on the left, young master," Creature whispered, as though afraid of waking something. "The right side is the family heritage section, that requires the master's permission. Straight ahead is the restricted section. Do not approach it." Regulus headed for the open section first. He pulled out a tome on pureblood family genealogies and scanned through it, noting that these families, Malfoy, Lestrange, Nott, Carrow, were all future mainstays of the Death Eaters. Once these families collectively threw in their lot with Voldemort, half the power and resources of the British wizarding world would fall into his hands. And they would fall, inevitably. "I must acquire power before that happens." An hour later, Regulus gravitated toward the family heritage section. Here the shelves were deep red mahogany, and each book was enclosed in its own individual protective enchantment. Creature hovered nervously at his side. "Young master, this area requires permission. I'm only reading the titles." Then he looked straight ahead, at the restricted section. There were no bookshelves there. Instead, a solid wall of black iron was set within a stone archway. At its center hung a gate of iron bars as thick as an infant's arm. Through the gaps, one could glimpse profound darkness beyond. The lock on the gate was a bronze skull whose lower jaw could move, the keyhole sat inside its left eye socket. Through the slits between the bars, Regulus squinted into the darkness. Bookshelves materialized dimly, and the gilt titles on the spines glimmered faintly in the gloom. "The darkest arts," Origins and Advanced Studies of the Unforgivable Curses. Blood Curse Research, Bloodline Magic and Eternal Bindings. Necromantic Communication, Forbidden Rituals for Conversing with the Beyond. Each title struck his mind like a sledgehammer. Voldemort has certainly read these, and more. Horcruxes, Dark Arts, Soul Experiments. How much has he mastered? I have to understand. At the very least, I need to know what tools he's working with. But he could not go in now. The timing was wrong, and he lacked the clearance. He turned to Creature. Time's up. Let's go. Before leaving, Regulus cast one last glance at the restricted section. Back in his room, Regulus walked to the window and looked out at the street below. London at night, Muggle automobiles flowing past in a dense weave of red and amber headlights. The city's light pollution was already severe, the true stars were invisible. But Regulus knew the stars were still there. Voldemort and the war he would ignite, the power games of the wizarding world, the glory and madness of the pure-blood families, on a cosmic scale, all of it was as insignificant as dust. Yet Regulus was trapped inside that dust. He gazed out the window and imagined the man who, at this very moment, might be deep in an Albanian forest or some ancient ruin, studying the dark arts, Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort. Time was running out. Spring 1966. Regulus was 5 years old. 5, in the Black household, meant the beginning of formal education. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 3 in the afternoon, Walburga held family honor lessons in the small study. An enormous black family tapestry hung on the wall, stretching from ceiling to floor, 1,000 years of marriage alliances rendered in gold and silver thread on dark fabric. Monday, Genealogy. Look here, Walburga said, pointing her slender ebony pointer at the top of the tapestry. Linfred Black, a 12th-century healer and the acknowledged founder of our family. Regulus sat in a hardwood chair, hands on his knees, eyes tracking the pointer's movement. Regulus, repeat what I just said. Walburga's voice pulled him back. From 1578 to 1623, the Black family intermarried with the Rosier family 4 times and a Foley family 3 times, interspersed with unions with the Crouch and Travers families, forming a stable alliance network. Regulus answered fluidly. Walburga nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Sirius. And you? Sirius was squirming in his chair. Who can remember all that? They're just dead people's names. They are your ancestors. Dead is dead, Sirius muttered. Walburga's expression darkened, she was on the verge of erupting, but Regulus cut in just in time. Mother, I have a question. Speak. Why is it that after the 14th century, we only married within the 28 pure-blood families? Regulus pointed to an earlier section of the tapestry. It shows here that from the 12th to the 14th century, the Blacks also intermarried with the Pruitts, the Macmillans, even the Bones family, but after that, it stopped. Walburga's expression stiffened for a moment. Because those families fell from grace. How so? They began accepting Muggleborns, even marrying Muggles. Walburga's voice turned severe. Their bloodlines were contaminated. The Black family must remain pure. That is our duty. But the Pruitt family is still on the list of the Sacred 28, Regulus pointed out. A compromise. The Ministry's idiotic list. Walburga's pointer cracked against the tapestry, and several portraits flinched. Truly pure-blood families grow fewer by the day. We are the last beacon in a tainted world. Extremely narrow-minded, but understandable, Regulus thought. In a world where magic is an inheritable ability, bloodline genuinely matters. But attributing everything to bloodline, that's thinking far too simply. Regulus glanced at Sirius and knew he was destined never to accept this doctrine. Good. A sudden thought struck him, maybe Sirius leaving the Black family would actually be better for him. The idea startled even Regulus himself, but after a moment's reflection, the logic held perfectly. The Blacks would fall in with Voldemort in the future, everyone except Sirius and Andromeda. If Sirius was destined to rebel, then let him leave early. Let him join the opposing side sooner, it might improve his chances of surviving the coming war. And he himself, Regulus Black, this identity was fated to be drawn into the darkness. He needed the Black's resources, needed the pureblood status, needed proximity to the Death Eater inner circle to acquire knowledge. He and Sirius were walking two paths that would inevitably put them at odds. Wednesday, the doctrine of blood superiority. Muggles are defective beings, Walburga said, pacing the study, a habit of hers when emotions ran high. They have no magic, just as a bird might lack wings or a fish might lack gills. They are evolutionary failures. Sirius raised his hand. This was something Regulus had taught him: raise your hand during Mother's lectures, to avoid blurting out something that would provoke her. Speak. But Muggles build airplanes, Sirius said. Airplanes can fly. They fly without wings. Walburga scoffed. A crude imitation. Metal and fuel, deafeningly noisy, polluting the air. A wizard's broomstick is elegant, silent, and clean. But airplanes can fly higher, faster, and carry more people. Regulus added calmly. The room went quiet. Walburga stared at her younger son. Are you defending Muggles? I'm stating facts, Regulus said. Mother, if we are truly superior to Muggles, we should surpass them in every respect. If all we can do is console ourselves with magic is more elegant while they outstrip us in speed, payload, and altitude, then who is truly superior? Sirius drew a sharp breath, bracing for his mother's explosion. But Walburga did not explode. She stood frozen, lips parting and closing without producing a sound. Regulus pressed on. Perhaps the question isn't who's superior, but what we've chosen to develop. Muggles develop technology. We develop magic. But if we remain complacent, clinging only to tradition while Muggle technology keeps advancing, the day will come when the gap is too large to ignore. The Ministry has the statute of secrecy. Walburga's voice had lost some of its force. The statute of secrecy is built on the assumption that Muggles will never find out, Regulus said. But what if, one day, Muggle technology can detect magic? What if they invent instruments that see through the disillusionment charm? What if, while we're still debating the purity of bloodlines, they've already figured out how to dismantle Muggle-repelling charms? Walburga was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, that's enough for today. She left in a hurry. Sirius sidled up to him and whispered, you scared her. Maybe, Regulus said, hopping down from the hardwood chair. But someone has to tell the truth. Why are you sticking up for Muggles? Sirius asked, curious. I'm not sticking up for Muggles, Regulus met his eyes. I just despise lies. If we're truly strong, we don't need to prove it by putting others down. Sirius nodded, half understanding. At dinner, Walburga brought up the latest news at the table. The Knot girl, she actually wants to marry a mudblood. Mr. Knot is so furious he's locked her in the tower. Word is she'll be sent to a convent in France for the rest of her life. Sirius was cutting his steak. At those words, his knife and fork stopped. Why? He asked. She likes him, doesn't she? Likes? Walburga looked as though she had heard the most absurd word in existence. Can you eat likes for supper? Does likes keep bloodlines pure? She's been bewitched out of her senses. But if two people care about each other dash. Silence. Walburga's voice turned shrill. Sirius, how many times have I warned you? Stop letting that filthy Muggle thinking contaminate your mind. A Black must have duty. Must have resolve. Duty means locking up your own daughter. Sirius shot to his feet, his chair scraping back with a shrill screech. Duty means tearing apart two people who love each other. She doesn't love him. She's merely been dash. How would you know? Sirius shouted back. You're not her. You don't even know the man. Orion set down his cutlery. Sirius. Sit down. I won't. Sirius's eyes were red. It's not fair. Why can't we choose who we care about? Why do we have to marry someone from the Sacred 28? I don't even know any of the people on that list. Maybe I won't even like them. Walburga rose as well, her wand sliding into her hand. "Say that one more time." Regulus watched the scene unfold. Internally he was exasperated. Sirius's rebellious streak was on full display. Even though the boy had no real understanding of love, he rejected this on instinct. And their mother simply pressed harder, trying to force Sirius into accepting her pure-blood ideology. "Mother." Regulus's voice was calm. "What Sirius means is that emotion is one of the important factors in choosing a partner. But from the perspective of family continuity, stable bloodlines are indeed the higher priority. Perhaps the two can be balanced, for example, by choosing someone you genuinely like from within the sacred 28. Walburga paused, her anger subsiding slightly. "Well, of course, if the match is suitable, having feelings is even better." But Sirius was staring at his brother, hurt in his eyes. "You're taking their side too. You think blood matters more than who you care about." "I'm talking about reality." Regulus held his gaze. "The reality is, the Black family will never accept a Muggleborn. Those who resist will be disowned. You have to choose, accept the rules, or leave." Sirius understood. He looked at his brother, then at his parents, and suddenly smiled. He turned and left the dining room. No slammed door, no outburst, he simply walked away in silence. Orion said nothing, only watched Regulus with a complicated look in his eyes. Dinner continued in silence. Summer 1967. Regulus was 6 years old. 6, in the Black household, meant being granted one's own study space. And so the topmost attic of 12, Grimald Place received its new master. Regulus wanted to work out a few questions. Wizards could heal injuries and illness with such ease, why, then, did the body remain so fragile? If magic could repair the body, could it also strengthen it? Why had no one systematically investigated this in over 1,000 years? Regulus sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed, sensing inward. He could feel magic circulating through his body along certain predetermined pathways. The book said that magic originated in the soul and was released through the body as a medium. That was it, that simple. As for how the body itself influenced the process, nobody had looked deeper. It was as if everyone knew that water flowed from a pipe, yet nobody had ever considered replacing that pipe with something wider and smoother to see if the flow might become stronger and steadier. In the original story, this had been a blind spot of the author. But now that he was living inside it, it was a blind spot of an entire civilization. He walked beneath the skylight. Autumn sunlight slanted in, carving a bright rectangle on the floor. He stretched out his hand, let the light fall on his palm, closed his eyes, and once again began sensing the flow of magic. This time, he tried to actively guide his magic toward his right arm, no spellcasting involved, simply willing the energy to go there. At first it was difficult. The magic seemed to have a will of its own, resisting deliberate direction. But Regulus had patience. An adult soul never lacked for patience. He imagined his magic as water and his will as a riverbed, digging a little at a time, guiding a little at a time. 2.5 hours later, he succeeded. His right arm felt faintly warm, not warm in terms of temperature, but something more like a sensation of brimming energy. He clenched his fist. His strength seemed to have increased, just a little. Over the following days, Regulus entered a state of pure observation. He used his perception to study every member of the household. Walburga. Her magic was powerful but unstable. Whenever her emotions surged, her magic fluctuated wildly. But Regulus noticed a detail: when she maintained complex protective wards for extended periods, she would unconsciously massage her temples and her complexion would turn pale. From this, he drew a conclusion: the burden of magical expenditure was ultimately borne by the body. Yet she had never once considered training her body to increase its endurance. Orion's magic was deep and weighty, his control exceptional. But after one particular casting session, Regulus noticed that when his father set down his wand, his fingers trembled, very faintly. That was a fatigue response caused by prolonged, high-intensity magical use. Magic could erase it, but it always returned. Sirius provided the best comparison subject of all. One afternoon, Sirius was in the garden attempting a newly learned spell, levitating pebbles and arranging them into constellation patterns. He managed it, but barely. Afterward, Sirius collapsed onto the grass, chest heaving, forehead drenched in sweat. Exhausting. He muttered to himself. Regulus walked over and handed him a glass of water. Heavy magical drain. Sirius downed a large gulp in silence, just nodding with a quiet mm. Regulus understood, this was the aftermath of those words at dinner. Sirius did not want to talk to him. Regulus said nothing more and turned to leave. A week later, late at night, Regulus knocked on Orion's study door. "Come in." Orion was reviewing documents. The candlestick on the corner of his desk lit his weary face. The Ministry of Magic was under considerable pressure lately. From scattered remarks, Regulus deduced it was connected to the activities of that great figure. The precursor to the Death Eaters had begun to stir, carrying out several attacks. The Ministry was suppressing the news, but the old families all knew. "Father. Go ahead, what is it?" Orion set down his quill and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I've been thinking about a question," Regulus said, settling into the chair across from him. "Where exactly is a wizard's magic stored?" Orion blinked. "That's a basic question. Magic originates in the soul and is released through the physical body as a medium. But the body isn't merely a medium, is it?" Regulus pressed. "If the body is damaged, magical output suffers. So if the body were strengthened, would magical output increase?" "In theory, yes," Orion said. "A healthy body is conducive to casting spells. But once a baseline level of health is reached, further physical enhancement yields negligible improvement to magical power. Has anyone verified that?" Orion was quiet for several seconds. "To my knowledge, there has been no systematic study. The prevailing view is that magical talent is innate. Effort can only improve control technique, it cannot increase total capacity. But what if total capacity is limited by the body's ability to contain magic?" Regulus leaned forward. "Like a cup, it can only hold 1 cup of water. But if we make the cup larger dash." "The soul is the cup," Orion interrupted. "Not the body." "Are you certain?" Orion stared at his son for a long moment before answering, "No. But it is the universally accepted theory." "Does universally accepted necessarily mean correct?" Regulus countered softly. He continued, "Father, how many universally accepted beliefs in the wizarding world have later been proven wrong? It was once universally accepted that Muggles were lesser beings, yet Muggle technology dash." "Enough." Orion's voice was quiet but carried a warning. "Regulus, I know you're intelligent. You are always thinking, always arriving at ideas that differ from everyone else's. But some questions are not for you to think about, not yet." "Then when should I think about them?" Regulus yielded not an inch. "When Voldemort comes knocking at our door." Orion shot to his feet. "Who told you that name?" His voice turned severe. "No one," Regulus said calmly. "I overheard it. Cousin Bellatrix, Madame Malfoy, and the whispered conversations between you and Mother. They call him, that gentleman, the Dark Lord, but I found his name. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who styles himself Voldemort." Orion slowly sank back into his seat, sounding weary. "You should not know any of this." "But I already do," Regulus said. "And I know more. He is recruiting, marshalling strength. The pure-blood families are choosing sides. Sooner or later, the blacks will have to decide." After a long silence, Orion asked, "Are you afraid?" Regulus answered without hesitation. "No. But I need power." Orion closed his eyes. A long time passed before he opened them. "Your earlier question, the relationship between the body and magic," he said. "I can tell you this, someone in the Black family's history did study it. My great-grandfather, Arcturus Black. He believed that wizards relied too heavily on magic and neglected the body." Regulus held his breath. Someone in the wizarding world had actually recognized the problem, and it was his own ancestor. He conducted certain experiments. Orion's voice was heavy, as though dredging up unpleasant memories. He attempted to use magic to strengthen the body, and then used the strengthened body to hold more magic. The theory was a cycle of mutual reinforcement. What happened? Regulus asked eagerly. He lived to 137, one of the longest-lived members of the Black family. And he was immensely powerful. Orion paused. But in his later years, he went mad. His notebooks were filled with chaotic symbols and warnings. The final entry read, "The vessel is too strong. What is inside cannot emerge. I have imprisoned myself." Regulus was dumbfounded. That can happen. He asked outright, "What does that mean?" "I don't know." Orion shook his head. "The notebooks are sealed away, deep in the restricted section. I once tried to read them, but after just 3 pages the headache was so severe I had to stop. They are not meant for ordinary eyes." Regulus's heart pounded. Someone had researched this, and produced results, albeit at a cost. "I want to see them." He knew Orion would refuse, but he made the request anyway. No. Orion's refusal was absolute. He paused, then added, "Not yet, at least." Arcturus's condition at the end was dire. "Promise me, Regulus. Do not seek those notebooks on your own." Regulus was silent. He did not want to promise. "Promise me." Orion repeated, his tone firmer, almost pleading. "I promise." Orion sighed, knowing full well that this promise might not hold for long, and waved him away. "Go." Back in the attic, Regulus sat in the darkness, digesting everything he had just learned. Arcturus Black. 137 years old. Madness. A vessel too strong. Did the body, strengthened to its limit, end up trapping the soul? But what if body and soul were fully integrated, inseparable? What then? Late autumn, 1968. The last leaf had fallen from the beech trees in the courtyard of 12, Grimald Place. Regulus was 7. The past year of magic channeling exercises had yielded remarkable results. His strength had grown, his constitution had noticeably improved, his magical perception had sharpened, and his control had become ever more refined. Sirius was 8, and his rebellion had entered a new phase. He was no longer satisfied with mere backtalk, he had begun to resist systematically. When Walburga told him to recite the family tree, he deliberately mangled the names. When told to practice etiquette, he transfigured his teacup into a frog. When dressed in formal robes, he tore the collar. During one dinner, Sirius openly challenged pureblood theory. Walburga erupted, and Regulus smoothed things over, but Sirius saw it as pandering to their parents. The brothers' conversations grew fewer and fewer. Sometimes Regulus would encounter Sirius in the corridor, and the look in his brother's eyes was complicated, anger at perceived betrayal, bewilderment, and a trace of disappointment. "He thinks I chose the family, and that means I betrayed him." But in a sense, he was right. On the first weekend of December, the Malfoys came to visit as arranged. Everyone knew the true purpose. Malfoy represented Voldemort, here to sound out the Black family's position. Abraxas Malfoy was 55, his face impeccably maintained, silvery gray hair swept neatly behind his head. He wore dark green robes with intricate serpentine patterns embroidered in silver thread at the cuffs, and carried a black ebony cane topped by a green-black opal. "Walburga, you look well," he said, his voice polished and smooth. "Orion, it's been too long. How are things at the Wisengamot?" Orion sat in the master's chair, his tone level. "Same as always. What has Mr. Malfoy been keeping busy with lately?" Abraxas raised his teacup and blew on it gently. "Contemplating the future. The future of the wizarding world, and our future." Lucius had not come. Regulus surmised he was being prepared for more important occasions, formally joining the Death Eaters, perhaps, or representing the family in Voldemort's inner affairs. "The great gentleman holds the Black family in high esteem," Abraxas said, getting to the point. "He says that among the sacred 28, the Black bloodline is the most ancient, the purest, and the most steadfast." "Steadfast?" Orion asked. In upholding tradition. Abraxas set down his cup. So many families have wavered these days. The Potters openly fraternize with Muggleborns. The Weasleys have practically become synonymous with blood traitors. The Longbottoms, though pure blood, are far too soft. Only the Blacks have remained unwavering. The great gentleman believes such a family deserves its rightful place in the new order. Walburga leaned forward slightly. This great gentleman, does he have any specific plans? Abraxas's voice rose with fervor. Revival. Purging the weak elements from the Ministry of Magic. Restoring the authority of the Wizengamot. Reforming magical education. Above all, establishing the dominance of pure-blood wizards and returning the wizarding world to its proper order. It sounds ambitious, Orion said. It is vision. Abraxas corrected. What the great gentleman possesses is not merely ambition. It is power, knowledge, and the resolve to reshape reality. He has already gathered a group of like-minded individuals. The Lestranges, the Knots, the Carrows, they have all pledged their support. Pledged support for what? Sirius cut in suddenly. Walburga frowned. Sirius, when adults are speaking dash. I'm asking an honest question, Sirius said, his gaze fixed on Abraxas. Support him in doing what? Killing people. Persecuting Muggleborns. Turning everyone into his slaves. Sirius. Walburga's voice turned shrill. But Abraxas raised a hand to stop her. He looked at Sirius with not the slightest hint of anger. He said, it's healthy for a young person to have questions. What the great gentleman seeks to build is not tyranny, it is order. Under the new order, everyone will find their proper place. Pure-blood wizards are born to lead the magical world. Half-bloods and Muggleborns may serve. Muggles will need to be managed. By what right? Sirius shot to his feet, voice rising. By what right do you get to decide who leads and who serves? Abraxas answered as though stating the obvious, by power. By 1,000 years of heritage. By the choice magic itself has made. Pure-blood wizards possess stronger, more stable magic. That is fact. I don't think Sirius began. Abraxas cut him off, his tone still mild, what you think is not important. The rules by which the world turns will not change because of an 8-year-old boy. When you've grown up, when you've witnessed the chaos of the wizarding world firsthand, seen how Muggles fear and persecute magic, seen how pure-blood families are being marginalized, perhaps then you'll understand. And if I never understand? Sirius's eyes blazed with stubborn defiance. Then you'll have two choices, Abraxas said with a smile. Accept what you don't understand and follow the rules, or be excluded by them. It was a naked threat. Sirius went pale, but he clenched his jaw and refused to back down. At that moment, Regulus spoke. Mr. Malfoy is right, he said, his voice perfectly calm. Order requires strength to maintain. If pure-blood wizards truly possess greater magical talent, then it's reasonable for us to lead the wizarding world, it would produce a more stable and powerful society. Everyone turned to look at him. Walburga's eyes lit up. Orion's expression did not change. And Sirius, he stared at Regulus, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, and finally settling into disappointment. You think that too? Sirius's voice wavered, as though seeking one final confirmation. Regulus met his gaze. I'm stating facts. If pure-blood wizards have greater magical talent, then this is reasonable. Sirius moved to retort, his anger intensifying, but Walburga stood and snapped, Sirius, go to your room. Now. Sirius looked at his mother, then at his father, then at his brother, and finally at Abraxas. He turned and left. After Sirius's departure, the atmosphere in the drawing room eased somewhat. Abraxas picked up his teacup once more. The future of the wizarding world extends beyond Britain, Europe, the Americas, Asia. The great gentleman's influence is expanding. Families who support him will have the opportunity to participate in a global reconstruction of magical order. That means resources, knowledge, power, far beyond anything the current ministry can offer. Regulus could not help but think, Voldemort's ambitions are grand enough, he's aiming globally, yet he can't even sort out Britain. After a pause, Orion said, "We will need time to consider." Abraxas rose to his feet. "Of course. The great gentleman never coerces. Next month there will be a small gathering in Wiltshire. Several like-minded families will be exchanging ideas. If the Blacks are interested, I can extend an invitation." Walburga looked at her husband, anticipation plain in her eyes. Orion nodded. "We will consider it." After Malfoy left, Walburga turned to Orion at once. "We must attend. Abraxas is right, this is an opportunity. The Blacks should hold a leadership position in the new era. Orion cut her off, his voice weary. "Walburga, this requires caution. Everything sounds appealing, but at what cost? The weak elements he intends to purge may include our friends, perhaps even our family." "Andromeda is no longer family," Walburga said coldly. "And what about Sirius? If his rebellion continues, then let him go." Walburga's voice spiked. "The Black family will not miss one rebellious son. We have Regulus." She looked at her younger son, eyes ablaze. "You spoke well today, rational, logical, mindful of the bigger picture. That is exactly what a Black family heir should be." Regulus lowered his head and did not respond. In the attic laboratory, Regulus had not lit the lamp. He sat in the dark, replaying the afternoon's events. Abraxas's words had revealed several key pieces of information. Voldemort's influence had already spread beyond Britain, expanding globally. Voldemort was luring pureblood families with promises of future order, pledges of power and resources. His methods included purging, a word that sounded mild enough, but Regulus knew it would mean sheer violence. No one but himself knew that Voldemort would ultimately fail, and that inevitable outcome was driven by a chain of accidents. He needed power. Spring 1969. Regulus was 8 years old. The room on the east side of the third floor at 12, Grimald Place had been officially converted into his bedroom and study. Orion had given him more space, an entire wall of bookshelves, a heavy oak desk, and an east-facing window. But what Regulus wanted most right now was to get into the storage room buried deepest within the mansion. That room sat at the end of the kitchen corridor, permanently locked. Walburga said it held nothing of value, relics of disowned family members, too awkward to destroy yet unfit for display. Inside were the possessions of Alfred Black, sealed away in 1960. Alfred, disowned a few years earlier for collecting Muggle objects and showing open sympathy toward Muggles. Regulus had only ever heard the name in Walburga's curses. After years of study, Regulus had finally managed to dismantle the protective enchantments on the room's door, far more complex than a simple unlocking charm. There were no magical artifacts inside. Only Muggle things, an old vacuum tube radio, several issues of National Geographic dated 1950, a stack of copies of the Times, and a few hardcover notebooks. It took him 2 days to repair the radio. When current flowed through it, the vacuum tubes emitted a warm amber glow and a gentle hiss of static emerged from the speaker. Regulus turned the tuning dial until a voice materialized from the noise. "This is the BBC. Here is the news. NASA has announced that the Apollo 10 mission successfully completed a lunar orbit, making final preparations for a manned moon landing." Regulus sat behind his oak desk, his hand resting on the warm wooden casing of the radio, perfectly still. The moon. Muggles were about to go to the moon. Yet the vast majority of the wizarding world did not even know, or, if they did not care. To them, the moon was merely a silver disk in the night sky, useful for calculating lunar phases when brewing potions, or as a romantic backdrop. No one cared about the possibility of going there, because wizards had no need to go. They had magic. But could magic do it, genuine space travel? Crossing a vacuum, withstanding radiation, surviving for extended periods? He did not know. But he knew one thing: Muggles, using pure science and engineering, had achieved what wizards had never even attempted. What wizards might not even be capable of. Where were the limits of wizard kind? Muggles are breaking through boundaries we deem impossible. If magic and science were combined, perhaps even greater boundaries could be shattered. These thoughts he buried deep, yet they occupied a place of paramount importance. July 20, 1969. Late at night. Regulus was not asleep. He sat in the chair by the window, the old vacuum tube radio in his hands. The voice from the speaker crackled with static, but every word came through clearly. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. A brief silence on the radio, then an eruption of cheers. Regulus tightened his grip on the radio. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You've got a bunch of guys about to turn blue down here. We're breathing again. Prepare for EVA. Then came a long wait, instrument sounds, commands, occasional fragments of dialogue. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The LM footpads are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. Although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained, almost like a powder. I'm going to step off the LM now. A longer pause followed. Regulus stood, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Warm summer night air rushed in, carrying London's distinctive scent of coal smoke and old brick. He looked up. The moon hung overhead, nearly full, its silver light cold and constant. The voice from the radio came again, clearer this time, and with greater force. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Regulus stared at the moon, that silver disk, that instrument wizards used to time their potions, that romantic symbol from poetry. And at this very moment, 2 muggles stood upon its surface. Even knowing events as he did, Regulus felt a surge of awe. Muggles, with their finite lifespans, fragile bodies, and hands devoid of magic, had reached the moon. And wizards, who possessed the power to reshape reality, the ability to traverse space, lifespans potentially spanning centuries. What were they doing? Jockeying for power. Researching more effective ways to harm their own kind. Arguing over whose blood ran purer. Cursing one another over the illusory dominion of one small island. And he was caught in the midst of it. At that thought, Regulus suddenly smiled. Since he had arrived in this world, he would naturally change things. One evening near the end of August, Regulus found Orion in the study. His father was reviewing documents. The atmosphere at the ministry had grown increasingly tense lately, as Death Eater activity shifted from covert to semi-open. Father, a question. Orion set down his quill and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Go on. How high can a wizard fly? The question was sudden, even absurd. Orion blinked. Depends on the method. The broomstick altitude record is about 15,000 feet. Any higher and the air grows too thin to breathe. A thestral can go higher, but also within limits. Why do you ask? Regulus did not answer. Instead he pressed on, what if someone wanted to go higher? High enough to leave the atmosphere. Orion studied his son. Why would you want to leave the atmosphere? Just curious, Regulus said, keeping his tone even. I read that ancient wizards once tried to fly to the sun and the moon. They all failed. That's not history, that's myth, Orion corrected. Muggles have the Icarus myth too. The moral is not to be reckless. Wizards have magic, but magic has limits. Beyond the atmosphere, no air, no pressure, extreme temperatures, and unknown energy fields. A bubblehead charm lasts a few hours at most. Shielding charms are ineffective against certain forms of radiation. Apparition has a range limit and requires familiarity with the destination. He paused, watching Regulus. What are you really thinking? I'm thinking, how do you know about radiation? And the vacuum environment? Regulus mused to himself. He decided to be more forthcoming. His father was someone he could have this conversation with. I was thinking about how Muggles landed on the moon this year. They don't have magic, but they did it. Orion was silent for a long time. Candlelight crackled in the study. I know, he finally said. The Daily Prophet ran a small notice, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. The editor dismissed it as a Muggle stunt, hardly worth mentioning. But it was the moon, Regulus emphasized. To wizards, the moon is just the moon. Orion rose and walked to the window, his back to his son. It affects werewolves, affects potions, affects tides. But it is not a place. No one thinks of going there. Why? This was what baffled Regulus most. It was right there, why did no one want to go? Orion turned, his expression complicated. Because wizards see only magic. Magic exists on Earth, in life, in the soul. The stars, they are too far, too cold, too alien. That is not our domain. Domains can be expanded. Perhaps. Orion returned to his desk. But at what cost? What would wizards have to sacrifice to explore the stars? What risks would they face? And more importantly, who would support it? He fixed his gaze on Regulus. Tell me what you really think. Don't hide questions behind questions. I'm thinking, Regulus took a deep breath, that if wizards channel the energy they spend on power struggles, the brilliance they pour into the dark arts, the obsessive devotion they reserve for pure-blood glory, channeled all of it somewhere else, say, toward exploring the stars, how far could we go? Orion did not answer immediately. He sat down, fingers interlaced on the desk. Very far. After long deliberation, he spoke. But the prerequisite is that wizarding society first resolves its own problems. Voldemort is sowing division. The ministry wallows in weakness and evasion. Tensions between purebloods and half-bloods are escalating. In times like these, no one will spare a thought for the stars. But perhaps the stars are the way out, Regulus insisted. If our vision reaches far enough, so far that the squabbles on Earth seem trivial, maybe we can transcend the squabbling entirely. Orion laughed, that kind of laugh worn down by fatigue and tinged with sorrow. Idealism, he said bluntly. I had similar notions in my youth. But the reality is, people can rarely transcend the plane they inhabit. Wizards are bound to Earth, bound in flesh, bound in social ties. Then his tone grew somber. And remember, in today's wizarding world, ideas like these are heresy. Pureblood families will say you've been seduced by Muggle technology. The radicals will call you weak. Voldemort will consider you unfocused. Until you are strong enough, keep it hidden. August 31, 1971. The atmosphere at the dinner table of 12, Grimald Place was heavy. Tomorrow, Sirius would leave for Hogwarts. Walburga had been preparing for a week. Remember, she said for the 10th time, you represent the Black family. Once on the train, sit in the Slytherin compartment. Don't associate with those dash. Sirius's voice was quiet. I won't be going to Slytherin. Walburga's knife and fork froze in midair. What did you say? I won't be going to Slytherin. Sirius repeated, eyes fixed on the rack of lamb on his plate. I'll be in Gryffindor. Dead silence fell over the table. Even the ancestral portraits on the wall stopped their murmuring. Phineas Nigellus's eyes bulged from within his frame, his mouth hanging open like a fish out of water. Orion slowly set down his wine glass. The Sorting Hat takes a student's wishes into account, but it also considers bloodline and character. The Blacks have been in Slytherin for 500 years. Then it ends with me. Sirius said stubbornly. I don't want to spend 7 years stuck with a bunch of snakes. Snakes. Walburga's voice began to tremble. That is the house your family has belonged to for generations. That is glory. That is a cage. Sirius's voice surged with sudden intensity. I don't need black glory. I just need to be myself. He turned to Regulus. His 10-year-old brother wore a calm expression and was in the middle of cutting a piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. What about you? Sirius asked. You'll go to Slytherin, won't you? Be their perfect heir. Study hard, behave well, wait for the day you can take over this rotting family. Regulus looked up. I'll go wherever suits me. Suits you? Sirius laughed. There's only one place that suits a Black, the Slytherin dungeons, surrounded by lunatics with heads full of pure blood glory. Enjoy it, brother. He turned and left the dining room. Walburga sank into her chair, face ashen. Orion's expression was a mask, but his magic roiled beneath the surface. Regulus finished everything on his plate. He knew what would happen. In the original story, Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, the first black ever to land outside Slytherin. He also knew that starting tomorrow, many things would begin to change. On the evening of September 1st, an owl delivered a letter from Hogwarts. Walburga's hands shook as she tore open the envelope. She scanned the parchment, her face shifting from pale to livid, her lips quivering, and then her eyes rolled back and she collapsed. Orion caught her and took the letter at the same time. It read, "Sirius Black has been sorted into Gryffindor House." That night, 12, Grimald Place felt as though it were in mourning. But Regulus knew, this was only the beginning. Starting the very next day, Walburga redirected all of her attention onto him. "You must be 10 times better than he is," she said at breakfast. "No, 100 times. You will prove that the black bloodline has not degraded. You will prove that the true heir is right here." Regulus simply nodded without a word. This was exactly what he had hoped for, though the price was Sirius's departure, and eventually his permanent departure from this house. It gave him no joy. But this was the best arrangement. He gained new privileges, unlimited access to the library, permission to borrow select volumes from the family heritage section, and even supervised access to some of the less hazardous experimental notebooks. After Sirius left, the mansion grew much quieter. Regulus spent 4 hours a day in the library, 2 in the attic, and the remainder attending his mother's lessons and his father's occasional assessments. The magic channeling exercises of the past 2 years had produced tangible results. His magical capacity had been climbing, slowly but steadily, like digging one extra spoonful from a well each day. Given enough time, the well grew deep. It was painstaking work. Every night before bed, Regulus performed his magic circulation routine. Cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, breathing slowed, sensing the magic. Then imagining the energy flowing from his extremities to his chest, and back again, cycling. Gradually, the deliberate visualization became unnecessary. The magic developed a will of its own, flowing naturally along the channels he had carved. Like a river finding its bed. And now he could make several feathers trace multiple perfect circles in the air, with trajectory deviation of less than a millimeter. Or make the surface of a glass of water form intricate ripple patterns that held their shape for a long time without dissipating. This was synchronization of magic and will, a shift in control precision. Finally, there was recovery speed. High-intensity practice sessions once demanded lengthy rest periods. Now, by guiding magic through internal circulation, he could accelerate natural recovery. Like stretching after exercise to promote blood flow, magic had its own circulatory system. From autumn 1971 through spring 1972, his 3 cousins each came into deeper contact with Regulus. Bellatrix's visits to Grimald Place grew more frequent. At 20, she had fully committed as one of Voldemort's earliest followers, a burning fanaticism smoldering in her eyes. "The world is sick, Regulus." One afternoon in the garden, she told him, "Muggle filth has polluted magic. Half-bloods have diluted the ancient power. The ministry is run by cowards. What we need is a cleansing." Cleansing. Regulus watched her slash a hand through the air like an invisible blade. "Purging the impurities." Bellatrix smiled, but it was the kind of smile that sent a chill down one's spine. "The great gentleman will lead us. He has the power, the vision, the resolve. Once he takes command, pure-blood families will stand at the summit once more. We don't want equality, we want true dominion." Dominion over whom? Regulus watched his cousin, knowing she would gradually descend into madness until she became a mirror image of Voldemort himself. But he could not halt that process, nor did he intend to. "Everyone." Bellatrix's voice surged with exhilaration. "Muggles, half-bloods, mudbloods, they'll all find their proper place." Narcissa's stance was different. At 16, she was a 6th year at Hogwarts and a Slytherin prefect, pragmatic and sharp. "Bellatrix has her path," Narcissa told Regulus privately during a family gathering. "But you need to walk your own. Slytherin isn't only about fanaticism, we also have wisdom. Wisdom. Calculation. Narcissa lightly prodded her cake with a silver fork. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Knowing which people are useful and which are dangerous. Knowing what to say and what to conceal. She offered a few practical tips: always have 3 excuses ready. Say you're caught out after hours, you need 3 different reasons for 3 different people. To the professor, I got lost coming back from the library. To the prefect, I lost a pet. To your friends, tell the truth, but make sure those friends are trustworthy. Never let anyone know you completely. Even your best friend should be kept from at least one secret. Secrets are leverage and armor. In Slytherin, value matters more than friendship. What can you offer? Knowledge? Resources? Protection? Figure out your own value, then seek out people who need it. Regulus listened carefully. Narcissa's words were cold, but they were honest, and useful. Andromeda visited the least, yet Regulus paid her the most attention. Of the 3 cousins, she showed him the most genuine goodwill. At 17, she was still a 7th year at Hogwarts, famous across the school as an outsider. She never joined the pure-blood cliques, preferring instead to discuss magical creatures with half-blood and muggle-born students. Bellatrix had reprimanded her for staining the bloodline more than once. Her visits to Grimald Place had become increasingly rare. Walburga did not welcome her, her thinking was problematic. On a rainy day in March 1972, Andromeda found Regulus in his room. "I'm leaving," she said without preamble. "Where?" "Leaving Britain." Andromeda sat in the chair by the window. Rain traced long, thin lines down the glass. "I'm going to marry Ted. He's Muggle-born. You know what that means." Regulus nodded. It meant disownment, her name scorched off the tapestry, the family refusing to acknowledge her existence. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Yes." Andromeda was honest. "Afraid of losing my family. Afraid of being cast out. Afraid of the uncertainty ahead. But even more afraid of staying here and slowly turning into someone I don't recognize." She looked at Regulus. "I know you're not like Sirius. You're clever, rational, you know how to compromise. But don't let compromise become surrender. Don't let this family consume you. You have your own heart, remember that." Regulus was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Thank you. Take care." Andromeda stood, paused at the doorway, and looked back. "And, if someday you need help, real help, come find me. I'll be in France." Another Black was leaving. July 1972. Sirius Black had finished his first year at Hogwarts and returned to 12, Grimald Place. He had changed a great deal. He had grown his hair long and was wearing Muggle jeans and a t-shirt picked up from James Potter, looking nothing like a proper pure-blood wizard. "James says Quidditch should allow some harmless jinxes to make the game more fun," he remarked casually at dinner. Walburga set down her cutlery. "James? That Potter boy? I recall their bloodline is still reasonably pure, but their taste." "Their taste is fine," Sirius cut in. "At least no one in their family drones on about glory, bloodlines, and duty all day long." The air at the table froze. Regulus quietly cut the roasted fish on his plate while observing Sirius. There was something bright in Sirius's eyes, a light that had never appeared inside Grimald Place. Perhaps it was freedom. He knew it, Sirius was about to leave this house for good. "Then there's Remus," Sirius continued, seemingly oblivious to his mother's darkening face. "He's practically a walking library, knows every obscure magical history detail the professors never cover. Peter's a bit timid, but he's a good sort." "Enough." Walburga's voice was frigid. "I have no interest in hearing trivia about your friends. Where is your report card?" "Upstairs. Passing marks in everything. Outstanding in flying. Exceeds expectations in defense against the dark arts." Sirius shrugged, utterly unfazed by his mother's tone. "Good enough. Good enough. Walburga stood, enraged. The heir to the Black family should excel in every subject. Should become a prefect. Should dash. I'm not the heir. Sirius stood as well, squaring off against her. Regulus is. You all made that choice long ago, didn't you? He looked at his brother. Regulus met his eyes but said nothing. Look at him, Sirius said, gesturing toward Regulus. Sitting ramrod straight, cutting his fish like he's performing a potions experiment. He's already ready to be the kind of black you want. So give me a break, won't you? He turned and left the dining room. Walburga moved to follow, but Orion placed a hand on hers. Let him go, Orion said. Some words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. He had foreseen this day years ago, and Regulus had contributed considerably to its arrival, though Orion had never intervened to stop it. Regulus finished his dinner, then went upstairs. At the staircase landing he found Sirius leaning against the wall, hands shoved in his jeans pockets, staring out at the dim street beyond the window. You think I went too far? Sirius did not turn around. I think you look happy. Regulus shook his head gently. Sirius paused, then turned to face him. At Hogwarts, I am happy, Sirius admitted. Gryffindor Tower is always noisy, someone is always doing something stupid, someone is always laughing. Not like this place dash. He glanced around the gloomy corridor. It's like a magnificent tomb. Tombs hold treasure too, Regulus remarked obliquely, if you know where to look. Every tragedy stems from a lack of power, he thought. And Sirius never once sought power, right up until his death. I don't want tomb treasure, Sirius shook his head. I want a life in the sunlight, even if it's brief. He studied his brother. You know what the funniest part is? James's parents, the Potters, they're pure blood too. But you never hear them going on about bloodlines. They care about whether James is happy, whether he's making friends, whether he's studying things that interest him, not whether he can uphold the family's honor. Regulus was silent. He knew this was true. In the original story, the Potters, though pure blood, had always been open-minded and normal. So you have a home now, Regulus said, with a trace of wistfulness. Sirius's expression softened. Yes. I have a home. Then his face hardened again. But you wouldn't understand. You've already chosen to stay here. He walked back to his room and closed the door softly. Regulus stood in the corridor, listening to the faint sound of Walburga complaining to Orion downstairs. I understand. But I won't make the same choice. Your home is Gryffindor, the Potters, but how long can that protect you? And can you protect them? When Voldemort truly rises, when war breaks out, when your Muggle-born friends become targets, you will choose to fight back. But you won't have the strength. You won't be able to protect anything. He shook his head, pushed the thoughts aside, and returned to his room. At the end of July, Orion set up a simple dueling ground in the rear courtyard to test Regulus's combat ability. Hogwarts is not just a school, he said. There is competition, conflict, unseen rivalries. You need to know how to defend yourself. Rules, non-harmful spells only. Begin. Orion did not hold back just because his opponent was an 11-year-old. He raised his wand and fired a silent disarming charm, fast and precise, aimed straight at Regulus's wrist. Regulus did not dodge, nor did he have a wand. He simply raised his left hand and opened his palm. The red jet of the spell struck an invisible barrier half a meter from him and scattered into silver sparks. A silent, wandless shield charm. Orion's eyebrows rose. He pressed the attack, impediment jinx, leglocker curse, full body bind, spells flying in from different angles at an accelerating pace. Regulus still did not move. He stood in place, arms hanging naturally at his sides, only occasionally adjusting the angle of a finger. Every spell was intercepted the instant before impact, some deflected, some dissolved, some absorbed. He had not even cast a single full-body shield charm, that would drain too much energy and could be broken by sustained fire. Instead, he produced a rapid succession of micro-shields, materializing precisely where needed, then vanishing the moment their task was done. After 30 seconds, Orion lowered his wand. You're using your will to manipulate magic directly, bypassing the spellcasting process entirely. His voice was laden with astonishment. His famously unflappable composure wavered. This level of skill was rare even among elite Aurors. And his younger son, barely 11 years old, was handling it with ease. Yes. Regulus nodded. No incantation or wand movement needed as an intermediary. Faster response, lower cost. Who taught you? I figured it out myself. Regulus said. In truth, it was a byproduct of the magic channeling exercises. Orion was quiet for a long time. He studied his son, surprise, pride, and a sliver of apprehension shifting through his gaze. At last he said, "You are exceptional, Regulus. Beyond my expectations." "Thank you." Regulus inclined his head slightly. Orion stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You will achieve extraordinary things. But at Hogwarts, you only need to be an excellent student, not an anomaly. Do you understand?" "I understand." Regulus nodded. "I will control how much I reveal." After the assessment, Orion took him to the deepest reaches of the family vault, a yet more hidden inheritance chamber, furnished with only a few dark wooden shelves. Orion produced 3 items. The first was a family ring, cast in silver, its face engraved with the black family crest. It was not the genuine article worn by the head of house, but a replica. "No authority of headship," Orion said, handing it to Regulus. "But it resonates with the family's protective magic. If you wear it when another member of the black family is in mortal danger, the ring grows warm. The hotter it gets, the greater the peril." Regulus accepted the ring, understanding what it signified. Though it carried no authority, it was itself a symbol of headship, and with it came obligation and responsibility. That obligation was Sirius. The second was a magical notebook. Its cover was some kind of black leather, warm to the touch, with no lock, only one of black blood could open it. Crafted from ancestral blood using secret methods, Orion explained. Whatever you write encrypts itself automatically. Only the original author can fully decipher it. Anyone else sees nothing but jumbled symbols, and any attempt to force it open triggers the contents to self-destruct. This was tacit permission. Orion knew Regulus would inevitably research dangerous subjects. Rather than forbid it, he simply provided a secure means of recording. The third was a meteorite amulet, a simple silver pendant set with a small dark gray stone whose surface bore the textured ridges of a fusion crust. A black ancestor brought this back from the Nordic lands. Said to have come from beyond the sky. It's been in the family for centuries, and no one has ever determined its magical properties. It simply never collects dust and always stays this exact temperature. Regulus took the amulet. The stone felt smooth and faintly warm, as though something alive flowed within it. "I think it suits you," Orion said. "Because where your eyes look is not the same place as ours." Finally, his father rested a hand on his shoulder. "Hogwarts is a small world. But remember, beyond the world, there are more worlds still." September 1, 1972, 10:47 a.m. Regulus Black came to a halt before the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. The 11-year-old was tall for his age, wearing a crisply pressed dark green robe with the black family crest pinned at his collar. His hair was pure black with the signature slight curl of the black family, and his calm gray eyes swept over his surroundings. In his left hand he carried a brand new dragonhide suitcase, while Berga had insisted on the most expensive, and in his right, a cage containing a snowy owl. The owl stood quietly inside, amber eyes peering through the bars. Unlike other owls, it showed no agitation, flapping no wings, only the occasional slow rotation of its head. Regulus took a deep breath. Through this wall lay another world, one he had studied in books for 10 years and was about to enter in person. He stepped forward. The sensation was like passing through a curtain of warm mist, and then sound rushed in. A cacophony of life and chaos, owl cries weaving a discordant chorus, cats yowling unhappily from baskets. Shrieks triggered by toads leaping from improperly fastened pockets, parents issuing last-minute reminders, and children screaming with excitement until their voices cracked. Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express lay along the tracks like an enormous crimson beast, its engine belching white steam that gathered beneath the platform canopy in roiling clouds. Students surged toward the carriage doors in a tide of multicolored robes. Regulus stood in place, his gaze calmly scanning the platform. He spotted the Potter family. Charles and Euphemia Potter stood nearby, wearing the kind of warm, easy smiles common to parents seeing their children off to school. 4 figures surrounded them. James Potter stood at the front, brown hair looking as though a hurricane had swept through it, glasses perched crookedly on his nose. He was waving his arms and demonstrating some dramatic maneuver to a thin boy carrying a battered suitcase, Remus Lupin. Peter Pettigrew hung half a step behind James, short, round-faced, eyes darting constantly. Sirius Black leaned against his luggage. At 13, he had shot up since last summer, his shoulders beginning to take on a young man's frame. He wore the Muggle jeans So despised, washed to a faded white with worn patches at the knees, a plain dark shirt, and a Gryffindor school robe hanging loosely over it. The robe had clearly been altered, the silver piping at the collar had been dyed scarlet and gold, and embroidered lion motifs showed at the cuffs. James said something, and Sirius threw his head back in laughter, a genuine, relaxed sound rising from deep in his chest. One hand rested on Remus's shoulder while the other gestured animatedly. Then his gaze swept the platform and found Regulus. The laughter naturally subsided. He did not look away, but neither did he nod nor wave. He simply watched, across 20 feet of distance, across the noisy crowd. Then James noticed too. "Hey!" James shouted, his voice cutting through the platform's din, "Look who it is. The little black snake, here to scope out the territory early." The shout drew the attention of other students and parents. Suddenly a great many eyes turned toward Regulus. Sirius placed a hand on James's shoulder, lightly, but James shut his mouth at once. Sirius said nothing, only shook his head, then turned and pulled open the carriage door, first to board the train. James followed, Remus and Peter close behind. Before climbing aboard, James cast one more glance at Regulus, a look mingling curiosity with hostility. Regulus picked up his suitcase and headed for the middle of the train. James Potter was not worth his attention. The interior of the Hogwarts Express was far more spacious than its exterior suggested, a textbook application of the undetectable extension charm. The corridor was carpeted in deep crimson, lined on both sides with sliding doors. Most were already shut, chatter and laughter seeping from within. Regulus walked the corridor in silence. Passing the third carriage, its door stood open. He glimpsed the scene inside. James had already shed his coat and was trying to stick chocolate frog cards to the ceiling. Peter was fussing with his luggage, head down. Remus sat by the window, a worn copy of A History of Magic in his hands. Sirius reclined across from him, legs propped on the empty seat, toying with a golden snitch model, procured from who knew where. Sirius looked up. His gaze traveled through the open doorway and met Regulus's. Then Sirius lowered his eyes and went back to fiddling with the snitch, as though he had seen nothing at all. Regulus walked on. Several more carriages passed, most fully occupied. Near the 7th carriage he spotted 2 figures. A red-haired girl with green eyes and a faint dusting of freckles. She wore a plain black robe, freshly laundered, with a simple silver brooch at the collar, Lily Evans, 2nd year. Beside her was a black-haired boy with greasy hair and sallow skin, his robe clearly second-hand and taken in, the cuffs worn thin, Severus Snape, also 2nd year. The two were talking in low voices. Snape leaned forward as he spoke, words coming fast, fingers tracing shapes in the air. Lily listened intently, nodding from time to time. As Regulus passed, Snape glanced up briefly. His eyes took in the dragonhide suitcase in Regulus's hand, the snowy owl in its cage, and the impeccably tailored, expensive dark green traveling robe. His lips pressed together, and something flashed in his eyes, a mix of hostility and wariness. Then he looked away and resumed talking to Lily. Regulus made his way to the 9th carriage, which was empty. He set his suitcase on the luggage rack, placed the owl cage beneath the opposite seat, sat down, and drew a notebook from inside his robe. He found the most recent page, variations of ancient runes and their relationship to magical energy flow efficiency. Below it ran a series of complex symbols, formulas, and diagrams. Some were standard ancient runes, but most were his own modified variants, simplified strokes, optimized magical conduction paths. He took out a quill, dipped it in ink, and began recording the previous night's thoughts. The train passed beyond the outskirts of London. The view shifted from dense urban buildings to scattered farmhouses, rolling fields, and an overcast sky with low-hanging clouds threatening rain. The compartment door was flung open without warning, crashing against the wall with a dull bang. Regulus finished a complex curve in his notes before looking up. In truth, he had not needed to look, he had sensed who it was before they even reached the door. Well, well. Look who it is. James Potter's voice was thick with theatrical flair. The little black prince, sitting here all alone studying the dark arts. Regulus did not react, simply watching James's performance in silence. James Potter might be a second year, but to Regulus he was no different from a small child. James strode into the compartment, Remus and Peter trailing behind. Remus's expression was uneasy. Peter clung nervously to the doorframe, as though ready to bolt at any moment. "I'm talking to you." James moved in front of Regulus, bending down to stare into his face, voice sharp. "I've heard you bully Sirius at home. Playing the good little boy, stealing all the attention." "James," Remus said quietly. Don't what?" James straightened up, his hand already reaching for the wand inside his robe. Regulus found it amusing. He had no idea how Sirius had described him to his friends, apparently claiming that Regulus bullied him. "James." Sirius's voice came from the corridor. He appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath. He said to James, "I told you not to come." "I'm just looking." James protested. "It's not like he's going to bite Dash." At that moment, two more people came running up. Lily Evans and Severus Snape. Snape took in the scene inside the compartment, and a contemptuous smirk curved the corner of his mouth. "How lively. Potter bullying first years again?" James whipped around. "None of your business, Snivellus." Then he noticed Lily Evans behind Snape, and his tone grew even harsher. "You again. Nosy Evans." Snape's face darkened instantly. His hand moved toward his wand. Lily grabbed his arm. "Severus, don't." But James was faster. "Expelliarmus." A jet of red light shot toward Snape. The compartment was narrow, barely 10 feet separated them. The spell reached Snape almost instantaneously. A wand slid of its own accord into Regulus's left hand. He made only the slightest flick, unhurried, effortless, without a single violent motion. But the spell stopped. Frozen in midair. The red light materialized in the open space, the disarming charm now hung there like a glowing crimson ribbon, one end connected to the tip of James's wand, the other suspended half a foot from Snape's chest, perfectly motionless. The entire compartment fell into absolute silence. James's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging slightly ajar. Remus drew a sharp breath. Peter let out a short yelp and immediately clapped a hand over his mouth. Sirius stood rigid in the doorway, fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. He wanted to draw his wand, but he held the impulse back. Siding with an outsider against his own brother, win or lose, it would not look good. Besides, he knew that even if he joined in, he could not win. Pressing the confrontation would only humiliate himself further. Snape stared at the motionless band of red light. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at Regulus. Lily's hand still gripped Snape's sleeve, but she had forgotten the gesture entirely, she simply stood there, staring. Regulus finally raised his head. He glanced at James with an expression as calm as if he were regarding a piece of furniture. Then he looked at the crimson ribbon. His right hand still held the quill, his left gripped his wand, which he flicked ever so slightly. The red light dimmed from vivid to dull, from solid to translucent, and then it broke apart, dissolving like a melting shard of ice into countless minute red motes. The motes drifted and spun through the air before vanishing without a sound. The process was neither fast nor slow. Everyone saw it clearly. The wand vanished abruptly from Regulus's hand. His left hand returned to the table. He lowered his gaze and resumed his notes, the quill moving across the page with a steady scratching. As though nothing had happened at all. The silence lasted at least 10 seconds. James Potter's wand arm was still raised, his posture frozen stiff as a statue. His eyes were stretched wide, the pupils behind his lenses reflecting nothing but empty air. Right there, 10 seconds ago, an intact disarming charm had been frozen, deconstructed, and dispersed, as though it had never existed. You. James's voice caught in his throat. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. What did you do? Regulus did not answer. He did not even look up at James again. James clenched his fist, as though engaged in some fierce internal debate. The dismissal infuriated him, but in the end he did not lash out. Because he knew, or rather, he had learned. In the appendix of The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, there was a brief mention, in theory, a sufficiently powerful wizard could dismantle a lesser caster's spell through direct magical interference. The more one understood, the more one grasped what that implied. James Potter was a prankster, arrogant, and biased against Slytherins, but he was not stupid. His father had taught him the fundamentals of spellcasting theory. He had watched adult wizards perform advanced magic. He had read the books. So he understood, what had just happened in front of him was not some first year's clever trick. It was something beyond his comprehension made manifest. And the person who had done it sat there quietly, as if James were an insect not worth noticing. James's fist tightened around his wand, its edge digging into his palm. He wanted to say something cutting to save face, but his throat was dry and not a single word would come. What spell was that? Remus's voice was very soft. He shifted his body to stand between James and Regulus. It wasn't a spell. Sirius spoke up. He walked into the compartment and stood beside James, his gaze resting on Regulus. He had not expected Regulus to have reached such a level. He recognized it as some form of extraordinary skill, and the realization stirred a tangle of emotions too complicated to name. Perhaps some family secret I was never taught. What's that supposed to mean? James turned to him, his tone curt. It means you can't beat him. Sirius kept his voice deliberately calm. Between his best friend and his brother, he did not want to appear to take sides. Then he added, at least not right now. So don't provoke him. James opened his mouth to argue, but he looked at Regulus, then at the spot where the spell had vanished, and in the end said nothing. Regulus finally glanced at Sirius, a barely perceptible nod, then lowered his head once more. They left. In the corridor, Lily Evans and Severus Snape still stood there. Lily's hand had released Snape's sleeve, but she remained at his side, green eyes wide, looking between Regulus and the spot where the spell had disappeared. Snape's expression was darker than usual. He stared at Regulus, every line of his face radiating wariness. Are you all right? Lily spoke first, asking Regulus. Regulus looked up, his gaze passing over Lily and Snape in turn. Thank you both for coming, though strictly speaking, it is Mr. Snape who deserves the gratitude. The spell was aimed at him. Lily blinked, surprised by the remark, though it was true. No. I mean, it was nothing. The corner of Snape's mouth twitched. He was still watching Regulus. How did you do that? Regulus did not answer at once. He rose and introduced himself. Before I answer, perhaps we should know each other first. I am Regulus Black. Black? Lily's eyes widened slightly. You're Sirius Black's brother? Regulus inclined his head, his right shoulder and hand extending slightly outward in a small, courteous gesture. I'm Lily Evans. Hearing the name confirmed startled her, she quietly drew a breath. Her tone became a touch more formal. Second year, Gryffindor. This is Severus Snape, also second year, Slytherin. Snape's lips pressed into a thin line. He gave only a stiff, minimal nod. Regulus acknowledged them both with a nod. I know your names. Lily blinked. You do. Professor Slughorn mentioned you, Regulus said, his tone natural, as though stating simple fact. He said Hogwarts has 2 second-year students whose talent in potions far surpasses their peers, Lily Evans and Severus Snape. He suggested that, given the chance, I should exchange ideas with you. Lily's face flushed, with pleasure. Her eyes brightened, and her lips curved into a genuine smile. Really? Professor Slughorn said that. Snape's reaction was more complex. His chin lifted slightly, a flicker of pride at being acknowledged, yet suspicion still lurked in his eyes. He was all too familiar with such phrasing. Talent far surpassing their peers sounded like a compliment, but in Slytherin, that kind of praise often came with a silent footnote, but your blood doesn't match your talent. So you know who we are, Snape said, his voice a touch hoarse, steering the conversation back to what mattered. But what we just witnessed, that is absolutely not something a first year should be able to do. Mr. Black. Regulus studied him. He knew the young Snape was sensitive, insecure, and yet fiercely proud, a walking contradiction. Toward purebloods, he was simultaneously guarded and longing to be accepted. Regulus explained, spell analysis and magical interference. The principle is not complicated, it simply demands an extremely high degree of control precision. And magical perception, he added silently. How high? Snape pressed. Not only sensitive, insecure, and proud, also lacking in manners, Regulus noted to himself. But he did not mind. Snape was valuable. High enough that most adult wizards cannot do it, Regulus answered calmly. I have been practicing for a long time. Lily looked at him with curiosity. How old were you when you started practicing magic? Since I can remember, Regulus said lightly. We have a library at home. The Black family library was famous, of course, as was the private collection of every ancient house. But no number of books could make a child self-teach an advanced magical technique. Lily, however, accepted the explanation. She came from a Muggle household, there were no libraries of magical tomes in her home, and she had no frame of reference for how pureblood families educated their children. She nodded, and her green eyes warmed with a few more degrees of friendliness. So you're the studious type, too. Studying is a necessity, Regulus agreed with a nod. For a wizard, knowledge is power. For Muggles even more so, he added in his mind. The remark made Snape's eyebrow rise. He regarded Regulus anew, and some of the wariness in his gaze gave way to a measure of approval. Then, Snape asked, which house are you expecting? Slytherin, Regulus said without hesitation. It is the family tradition. Lily's expression dimmed for an instant. She glanced at Snape, then at Regulus, her lips parting as though about to say something before she finally managed, Slytherin, isn't bad. Severus is there. At the same time, the thought ran through her mind, but there are also plenty of people there who despise someone like me. Regulus read the subtext. He simply nodded. Every house has people worth learning from, and people not worth wasting your time on. That brought the brightness back to Lily's face, and she smiled. You're right. Well then, see you at the sorting. See you at the sorting. Lily tugged Snape's sleeve. We should head back, Severus. Snape gave Regulus one final look, nodded, and turned to leave. Lily waved goodbye at Regulus and followed. The compartment fell quiet once more. The rain had stopped without anyone noticing. Cracks opened in the cloud cover and the last light of sunset slanted in from the west, dyeing the compartment a warm orange. The silhouette of the Scottish Highlands was already faintly visible, dark green mountains rising and falling in the dusk. A gentle female voice came over the train's broadcast, announcing that the train would be arriving shortly and asking all students to gather their belongings. Regulus closed his notebook and tucked it back inside his robe. The train hurtled along the tracks, wheels striking rail joints in a steady rhythm, clack clack, clack clack. It arrived at exactly 7 o'clock. The night sky blazed with stars. There was no moon, yet the starlight was bright enough to illuminate the bobbing heads and billowing steam on the platform. Cold, damp air surged into the carriage, carrying the distinctive Highland blend of earth, pine needles, and magic. First years. This way. A booming voice rang across the platform. Regulus stepped off the train with the flow of students. The platform was packed. Older students streamed toward the waiting carriages while the first years gathered around a towering figure holding a lantern aloft. It was Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper and keeper of keys. He stood like a small, mobile hill, the amber glow of the lantern illuminating his bushy beard and friendly grin. "Come on, follow me. Watch your step now." Regulus followed the first-year procession down a steep, narrow path. It wound through dense woodland, the stones beneath their feet slick with moisture, the darkness so complete that all one could see was the outline of the robe ahead and the occasional swirl of lantern light. They rounded a bend. The trees parted abruptly, and the view opened wide. A vast, pitch-black lake lay before them, its surface still as glass, reflecting a sky full of stars. And on the cliff across the water stood Hogwarts Castle. Towers and spires rose like a forest of stone piercing the night sky. Windows glowed with warm yellow light, as though scattered stars had been caught and sealed within the rock. The castle shimmered faintly under the starlight, ancient, majestic, mysterious, like a living legend waiting to be entered. The first years gasped collectively. Some whispered in awe, others seized a companion's arm in excitement. Regulus stood at the water's edge, face tilted upward toward the castle. He had read countless descriptions in books, imagined it countless times in dreams, but the real Hogwarts surpassed every description and every imagining combined, grander, more sweeping, more wondrous. It was a dream. And the place where dreams began. No more than 4 to a boat. Hagrid's voice pulled everyone back to reality. He pointed to a row of small boats moored along the shore, tiny, wooden, without oars, but they would move on their own. The first years began splitting into groups. Regulus climbed into a boat with 3 other unfamiliar boys, a redhead covered in freckles, probably a Weasley. The other 2 were a dark-haired boy with a tense expression and a blonde boy who kept fussing with his collar. The boats glided silently toward the center of the lake. The water was black, fathomlessly deep. Something moved beneath the surface, casting vast, slow-moving shadows. Occasionally a dorsal fin broke the water, glinting coldly in the starlight. "That's the giant squid," the red-headed boy whispered, his voice a blend of fear and excitement. "My brother says it doesn't hurt anyone. It even rescues students who fall in." The boat lurched, and everyone grabbed the gunwale. Regulus sat steady. He looked down into the water, at the moving shadows, at the stars reflected on its surface. Then he raised his head and fixed his gaze on the approaching castle. Through the brightly lit windows, he could picture what lay inside. For house tables laden with food, older students deep in conversation, professors murmuring among themselves at the high table. And at the far end of the great hall, atop a wooden stool, the battered old sorting hat waited, ready to croak its way through the Hogwarts school song. The boats touched the shore. They climbed a flight of stone steps and arrived before an enormous oak door. Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked 3 times. The door opened. Professor McGonagall stood inside, dressed in deep green robes, her hair swept into a severe bun, her expression as solemn as if she were presiding over a trial. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her voice clear and composed, carrying far in the echoing hall. "Before you enter the great hall for the sorting ceremony, there are a few things I must explain." Regulus stood among the first years, listening as Professor McGonagall outlined the house system, the house cup, and the rules of conduct. His eyes, however, drifted through the crack of the open doors to the scene beyond. Inside the great hall, over 1,000 candles floated in midair. For long tables were packed with students, silverware reflecting the candlelight, robes forming rivers of color. Scarlet and gold. Yellow and black. Blue and bronze. Green and silver. At the high table, he spotted familiar faces. Dumbledore sat in the center, the blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles regarding the chattering young witches and wizards with gentle warmth. Slughorn reclined with his great belly, beaming broadly. The tiny Professor Flitwick perched on a high chair, deep in conversation with the kindly Professor Sprout beside him. Regulus's gaze swept across the Slytherin table. Nearly everyone sat with studied composure, working hard to maintain an air of noble dignity. At the Gryffindor table, James Potter sat bolt upright, eyes locked on the door. Sirius sat beside him, not looking toward the door, talking to Remus. Lily Evans sat not far off, excitedly telling a dark-haired girl beside her something. "Now, form a single line," Professor McGonagall said. "Follow me." The first years nervously straightened their robes and lined up. Regulus stood near the middle, ahead of him, a sniffling girl, behind him, a boy who would not stop trembling. They walked into the great hall. Hundreds of eyes fell upon them. Whispers surged and receded like waves. Regulus could feel the scrutiny, the curiosity, the anticipation, the disdain within those gazes. He walked calmly, eyes fixed straight ahead. At the far end of the hall, Professor McGonagall halted beside a tall stool upon which sat a ragged, patched, pointed wizard's hat. It moved suddenly, the brim splitting open like a mouth, and began to sing. The song was ancient and raspy, recounting the history and character of each house. Regulus listened, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. He was thinking about the train, James's stunned face, Remus's look of awe, Peter's terrified trembling. About Sirius not speaking to him. About the stars outside the window. The song ended. Applause filled the hall, and Professor McGonagall unfurled a long scroll of parchment. "When I call your name, please step forward and put on the sorting hat." The first name was called. A girl walked up, shaking, and the hat dropped over her head. A few seconds later it bellowed, "Hufflepuff." The yellow and black table erupted in cheers. Name after name. House after house. Regulus waited. Regulus Black. The murmuring swelled abruptly. Nearly everyone knew the name, even the Muggleborns were aware that his brother had shattered 5 centuries of Black tradition the year before by going to Gryffindor. All eyes were on the young Black, waiting to see where he would go. Regulus walked forward calmly and sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. The hat was large, it slid down, blocking his vision and shutting out the light. Then a thin voice spoke directly inside his mind. Another Black. Clever, very clever. Far more mature than your years. What are you thinking about? Not power, not glory. You are looking towards somewhere farther, very far indeed. Regulus kept his mind calm. Ravenclaw would suit your intellect. You do not lack courage, either. But you need access to that knowledge. In that case, best place you in Dash. The hat drew a deep breath and bellowed, "Slytherin." The green and silver table burst into fervent applause. Rabaston led the clapping, Avery and Mulciber joined in, though their expressions were complicated. Boos rose from the Gryffindor table, James loudest among them, but Sirius made no sound. Regulus stood and walked to the Slytherin table. He sat down beside Rabaston. "Welcome," Rabaston said. "Thank you," Regulus replied. The Slytherins around him offered handshakes one by one. The sorting continued. Regulus watched other familiar names called, watched new students drift toward their houses. But his attention was no longer on any of that. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling high above the great hall, enchanted to mirror the sky outside at this very moment. The Milky Way arced across it, stars beyond counting, infinitely deep. Even a culinary wasteland has its oases, and the Hogwarts dinner was thoroughly satisfying. Lucretius Borgin, the Slytherin 7th-year prefect, had already risen to his feet, tapping a silver spoon against a goblet. "Slytherin first years, follow me." Regulus and 11 other new students left the long table and followed him through a side door of the great hall, descending a lengthy spiral staircase of stone. The deeper they went, the cooler the air grew. The walls turned to polished black marble, and the torches burned with an eerie emerald flame. At last they halted before a bare stone wall, its only feature a crudely carved serpent. The prefect turned to face the first years. "I am Lucretius Borgin, 7th-year prefect." His gaze swept across every face, lingering an extra moment on Regulus. Welcome to Slytherin. Before we enter, a few things to be clear on. First, Slytherin values blood, ambition, and intellect. All three are indispensable. Second, loyalty is paramount here. Loyalty to your own. Your roommates and your housemates are your most reliable future allies, or your most dangerous enemies. Third, Slytherin has no room for weakness. Crying and tattling will only make you a laughingstock. His gaze swept over Regulus once more. Finally, remember this, last year's unfortunate incident with the Black family brought shame upon Slytherin. Let us hope that this year, someone will restore that reputation. The implication could hardly have been more explicit. Several first-years snuck glances at Regulus. Regulus's expression remained calm. He said nothing. He knew there would be a show tonight. The prefect turned to the wall and spoke clearly, "Glory." The serpent's eyes flared red, and the wall slid open without a sound. The Slytherin common room. The room was long and rectangular, draped in silver and green hangings from its ceiling. One entire wall was transparent enchanted glass, offering a view of the depths of the Black Lake beyond. The giant squid drifted past at a leisurely pace. Luminous jellyfish floated like specters. The fireplace burned with soundless emerald flames. The furniture was dark wood and silver fittings, upholstered in dark green velvet. Portraits of famous Slytherins from ages past lined the walls, their stern eyes scrutinizing the newcomers. Several older students already occupied the room. As the first years filed in, every gaze turned their way, curious, indifferent, amused. Lucretius strode to the fireplace. "You're free to settle in. The dormitory assignments are posted on that wall." The first years surged toward the parchment. Regulus was in no hurry, he stood in place and surveyed the common room. Then he heard his name, not someone calling for him, but someone talking about him. The voice came from the sofa area on the right, where a group of fifth-year boys lounged. The speaker was a black-haired boy with a hooked nose and a mocking grin. Another black, why didn't he toddle off to the lion's den with the other one? The boys around him laughed. Not kindly. The common room went quiet. The upperclassmen paused their conversations. The younger students held their breath. No one intervened, they were all waiting to see how this new black would react. Regulus turned slowly to face the speaker. "Were you addressing me?" His voice was level, unhurried. The hook-nosed boy raised an eyebrow. "If you're Regulus Black, then yes. I am. Was there something you needed?" Regulus knew someone would step up. He had been hoping for it. The boy rose to his feet. He stood a head taller than Regulus, and the silver embroidery at his cuffs bore the Travers family crest. "Just curious," he said, sauntering closer. "Is the entire Black generation this headstrong? Your brother chose Gryffindor. What about you? Planning to stick around in Slytherin? For a term? Or until you find more interesting friends?" His cronies laughed again, gradually encircling Regulus. Regulus's grey eyes held the boy's gaze, without the slightest ripple. "Mr. Travers," he said, naming the family. "If I recall correctly, the Travers family intermarried with a Muggle merchant in the 18th century to salvage their near-bankrupt family business. The affair is detailed in Secret Histories of the Pure-Blood Families, Chapter 7, Section 3. Shall I point you to the exact paragraph? Your pride has a stain." The boy's face flushed crimson. Whispers around the room grew louder. Several upperclassmen exchanged glances. "What rubbish are you spouting?" His voice shot upward. Secret Histories of the Pure-Blood Families, by Broderick Bode, citing the original commercial contracts and marriage registration records. Regulus's voice remained calm. "Shall I recite the passage?" The boy's mouth opened and closed without producing sound. His fists clenched, knuckles white. Regulus watched him and continued, "Of course, that was the past. What matters is the present. You mentioned being headstrong just now. I don't consider independent thinking a flaw. In fact, it is blind obedience that is truly pathetic. His gaze swept the entire common room. The cronies looked away, one by one. Slytherin values intellect. Intellect means thinking for oneself. It means knowing what is worth pursuing, and what is beneath notice. My brother chose his path. I chose mine. That is what it means to have a mind of one's own. And you dash. Regulus looked at the boy, his gaze calm yet carrying an unmistakable weight. You chose to prove your relevance with a juvenile provocation on the first night of term. Is that your idea of having a mind of your own? Every eye in the room shifted from Regulus to Travers. The boy's face cycled through red, white, and gray-green. His hand darted toward his robe, reaching for his wand. But Regulus was faster. A wand appeared in his hand in an instant. A single, light tap in the air. The space before the boy warped. An invisible barrier materialized the instant his wand cleared his robe. The wand struck it with a soft clink, spun from his grip, and spiraled toward the ceiling. Then it froze in midair, motionless. A precision interception. Regulus flicked his wrist, and the wand began a slow, measured descent, as though cradled by an unseen hand, gliding smoothly back down to land upright at the boy's feet, tip resting lightly on the carpet. The entire process was quiet, elegant, and devoid of any heat. If you truly want a contest, Regulus said, stowing his wand, I suggest you first learn to hold on to yours. Several younger students were on the verge of gasping aloud when Regulus took a step forward. The cronies exchanged glances and silently parted. An older girl started to speak, but another pulled her back and shook her head. Now, Regulus said, his was the only voice in the common room, pick it up. His voice was no louder than before, yet every person heard it clearly. Someone looked toward Lucretius. He did nothing. Travers's face was crimson to the point of bursting, his hair practically standing on end, his body trembling, eyes blazing as though he wanted to devour Regulus alive. Regulus gazed back, serene. The rest of the room wore expressions that were difficult to read. A first year making a fifth year unable even to draw his wand, the meaning was lost on nobody. Powerful. Not to be provoked. And humiliating. The insult was unmistakably deliberate. In an instant, every impression of Regulus shifted from, the one whose family produced a traitor, to something else entirely. Regulus had not needed a wand for any of this, but he had promised Orion he would avoid appearing abnormal at school. So he used the wand. Travers's chest heaved violently. Just when some expected him to fight back, he stooped, snatched up his wand, and stormed through the crowd with his head down, vanishing around the corner to the dormitories. His cronies melted away after him, not a single tough word among them. Regulus turned and walked to the dormitory assignment list on the wall. The first years parted to make way. That was hardly even a confrontation, just bullying a child, Regulus reflected, thoroughly uninterested. The boy was not only weak but foolish. He knew the provocation had been arranged, but he did not mind. He welcomed it. The common room remained hushed. Whispers only resumed once he reached the wall, and they were mostly stunned murmurs. Several upperclassmen exchanged looks. A seventh-year girl with long, deep brown hair and a rosier family brooch murmured to her companion, "He is interesting." A boy from the Knott family nodded, his gaze lingering on Regulus for a long time. A haughty-looking older boy asked, "Did you follow that?" An elegantly composed girl beside him nodded in silence. The younger students were thoroughly stunned. A first-year girl clutched her companion's arm, voice agitated, was that a non-verbal spell? A first year? The round-faced boy beside her swallowed hard. I think so. Regulus paid them no mind. He found his name on the list. First year dormitory A. Regulus Black. Avery Cuthbert. Hermes Mulciber. Alex Rosier. The dormitory lay deeper down the corridor, behind a heavy oak door marked A. Regulus pushed it open. The room was spacious, 4 four-poster beds stood in each corner, hung with dark green curtains. Every student had a private study area, with a view of the Black Lake. 2 people were already inside. Avery Cuthbert sat on the bed by the window, organizing his stationery. He was blond and blue-eyed, chin slightly raised. Seeing Regulus, he gave a brief nod. Black. Cuthbert. Another boy occupied the bed farthest in, black-haired, pallid, shadows under his eyes as though permanently etched there. He held a battered copy of Curses and Counter-Curses. Hermes Mulciber. He looked up at Regulus once, eyes sullen, and nodded. Regulus set his suitcase on an empty bed and began unpacking, textbooks arranged on the shelf in timetable order, quills and ink set in place, robes hung in the wardrobe. The door opened again. A fourth boy entered, brown hair, gray eyes, mild features, wearing a robe that was neat but not lavish. Alex Rosier. A branch of the Rosier family. Both parents held low-level positions at the Ministry of Magic. The family lacked the standing of the main line, but they were still pureblood. Hello. Alex's voice was gentle. I'm Alex Rosier. Avery glanced at him and nodded faintly. Cuthbert. Hermes did not look up. Regulus Black, said Regulus. Alex smiled and placed his suitcase on the last empty bed, directly across from Regulus. The atmosphere in the room was faintly charged. Regulus assessed them silently. Avery represented the haughty inner circle of pureblood society. Hermes was the brooding dark arts enthusiast. Alex was the mild-mannered pureblood from the margins. Avery addressed Regulus. Just now in the common room, you humiliated Travers. Regulus did not turn around. He brought it on himself. His uncle is fairly senior in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And? Avery allowed himself a small smile, one that said, I appreciate you. And you did a fine job. The Travers family has always fancied itself upper crust, but everyone knows their dirty laundry. Regulus turned to face him. Avery leaned against the headboard. My father says Slytherin needs fresh blood this year. Real talent, not dead weight who can only flaunt a family tree. He studied Regulus. You don't look like dead weight. And you? Regulus countered. Avery blinked. What? Regulus asked again, are you dead weight? Alex, in the middle of unpacking, looked up but said nothing. Avery held Regulus's gaze for 2 silent seconds. You'll find out, he said. Regulus inclined his head. I look forward to it. Hermes spoke suddenly, his voice low, that move, knocking his wand away, how did you do it? All eyes turned to Regulus. Shield charm, Regulus said, plus a few small techniques. What techniques? Hermes pressed. Can you cast a shield charm? Regulus answered the question with a question. The shield charm was classified as a defense spell of moderate difficulty. In the original stories, even adult wizards did not necessarily master it reliably. The Weasley twins had once discovered that most ministry employees could not produce a decent shield charm. Hogwarts placed it on the 5th-year OWL examination, meaning it was a spell expected to require 2 to 3 years of foundational study before it could be properly learned. The roommates were all pureblood, they understood exactly what it meant for a first year to cast a shield charm. And Regulus had obviously mastered it long before arriving. Hermes asked nothing further. The look in his eyes had changed, though suspicion outweighed surprise. Alex inhaled sharply. My father says only a handful of people at the ministry can cast one effectively. Avery stared at Regulus. My father says dash. Regulus cut him off. Why don't you say something of your own? Avery stiffened. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. What could he say? All his life, no one had ever asked him that. In the Cuthbert household, father's word was gospel. At the pureblood gatherings, the elders' judgments were the benchmark. Even in Slytherin, the upperclassman's experience was the guide. He had grown accustomed to quoting, relaying, borrowing someone else's authority to prop up his own views. Avery felt something unfamiliar and scalding crawl up his spine. It was shame. He realized he had been wearing his father's authority like armor, and the person in front of him had seen through it at a glance. He took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness, and lifted his chin a fraction higher. The shield charm demands precise magical control and clarity of intent. Avery's voice was not entirely steady. The former requires prolonged practice, the latter, a resolute will. Most first years can't even make a feather hover steadily. He looked at Regulus. So you're not like most. Regulus nodded, accepting the answer. Then neither are you, he said. Avery blinked. If you can see all that, Regulus continued, it means you have observational ability and judgment. Not dead weight. All right, Avery said after a beat of silence, and then he laughed. He shrugged and leaned back against the headboard. Alex Rosier had been holding his breath the entire time. He looked at Regulus, then at Avery, eyes full of bewilderment and unease. In his household, that mild, polite, perpetually rule-abiding branch of the Rosiers, no one spoke like this. So direct. So sharp. He admired Regulus's composure, yet there was something behind it that unsettled him. He doesn't seem 11, Alex thought. He's more like those departmental directors who strode through the ministry corridors, every syllable a calculation. He decided he would write to his parents tonight and ask what exactly was known about the Black family's younger son. The room fell into silence. The very first class at Hogwarts, for the Slytherin first years, was potions. In the wizarding world's hierarchy of disciplines, potions was the measure of whether a witch or wizard was rigorous, precise, and patient. And Slytherin, at least in name, was supposed to be the house that embodied those qualities best. The potions classroom lay one level below ground, slightly higher than the Slytherin common room but just as cold. Most students had already arrived when Regulus walked in. The long tables were arranged neatly, each equipped with 2 cauldron stands, a basic toolkit, and a pile of ingredients. He checked the seating chart. Slughorn had clearly put thought into it. Slytherin and Gryffindor shared the class, but the seats were interspersed, ostensibly to encourage inter-house exchange, or more likely for the entertainment value. Regulus's seat was in the 3rd row. His desk partner was a Gryffindor girl, blonde, freckled, nervously leafing through magical drafts and potions, and muttering under her breath. Seeing him sit down, she looked up and her eyes brightened. "You're Regulus Black." "I am. I'm Mary MacDonald." Her words came quickly. "I heard that yesterday on the train, you made James Potter's spell disappear." News traveled fast. Regulus nodded without elaborating. Mary, heartened by the confirmation, pressed on with enthusiasm, "You should have made James Potter disappear along with it." "I've heard they're awful." Regulus was mildly surprised. James had already made a name for himself, and Sirius had undoubtedly contributed. Mary had refrained from saying more only because he was present. A bad reputation, Gryffindor was already fed up. Mary seemed about to ask something else, but the classroom door opened abruptly. Professor Horace Slughorn walked in. He was rotund and ruddy-cheeked, wearing a dark green robe lavishly embroidered with gold, the buttons across his belly straining valiantly. "Ah! Welcome, welcome." Slughorn's voice boomed, dripping with performative enthusiasm. "Welcome to the world of potions, the most exquisite, most perilous, and most rewarding of all the magical arts." He swept to the front of the room, palms flat on the desk, and surveyed the class. "I am Horace Slughorn, your potions professor. For the next 7 years, or at least until you've sat your OWLS, I shall guide you through the marvels that lie within the cauldron." His eyes traveled across every face. "Some of you may already have heard of me. Some may have heard of my little club. But I assure you, in my classroom, what matters is your ability, your focus, and above all, your passion for this art." The outcome of the potions class was never in doubt. When Professor Slughorn called time and instructed everyone to bottle their potions, Regulus's submission stood in stark contrast on the front desk. The liquid in the other vials was off color, cloudy, or flecked with impurities, some were even emitting suspicious bubbles. Only Regulus's potion, a clear, pale green fluid, gleamed with a healthy luster in its glass vial, not a trace of sediment when left to settle. Slughorn held it up to the light for a long while, unabashed delight spreading across his round face. "Exemplary," he announced, voice ringing through the underground classroom. "Mr. Black, the quality of this potion has already reached the standard for outstanding. Tell me, did you employ any special technique? I simply processed each ingredient according to its properties, Professor, Regulus answered calmly. Snake fang powder needs to be fully dissolved. The concentration of magic is highest at the tip of a porcupine quill. And the neutralizing action of the flobberworm mucus requires precise timing. Slughorn's eyes lit up. You mentioned the point of highest magical concentration, you observed that yourself? Yes, Professor. By sensing the faint magical energy radiating from the ingredients. Whispers rippled through the room. Sensing ingredient magic. Was that something a first year was supposed to know? Slughorn gave Regulus an appreciative look but did not press further. He simply nodded, come to my office after class, Mr. Black. After the lesson, Regulus spent 10 minutes in Slughorn's office. The portly professor enthusiastically showed off his collection of rare ingredients, hinted at the existence of the Slug Club, and presented Regulus with a small vial of Felix Felicis as encouragement. It was a diluted version, but for a first year, it was an extraordinary gift. Nurture that talent, my boy. Slughorn patted his shoulder as he showed him out. Potions demands more than deft hands, it demands a keen perception. You have the gift. Regulus thanked him and tucked the diluted Felix Felicis into the inner pocket of his robe. Used wisely, it could save a life, used carelessly, it was trouble. Transfiguration was held in a bright second-floor classroom with spacious windows, abundant sunlight, and air carrying faint notes of wood and parchment. Professor McGonagall was already waiting at the front, dressed in deep green robes, hair in its customary severe bun, expression solemn. Transfiguration, she began once all students were seated, is the most complex, the most dangerous, and the most elegant branch of magic. It demands precise incantation, clear intent, and a thorough understanding of matter. She raised her wand and tapped lightly. A match on the desk transformed into a silver needle. Today we begin with the most fundamental exercise, match to needle. Matches were distributed. Students began their attempts. The classroom soon filled with garbled incantations and wand waving. Most students' matches merely twisted and warped into some hybrid halfway between match and needle. Regulus picked up the match on his desk and examined it closely. This match was a stable material structure, the arrangement of wood fibers, the composition of the sulfur head, the overall shape and density. Transfiguration could alter this entire structure. Rearranging the wood fibers into a metallic crystalline structure, converting the sulfur into a silver needle tip, all while maintaining the object's continuity and integrity. He raised his wand and spoke the incantation softly, Vera Virto. The wand tip gave the lightest of taps. The match trembled on the desk and began a gradual transformation. The wooden body shifted from brown to silver white. The grain vanished. The surface became smooth. The sulfur head contracted and reshaped into a sharp needle point. The entire process lasted 3 seconds. When it ended, a perfect silver needle lay on the desk, its eye clear, its shaft perfectly straight. Professor McGonagall happened to be passing his desk at that moment. She stopped and looked down at the needle. She picked it up and examined it against the light. A flawless transformation, she said, a thread of surprise in her voice. Achieved on the first attempt. No repeated tries, no residual material. Mr. Black, have you practiced this spell before? I've studied the principle, Professor, Regulus replied. But today was my first time applying it to a match-to-needle transformation. The principle? Regarding the stability of material structures and the efficiency of conversion. Regulus seized the opening. I've been thinking about a question, Professor. May I ask? McGonagall raised an eyebrow slightly. Go on. The purpose of transfiguration is to change an object. Regulus held up the silver needle. From a match to a needle. But in this process, what exactly are we changing? Is it the object's essential properties, or merely its outward form? If the former, has the match truly become a needle? If the latter, how does it differ from an illusion? The classroom went silent. Even students still wrestling with their matches looked up. McGonagall's expression sharpened with focus. She studied Regulus for several seconds, then spoke deliberately, that is a question usually reserved for upper-year students, Mr. Black. But I would very much like to know the answer, Professor. McGonagall set the needle down and returned to the front of the room, addressing the entire class. Mr. Black has raised a profound question. The fundamental difference between transfiguration and illusion lies in material continuity. An illusion is an appearance conjured from nothing, it has no material basis. Transfiguration, however, guides existing matter to reorganize along a path set by the magic. She picked up another match and tapped it with her wand, it became a feather. This feather, she raised it, was once a match. Its material basis has not vanished, it has simply been rearranged. That is why true transfiguration requires understanding the nature of matter. You must know how wood can become the structure of a feather. You must guide the conversion process, not merely alter the appearance. She looked at Regulus. Does that satisfy you? Partially, Professor. Regulus inclined his body slightly. But it raises another question. If transfiguration is simply material reorganization, then what about the vanishing spell? The vanishing spell causes an object to disappear completely. Where does its matter go? Or is the vanishing spell an extreme form of transfiguration, transforming matter into nothing? This time, even McGonagall fell silent. The classroom was utterly still. Every eye was on the professor. The students did not grasp the significance of the question, they were simply waiting for her answer. McGonagall drew a deep breath. The vanishing spell is an EWT-level material, involving matter-energy conversion and interdimensional magical theory. Focus on the exercises at hand, Mr. Black. A flawless match-to-needle transformation is commendable, 5 points to Slytherin. She returned to the front and resumed instructing the rest of the class. For the remainder of the lesson, Regulus could feel McGonagall's gaze landing on him from time to time. Regulus stayed silent through the second half. He already knew the answer, but he had gauged that McGonagall's attitude toward him differed markedly from Slughorn's. A matter of choosing sides. After transfiguration, Regulus had barely stepped out of the classroom when someone intercepted him. Narcissa Black stood at the bend in the corridor, her golden hair nearly luminous in the sunlight. At 17 and in her 7th year, she already carried the poise of a mature elegance. Her deep green school robe was pressed without a single crease, the silver Slytherin badge at her collar polished to a mirror shine. Regulus. Cousin Narcissa. A word. She turned and led him down a secluded side passage, far from the main corridor, lit only by a few tall windows. Narcissa stopped and faced him. I've already heard about last night in the common room, she said without preamble. You humiliated the Travers boy in front of everyone. He brought it on himself. I know. Narcissa's tone carried a note of approval. Alger Travers is a fool. His father's position at the ministry was purchased through a marriage alliance, not earned. But that isn't the issue. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. The issue is that you revealed too much, Regulus. Your first day. Your first night. That level of display in front of all of Slytherin, do you understand what that means? Regulus looked at her evenly. It means I'm not someone to be trifled with. It means you've entered certain people's line of sight, Narcissa corrected. Far sooner than you intended. She glanced around to confirm they were alone, then continued, at breakfast, Robaston Lestrange, you know him, Rodolphus's younger brother. He was asking a great many questions about you. What kind of training you received at home, how strong your magical talent is, your views on certain matters. Which matters? You know which. Narcissa fixed him with a hard look. The great gentleman is taking an interest in talented young wizards, pure-blood ones in particular. Your brother's betrayal damaged the black standing in his eyes. But now you've appeared, younger, more gifted, and by all appearances, more aligned with expectations. Narcissa's tone turned grave. Bellatrix already knows. She'll contact you soon, perhaps by owl, perhaps in person at Hogwarts. She will test you, evaluate you, and then decide whether to recommend you to the great gentleman. Regulus was quiet for several seconds. So what do you suggest, he asked. Rein it in. At least in public. You can display talent, but not to that degree. At Hogwarts, with a professor like Slughorn who collects geniuses, your reputation will spread fast. And when a reputation reaches the wrong ears, it brings trouble, or opportunity, depending on how you look at it. I already am holding back, Regulus thought. And besides, this is precisely what I intended. But the timing is still too early. At 11, one was only suitable for observation. Even Voldemort would not send an 11-year-old on a mission. He was not some African warlord in need of child soldiers. Narcissa softened her tone. I'm not lecturing you. You're smarter than me, Regulus. I knew that from the time you were 5. But clever people sometimes trust themselves too much and overlook their surroundings. Regulus nodded. Thank you for the warning, cousin. But I have my own considerations. I knew you'd say that. Narcissa sighed. Very well. But remember, last night isn't over. Travers won't let it go. He probably won't come at you himself, but he'll send others, upperclassmen, or his lackeys. That's how things work in Slytherin. I welcome anyone, anytime. In front of a cousin he was reasonably close to, Regulus allowed himself a more casual air. Narcissa studied him for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. You know what? Sometimes I think you and Sirius are actually quite alike. Not just in appearance, it's that reckless stubbornness at your core. He just channels his into rebellion, and you direct yours elsewhere. She turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing, Lucius Malfoy. He's very interested in you, not that kind of interest. If he seeks a meeting, be polite. Be careful. Regulus nodded. I know. Your fiancé. With that, she departed briskly, the hem of her robe tracing an elegant arc across the stone floor. Regulus headed for his next classroom. History of Magic with Professor Binns, the most relaxing class of the day. Friday. The sky over the Scottish Highlands was washed clear. On the flying class training lawn, 20 broomsticks lay in neat rows, every one of them old, with twigs askew, accumulated over years of Hogwarts use. Madame Hooch stood at the head of the line, grey hair cropped short, sharp eyes sweeping every student. Right then, everyone stand to the left of your broom. Her voice was crisp and commanding. Extend your right hand over the broom and say clearly, up. The students obeyed. A ragged chorus echoed across the grass. Up. At the front of the Gryffindor line, a red-haired, freckle-faced boy, probably a Weasley, Regulus recalled seeing him at the start of term but had not bothered to remember the name. Made the broom leap into his palm almost instantly. He was grinning with pride, drawing murmurs of admiration from the Gryffindors nearby. On the Slytherin side, Avery Cuthbert's broom rolled a half-turn on the ground before reluctantly rising. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hermes Mulciber needed 2 attempts. On the second, the broom sprang up so hard it nearly struck him under the chin. Regulus dropped his gaze to the worn clean sweep at his feet. Up. His voice was steady, neither urging nor hesitant. The broom trembled on the ground, hesitated for 1 second, then settled into his open palm. Very good. Madame Hooch strode briskly between the 2 lines. Mr. Weasley, excellent reflexes. Now, everyone listen, on my count of 3, push off gently and let the broom rise to about 1 foot above the ground. Then hold that hover. No higher than my shoulders. 1, 2, 3. Chaos arrived on schedule. Broomsticks lurching upward, girls screaming, boys grunting bravado, it all blended together. At least 4 brooms rocketed out of control. A Gryffindor girl shrieked while clutching her broom handle and had to be rescued by a well-timed slowing charm from Madame Hooch. Regulus hovered at precisely 1 foot, perfectly still. His body was almost motionless, only the hem of his black robe stirred rhythmically in the cold wind. Merlin's beard, look at that Slytherin. Muttered Benji Fenwick, a tall, thin boy in the Gryffindor line, to his neighbor. He's steady as if he were glued to the sky. Not far away, a brown-haired Gryffindor girl, Sarah Bones, had also noticed the anomaly. Her own hover was quite good, a gentle rocking, like swaying on a breeze. But Regulus's kind of stability was something else entirely, no wasted movement whatsoever, every shift of weight so precise it was as though he already knew the broom's full response a second before it happened. Eyes forward, don't look down. Madame Hooch called, tapping her wand to nudge several spiraling students back into line. Now, try moving forward slowly. She demonstrated a gentle forward press. Feel the broom's response, treat it like a living partner. The group began an awkward, crawling advance. Most first years veered off course at irregular speeds. Regulus glided forward about 15 feet, constant speed, arrow straight, then turned left on command. Ha! Show off. In the Gryffindor line, a stocky boy with dark hair and heavy brows grumbled. His own broom was stubbornly tracing arcs left and right, a glaring contrast with Regulus's composure. He really does fly better, Alfred, the girl beside him said matter-of-factly. Better like a plank of wood. Alfred raised his voice, deliberately letting the wind carry his words to the Slytherin ranks. Stone still, like he's terrified of falling off. Flying takes guts. A few Gryffindors snickered. On the Slytherin side, Avery Cuthbert's brow furrowed, Hermes Mulciber shot Alfred a dark glance, and Alex Rosier looked anxiously toward Regulus. Regulus appeared not to have heard a thing. Alfred Pruitt's expression soured further. In the second half of the lesson, Madame Hooch released the students for free practice while she went to coach several who were struggling badly. The training field fragmented into a dozen small clusters. Alfred deliberately steered his broom toward the Slytherin area, his two friends flanking him. So, Black, Alfred said, hovering a few feet away. Does your family specifically train you to ride a broom like a statue? Got to maintain that noble image, I suppose. Avery immediately urged his broom forward. Watch your mouth, Pruitt. I'm talking to Black, Cuthbert. Alfred jutted his chin. Or does he need someone else to speak for him? Regulus slowly turned his head. His gray eyes settled on Alfred, calm as still water. Pruitt, he said quietly. What exactly are you trying to prove? Gryffindor courage, or Pruitt manners? A Slytherin brat lecturing me about manners? Alfred's voice climbed with anger. Regulus simply looked at him, waiting until the boy's face was crimson before he spoke again, deliberately, do you have any? The provocation worked. Alfred knew that if he did nothing, he would become the butt of the joke. He wrenched out his wand. His two friends, Colin Macmillan and Gareth Diggory, drew theirs at once, all three aiming toward the Slytherin side. Want to fight? Avery Cuthbert drew almost simultaneously, his face a mix of alertness and a flicker of excitement. Hermes Mulciber's expression darkened. His wand slid into his hand and, without a word, he nudged his broom half a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Avery. Alex Rosier went pale, hesitated a beat, then raised his wand with a trembling hand, though it was conspicuously aimed at empty air. Alfred bellowed, Expelliarmus. Regulus's wand tapped out, Expelliarmus. His spell was faster, denser, launched second but arriving first. The two jets of red light collided head-on in midair and exploded in a shower of sparks. Disarming charm, mutual cancellation. What? Alfred was not the only one stunned, every student in the vicinity froze. A disarming charm can do that? Farther off, several Slytherins who had been practicing noticed the commotion and drifted over, 3, then 5, then more. Alfred's expression shifted. His two friends, Colin and Gareth, exchanged a nervous glance. At that moment, Regulus, his back still to every Slytherin present, slowly raised his left hand. Palm vertical, 5 fingers together. An unmistakable stop signal. Avery froze. His raised wand dropped to his side, but he did not stow it. Hermes narrowed his eyes, gaze boring into Regulus's back. His wand stayed up, though the tip had begun to drift off target. Alex let out a breath of relief. The Slytherins who had gathered wavered, brooms hovering in midair, none advancing further. Regulus did not look back. A faint, hidden smile touched the corner of his mouth. An obedience test. These Slytherin students, proud, sullen, timid, susceptible to herd behavior, had just halted on Regulus's signal. Commanding collective obedience was no simple thing, yet as soon as one person stopped, the rest followed. That owed everything to the absolute dominance over the fifth-year Travers on the opening night. Authority had taken root. The Gryffindors who had likewise gathered saw the Slytherins hold back and advanced no further themselves. Guarded looks passed between both sides. "What's the matter, Black?" Alfred forced composure. "Afraid your lackeys will embarrass you?" "Quite the opposite," Regulus said, sounding genuinely puzzled. "I'm afraid they'll move too fast and you won't get the chance to show off your courage." "Expelliarmus!" Alfred snapped, humiliated into fury. Another jet of red. This time Regulus did not even utter an incantation. A tiny flick of his wand, and a faint gleam struck the binding strap at the front of Alfred's broom. It was a mending charm, first-year curriculum, meant for fixing chair legs and patching robes. Click. The strap suddenly tightened. The broom's front end lurched downward. Alfred's disarming charm, thrown off by the abrupt dive, slammed into the ground and blew a small crater in the dirt. He himself yelped and clung to the handle to avoid being thrown. "A mending charm, on a strap," a Gryffindor blurted. "Exquisite," a Slytherin cheered. Colin rushed to help, Ricta Sempra. A silver flash streaked toward Regulus from the side. Regulus did not even glance at it. His wand pointed down and to the left, Aguamenti. A jet of water struck the ground beneath Colin's broom, spraying mud everywhere. The old clean sweep still had landing wheels. Colin's broom caught in a mire, jolting to a halt, and his spell went wide. Gareth tried to ambush from the opposite side, stupefy. This time Regulus spared him one look. Just one. He tapped his wand at the patch of ground beside Gareth's feet, incendio. A small tongue of flame blossomed on the dry turf. Gareth's broom had a wickerweave footrest, its worst enemy was fire. He panicked and hauled upward, his spell sailed off course. 3 directions. 3 attacks. Regulus countered all 3 with the most rudimentary spells in the book, every one aimed at the environment or at the broom, not the person, and left every opponent off balance with every curse gone wide. Once was coincidence. Twice was luck. 3 times was a crushing gap in skill. Alfred was ashen. He had barely steadied his broom when Regulus's voice reached him. "Shall we continue? Or would you like to demonstrate something else?" The watching Slytherins were dumbstruck. He never attacked a single person. A Slytherin girl whispered. "All aimed at the broom or the ground," another boy murmured. "But that's more humiliating than hitting someone directly. The real kicker is, every spell he used comes from the first 30 pages of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. I refuse to believe he doesn't know others." Avery stared at Regulus's back, expression conflicted. He knew every one of those spells, yet he could never deploy them to that effect. Hermes quietly pocketed his wand, studying the spots Regulus had struck with a contemplative gaze, every target chosen for maximum effect at minimum cost. "What do you think you're doing?" Madame Hooch's roar finally reached them. She blew in like a whirlwind, face thunderous, eyes sweeping the field. "Wands away. Now." Alfred and his 2 friends hastily stowed their wands and dropped off their brooms, drenched in sweat. "Pruitt. Macmillan. Diggory." Madame Hooch's voice was razor-sharp. "Unauthorized spellcasting during flying class. Aimed at a fellow student. 30 points from Gryffindor. Detention for 1 week, each of you." "But Professor." Alfred protested. "He used spells too. What spells did Black use?" Madame Hooch's keen gaze swung to Regulus. "A mending charm, Professor," Regulus said, meeting her eyes squarely. "To reinforce a loose strap. A water-making charm, to reduce airborne dust. And a fire-making spell, to dry out damp turf." Madame Hooch stared at Regulus for several seconds, then looked at the evidence on the ground, a strap that had indeed tightened, a patch that was indeed wet, grass that indeed bore scorch marks. "Pruitt," she said coldly, "are you accusing Black of attacking you with a mending charm?" Several stifled snickers rose from the crowd. Alfred opened his mouth. Not a single word came out. 10 more points from Gryffindor, for making a false accusation against a fellow student. Madame Hooch was merciless. Now, everyone back to the castle. As the Slytherin students stowed their brooms and left, nearly every one of them gave Regulus an extra glance. Those looks held surprise, awe, and approval. Slytherin respected power, and respected even more the wisdom with which it was wielded. That evening. The Slytherin common room. Emerald flames burned silently in the fireplace, their glow playing across the dark green hangings and silver fittings. The first years had gathered in the sofa area. Naturally, the afternoon's events dominated the conversation. "Why didn't you let us step in?" one boy could not help asking Regulus. "We outnumbered them, we could have easily dash." Could have easily what? Regulus cut him off, looking up at them all. Given Gryffindor grounds for an appeal? All of us, piling on Gryffindor. He set down his quill, voice measured. Slytherin has lost the House Cup 3 years running. Every 10 points could tip the final result. Would it be worth getting the house docked dozens of points? Several students fell silent. House points were a sore spot for Slytherin, the younger the student, the more it stung. Besides, Regulus continued, if you'd joined in, it would have been a brawl. When Madame Hooch arrived, what she'd have seen was Slytherin mobbing 3 Gryffindors. But instead what she saw was 3 Gryffindors ganging up on 1 Slytherin, and that Slytherin didn't even fight back. He was merely repairing brooms, tidying the ground, and drying the grass. Quiet laughter rippled through the group. Regulus looked around the room and noticed several upperclassmen watching as well. He raised his voice slightly. And the result? He rose to his feet and addressed the entire common room. 40 points from Gryffindor. Not a single point lost by Slytherin. Pruitt and his 2 friends in detention through next week. He lifted his chin, a hint of fervor entering his voice. And we earned respect. Madame Hooch saw Slytherin's restraint and discipline. The other houses saw that provoking Slytherin comes at a price. Prefect Lucretius Borgin made his way over. He surveyed the younger students. Impulse, brawling, point deductions, that is the Gryffindor way. What Slytherin wants is victory, advantage, and glory. Black demonstrated today how to maximize damage to the opponent within the rules while minimizing one's own losses. He turned to Regulus and said formally, "You earned the house respect and averted a catastrophic point deduction. Well done, Black." Several upperclassmen nodded in agreement. The younger students looked at Regulus with a blend of admiration and envy. Barely a week into term, and he had already secured public endorsement from the prefect and the upper years. Regulus inclined his head. "I simply made the choice that best served the house." Back in the dormitory, Avery was writing an essay. He stopped mid-sentence and asked Regulus, "You did all of that on purpose, didn't you?" Regulus fixed him with an amused look. All of what? Unlike some pure-blood dolts, Avery actually thought. Hermes also lifted his head from his book, studying Regulus alongside Avery. He, too, had sensed something off about the day's events. Without waiting for Avery to answer, Regulus addressed Hermes in a matter-of-fact tone, "You wanted to hex me, didn't you?" Hermes' gaze sharpened. He had, in fact, considered it, for just a split second. He noticed even that. Or is he bluffing? He said nothing. Avery's eyes narrowed. His gaze ping-ponged between Regulus and Hermes. Alex held his breath, desperately trying not to draw attention. "Can I switch dorms? This place is terrifying." The Charms classroom was on the 7th floor of the castle, windows facing east. When morning light slanted in, you could see dust motes drifting through the air. Regulus sat in the 2nd row of the Slytherin section. Avery Cuthbert was to his right, Alex Rosier sat one empty seat to his left. The latter was nervously flipping through the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, muttering the pronunciation of the levitation charm under his breath. "Relax, Rosier," Avery said with a sidelong glance, lightly mocking. "Professor Flitwick isn't going to eat you." "I just want to make sure the pronunciation's right," Alex said quietly. The classroom door creaked open, and Professor Filius Flitwick practically floated in. He was so small that he needed to stand on a stack of thick books just to see over the lectern. But the moment he settled, those bright eyes sweeping the room, everyone went quiet. "Good morning, children." Flitwick's voice was high-pitched but clear. "Today we shall learn the most fundamental of charms, the levitation charm. A spell that appears simple, yet contains the very essence of magic." He flicked his wand and a white feather drifted out of a box on the desk, hovering in the center of the classroom. "Now, repeat after me." Flitwick raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. 3 things to note: the arc of the wrist, the long stress on O, and the final SA, is a light breath. A feather waited on each desk. The room filled with a ragged chorus of incantations. Regulus raised his wand gently. Wingardium Leviosa. Voice steady, gesture precise. The feather rose slowly, as steady as if suspended from an invisible thread, and hung motionless in front of him. Perfect. 5 points to Slytherin. Professor Flitwick nearly leapt off his stack of books. He hurried over and peered up at the feather. "Look at that stability. No wobble at all. Mr. Black, have you practiced this before?" "The same question as Professor McGonagall's." "I simply listened carefully to your instructions, Professor," Regulus said modestly. "Wonderful. Splendid." Flitwick waved his small hands excitedly. "Mr. Black, perhaps you could demonstrate for the class?" "Of course." Regulus gave the professor a slight bow, let the feather descend, and spoke the incantation again, Wingardium Leviosa. Under everyone's gaze, the feather floated up once more, to exactly the same height. "Watch the gesture," Flitwick announced to the rest. "Pronunciation matters, but the gesture is equally important. Remember, it is an arc." Regulus let the feather settle softly back on the desk, then looked at Flitwick. "Professor, I have a question." "Ask." "Go right ahead, my boy." "Professor, I was wondering, when the levitation charm acts on an object, does it strip away the object's weight, or does it construct an invisible support out of magic? If the former, does the object's mass still exist? If the latter, is the magical support distributed evenly, or concentrated at a specific part of the object?" The classroom fell instantly silent. Students turned to stare. They had been thinking only about how to get the feather airborne. The principle behind it had never crossed their minds. For them, a working spell was enough. Yet Regulus's question aimed to expose the very nature of the charm. Professor Flitwick pushed his small round spectacles up his nose, a gleam of appreciation in his eyes. "What an exquisite question. Very few first-years think at the level of a spell's underlying mechanism." He flicked his wand and a feather from the lectern floated up, paused in the air, then drifted back down. "The answer is, both. But at its core, it is a balance between magic and an object's mass. The levitation charm does not truly strip away weight. Mass is an object's essential property, just as our souls cannot be separated from our bodies, magic cannot erase it. What we do is apply magic to the object." The tip of his wand pointed at the hovering feather, and a faint ring of silver light appeared around it. A wizard's magic repels gravity while wrapping uniformly around every corner of the object, like dressing it in a cloak woven from magical energy. The support points are distributed, that is what ensures the object hovers smoothly without tipping or tumbling. Regulus inclined his head, then pressed further, but what if the object's mass changes? Say a water droplet lands on the hovering feather, would the magic adjust automatically, or would the caster need to redirect it? A brilliant extension. Flitwick's voice rose with growing enthusiasm. Magic and the caster are linked. When the object's mass changes, the magic senses it immediately and adjusts on its own. But this requires the caster to maintain focus, the connection with the magic must not be broken. He looked at Regulus, smiling warmly. If concentration lapses, the magic collapses. The object either falls or drifts off course under the extra weight. That you can think of this tells me you have not merely mastered the spell, you are actively reasoning about it. That is the hallmark of a truly great wizard. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I learned a great deal from this, Regulus said sincerely. Flitwick tilted his head up. Keep thinking, Mr. Black. Another 5 points to Slytherin. The Slytherins murmured excitedly among themselves. The Ravenclaws, too, watched with keen interest. Regulus understood that Flitwick's explanation reflected the traditional wizarding view. But from his own perspective, it looked more like an interaction between a magical field and a gravitational field. He simply could not use those terms. Flitwick moved on to supervise the other students. The classroom once again echoed with staggered cries of Wingardium Leviosa, white feathers leaping violently, listing sideways, or refusing to budge. Alex Rosier was on his 7th attempt. His feather either quivered a few times and lay still, or rocketed into the ceiling before plummeting limply back down. On the last try, the feather even produced a wisp of smoke. Stop, Regulus said. Alex jumped. What? Regulus moved to his side. Professor Flitwick said to draw an arc, but you're bobbing up and down. Watch. He rolled his wrist, guiding the wand through a soft, flowing arc. Magic should be effortless. You're hammering at an anvil. Alex flushed. I was worried I wasn't putting enough force into it. The levitation charm doesn't need force. It needs precision. Regulus lowered his hand. Try again. Keep the motion smooth and sustained, no breaks. Regulus kept adjusting his posture. Alex was not stupid, he was just nervous. Perhaps the discomfort of a mild-mannered branch family being thrown in with mainline purebloods. Regulus pondered this. He needed people like Alex, gentle, pure blood. Alex took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few seconds. Wingardium Leviosa. This time his wrist traced a passable arc. The feather wobbled, left the desk by about 2 inches, and hovered for 3 seconds before settling. I did it. Alex's eyes shone. Not bad. Regulus nodded. But your magic still has resistance, you weren't decisive enough when casting. Keep practicing. Alex nodded vigorously and looked at Regulus with gratitude. Maybe Black's not as frightening as I thought. He returned to his seat. Avery leaned over and whispered, You're too patient with him. Regulus glanced at Avery. Cuthbert, do you know why, on the Black family tapestry, the names that survive beside the burned-off ones are often inconspicuous? Avery frowned. Because they're branch members. Not important enough. Because when the main line did something foolish, it was the branches that preserved the family's bloodline, Regulus said evenly. He surveyed the room as though shopping for idiots. And you can never guarantee the main line won't produce a fool. The purebloods within earshot stifled snorts. The half-bloods and Muggleborns stared in bewilderment at the inexplicably amused group. Avery fell silent. Besides, Regulus's voice was low, but pitched just right for nearby students to hear. 30 years from now, when we look back on Hogwarts, we won't only remember who made a feather fly the highest, or who sat steadiest on a broom. We'll also remember who sat beside us in class, who copied homework with us, and who talked with us about dreams after lights out. These words drifted to the ears of Professor Flitwick, who was making his rounds. The tiny professor paused. He looked up at Regulus, something flickering in his eyes. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he merely tapped the lectern lightly with his wand. Homework is best done on your own, Mr. Black. The classroom erupted in laughter. Tuesday afternoon. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled of old leather and dust. Regulus sat in the third row of the Slytherin section, watching Professor Galatea Merithot at the lectern, a self-proclaimed former adventurer, demonstrate with sweeping gestures how to identify and avoid Grindylows in a swamp. And remember, children. If you see the water bubbling and hear cackling, back away immediately. Grindylows love nothing more than dragging an isolated wizard underwater. Merithot flourished his wand, conjuring a blurry water creature shape in the air. He had clearly not prepared a live specimen. Tom Riddle, Regulus mused. Voldemort. The Dark Lord. Simply because he was passed over for the defense against the dark arts professorship, he cursed the position. From that point on, no professor lasted longer than a year, each meeting with misfortune, forced resignation, or outright disappearance. Childish and cruel revenge. And more absurdly, the curse genuinely seemed to have degraded the teaching quality. Perhaps the professors subconsciously knew the post was cursed and went through the motions. Or perhaps they feared that the better they taught, the harder the curse would strike. Regulus looked at the lectern. Marathought was demonstrating how to use a wand-lighting charm to disperse shadow creatures from dark corners, but the spell's glow flickered on and off, as though his own attention were elsewhere. The first-year curriculum was pitifully shallow, identifying a handful of low-level dark creatures, learning basic defensive gestures, memorizing a few safety guidelines. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, covered all of that in its first 2 chapters. The remaining time should have been spent practicing actual response techniques. But there was no practice, because Marathought did not teach it, and the students saw nothing amiss. They were rather pleased, in fact. A rubbish class not worth attending. Self-study would be more productive. The library was perhaps the quietest place in Hogwarts, no shrieking young witches and wizards here. Regulus nodded to Madame Pants at the entrance and received a solemn look in return. He went straight for the magical theory and history section. Since the start of term, his physical strengthening had continued and yielded impressive results. But Regulus had detected a bottleneck. The body was a vessel, containing the soul. He could make the vessel larger, but if the water inside did not increase accordingly, it was nothing more than an empty shell. Meaningless. A wizard's wellspring of power was magic, and according to mainstream theory, magic originated in the soul and was expressed through mental will. If that were so, could the mind itself be trained? He stopped before a bookshelf, scanning the spines. Most were introductory texts on meditation, mental focus, and occlumency, basic in content, but pointing in the right direction. Regulus drew out a volume titled Consciousness and Magic, a study of ancient meditation techniques. It was thin, its parchment cover worn. He opened it and saw the first chapter heading. Wizards reshape reality not because of magic, but because will comes first. He read on. The ancient runic wizards believed that magic was a bridge, linking the inner world to external reality. A powerful will could use that bridge to stamp its mark upon the real world. Whether magic altered the heavens, battle magic distorted the environment, at their core, these were a wizard's will, channeled through the medium of magic, forcibly overriding reality. Therefore, the distinction between a strong wizard and a weak one lies not only in the quantity of magic, but in the intensity, clarity, and resonance of the will with reality. Resonance. Regulus closed the book and sank into thought. Why could some wizards perform advanced magic with ease while others struggled with a simple levitation charm? Beyond age, knowledge, wisdom, and raw magical power, what else was there? He thought of Dumbledore, the greatest light wizard of the century. Regulus knew he was especially proficient in transfiguration. The original stories never explicitly stated it, but he was confident Dumbledore could alter weather and terrain, perhaps even more. When magic reached that level, did it qualify as will overriding reality? And Voldemort, his magic was another kind of extreme. Perhaps it was tearing. The Cruciatus curse tore apart the sensation of pain. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, tore apart the connection to life. Even horcruxes, that was tearing one's own soul. Those were questions for later, when he had the capability. Right now, he needed to find a method for strengthening the mind. He continued searching, scouring nearly every shelf until, in the farthest corner on the bottom row, he found a slim pamphlet with a faded cover. The title was barely legible. Astral Meditation, Training Mental Extension Through Stargazing. The author's name was smudged, but on the title page was a handwritten note. Those who gaze upon the stars are not confined by the earth. The courses of the stars are the writing of the universe. Imitate them, understand them, and ultimately, resonate with them. Resonance again. This was the one. Black. A hushed voice came from the adjacent aisle. Regulus looked up to see Lily Evans standing between 2 rows of shelves. She cradled a stack of books, the topmost was, An Analysis of Common Magical Plant Toxins. Miss Evans. Regulus closed the Astral Meditation pamphlet and slid it behind a thicker volume. Hidden for now, he would collect it later. Doing research? Lily stepped closer, green eyes alight with curiosity. I heard, you said some very interesting things in charms class. Regulus raised an eyebrow. What things? About memories of Hogwarts. Lily set her books on the table nearby and rotated her sore arms. Someone said you told your classmates that 30 years from now, the people we'll miss most are the ones we copied homework with. The remark made its way to the Gryffindor common room. A lot of people thought it didn't sound like something a Slytherin would say. Is that what I said? Regulus thought, mildly exasperated. I said other things too, but all you caught was, copying homework. That kind of remark doesn't need a house label. And it's simply the truth. Think back to your primary school, your Muggle primary school. What do you remember most clearly? Getting such and such a rank on an exam, or the rainy day a classmate shared half an umbrella with you? Lily blinked, then smiled. The umbrella. In year 1, I forgot mine. Martha Cotton scooted her big floral umbrella over, we both got a wet shoulder, but we laughed all the way to the school gate. You see. Regulus nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Magic doesn't change things like that. Wizards are people too, just with a bit of extra magic. Lily studied him. Liveliness danced in her gaze. You're not like the Slytherin I imagined. Regulus looked at Lily but did not take up that thread. Instead he asked, do you know why all 4 houses share certain classes? Lily considered. To help us understand each other. Partly. The more practical reason is that after graduation, there are no more house divisions. When you join the ministry, your colleague might be a Slytherin. If you go to St. Mungo's, your attending healer might be a Ravenclaw. When you shop, the proprietor might be a Hufflepuff. And if you become an Auror, the person you're arresting might be a Gryffindor. Houses are labels for school years, not brands for a lifetime. Lily was quiet for a few seconds, then said softly, thank you for telling me that. I've never thought about it before. The truth is, everyone is different, Regulus said earnestly. Houses are rough categories, they shouldn't be followed blindly. There are narrow-minded people in Ravenclaw. There are ambitious schemers in Hufflepuff. And in Slytherin. Lily finished the thought, there are people who know how to share an umbrella. The corner of Regulus's mouth curved upward. Perhaps. Lily Evans had been personally acknowledged by Slughorn as a potions genius, a verdict confirmed by the original story. Her talent rivaled Severus Snape's. Regulus's future path would inevitably require high-level potion support. Some needs could be taken openly to Slughorn, but the more clandestine work clearly called for a more trustworthy private collaborator. Slughorn was excellent, but he was a shrewd intelligence clearinghouse, every request would become gossip at his next club meeting. Snape could be driven by mutual interest, motivated by an exchange of knowledge and secrets, but that kind of relationship rested on a dangerous equilibrium, one conflict of interest and it would collapse. Snape had never been a particularly upright character. Genuine friendship built on mutual respect, that was the most durable framework. Moreover, Lily Evans herself was one of the key nodes in this magical world. In the future narrative, she played a pivotal role linking events together. She was the proof that Muggleborns could succeed in the wizarding world, the future mother of Harry Potter, the central figure, and the emotional core around which many of the story's tragedies and turning points revolved. Befriending her meant threading his own line into the tapestry of this world. When the day came that he truly needed an unknown potion, a helper no one would suspect, Regulus was almost certain she would answer the call. Lily picked up her stack of books, then hesitated and set them down again. Actually, I'm researching for a potions essay. Professor Slughorn assigned a review on the mechanism of Moonstone in calming drafts, at least 3 primary source citations required. She looked at the pile with a sigh. But I have no idea how to organize it. These sources all say roughly the same thing, yet not quite. Regulus glanced at her. He knew young witches and wizards received no training in academic writing. How do you usually write an essay? He asked. I sort of, copy down what's in the books and add my own understanding? Lily said uncertainly. Regulus sat at the table and gestured for Lily to sit as well. Muggle universities have a systematic method for essay writing. At the words, Muggle universities, Lily's eyes lit up instantly. Regulus continued, first, don't start writing right away. Skim all the sources, note every useful point, and mark where you found it. Lily blinked and listened intently. Regulus pulled a blank sheet of parchment from his notebook and tore it into several small slips. For example, write, Moonstone's lunar magic can neutralize the residual agitation magic of nightmare herb, see Moonlight and Potions, page 147. He wrote, Source 1, in the corner of the slip. This gives you one discrete piece of information. Once you have enough source material, start sorting, which sources discuss properties, which discuss preparation, which discuss side effects. Lily's eyes widened. And then? Then look for connections between those points. Regulus tapped his wand lightly, and several parchment slips floated into the air. Say you discover that Source A says to grind moonstone into powder, Source B says to slice it, and Source C says to soak it whole. Now you ask, why the discrepancy? Different formulas? Different schools of thought? Or perhaps different moonstone origins? He rearranged the slips in the air. Finding the reason for a discrepancy is what gives an essay depth. Finally, string the fragments together with your own logic, considering factor X, A's view is more applicable to situation Y, while B's method is superior under condition Z, therefore, the recommended approach is. Lily was utterly absorbed. She reached for her own parchment and quill and scribbled down the steps. Skim, cite, classify, connect, thread the logic. This is incredibly useful. Can I share it? My friends are struggling with their essays too. Regulus nodded. You may. But don't say I taught you. Lily paused, pen in hand, and looked at him, puzzled. Why not? Because I am a Slytherin and you are a Gryffindor, Regulus said evenly. Some lines need not be deliberately crossed, nor needlessly provoked. If your friends ask, tell them you found the method in a Muggle library. A Slytherin sharing Muggle methods, in pure-blood circles, that was taboo, especially in the current climate. But he trusted Lily would keep the secret. She understood the importance of boundaries. At the same time, this was a test, whether she could keep a promise. That mattered greatly. After a moment's thought, Lily grasped his meaning. He was a pure-blood Slytherin. He should not be seen discovering, proposing, using, or sharing anything that came from the Muggle world. Even if it genuinely helped everyone. Lily nodded firmly. I understand. Thank you, Black. You're welcome. Lily gathered her things to leave. At the end of the bookshelf she turned back. You know, if you were in Gryffindor, I think we'd be very good friends. Regulus looked up at her earnest expression. His voice was soft. Friends aren't divided by house, Miss Evans. Lily smiled, a smile as bright as a ray of sunlight breaking through clouds. Then, goodbye, Regulus. Goodbye, Lily. The red-haired girl vanished between the shelves. Regulus remained seated. He knew someone else would come. 5 minutes later, a cold voice issued from the shadows of the bookshelves, stay away from her. Severus Snape stepped out from the darkness between 2 rows of books, his black robes nearly merging with the gloom. His face was paler than usual, lips pressed into a thin line, dark eyes churning with something barely restrained. Regulus paused what he was doing and looked at him calmly. Snape. Something the matter? I said, stay away from Lily. Snape's voice was low and rapid, like a serpent's hiss. Your act, I can see right through it. Pretending to be kind, pretending to be different, all to win trust, and then dash. And then what? Regulus cut in. Use her. Hurt her. Snape advanced a step, fingers pressing against his cuff, voice fierce. You think you're cleverer than the rest? You think I don't see what you're planning? Regulus let out a faint sigh. Snape, you were over there watching the whole time, weren't you? Watching Lily talk to me, watching her smile, watching her leave. And then you stepped out to warn me. He met Snape's gaze head-on. Do you think that's protecting her? Or is it that you simply cannot bear her showing warmth to anyone other than you? Snape's face turned ugly. You dash. Let me finish. Regulus raised a hand, a small motion. You're not angry because I might hurt Lily, you know perfectly well I won't, at least not now. You're angry because Lily sought me out to talk. Because she smiled at me. Because she looked, willing to trust a Slytherin other than you. He leaned back. And you want to be the only wizard she trusts. The one who is special, different, capable of understanding everything about her. Isn't that right? Snape's breathing grew heavy. His fingers trembled. He had been seen through completely. Regulus shook his head. His tone turned cold. Today she talked to me. Tomorrow she might even do a potions experiment with James Potter. At the mention of Potter, Snape's pupils contracted violently. His fingers nearly closed around the handle of his wand. There. Regulus's voice was measured. Just hearing the name and you're losing control. Here is my advice, Snape. If you truly care about Lily, do not try to dictate whom she befriends or speaks with. That will only push her further away. You should make her choose to stay by your side of her own free will, not because you've driven off every rival. Snape stood rooted, body rigid beneath his robes. Several seconds passed before he found his voice. What do you know? A pureblood princeling like you couldn't possibly understand dash. I understand more than you think. Regulus cut him off again, locking eyes with Snape. I understand the arrogance of pureblood families. I understand a half-blood wizard struggle. I understand the isolation of the Muggleborn. But none of that is an excuse for what you're doing. He rose and walked past Snape. You're warning me. He said nothing more. He retrieved astral meditation and headed for Madame Pance's checkout desk, leaving Snape standing alone amid the shadows of the bookshelves. Regulus reflected, Snape was a mass of contradictions, astonishing talent trapped inside insecurity and possessiveness, craving power, chasing darkness. In the original story, he did not truly awaken until he had lost Lily, and by then there was no turning back. Today's words might fall on deaf ears. If Snape was clever enough, he would begin to reflect. If not, at least he now knew Regulus was not his enemy. The irony was that Snape's obsession with Lily was his greatest weakness. In the future, Voldemort would exploit it. So would Dumbledore. Perhaps when everyone else was exploiting that fixation, the one person who did not would reap unexpected rewards. And speaking of Snape inevitably led to James Potter. In Regulus's view, this so-called canonical match for Lily was little more than a bit player. A schoolyard bully, celebrated as a hero simply because he later saw the light and joined the right side. Entitled, as a matter of course, to love, friendship, family, and posthumous glory. The world could be deeply ironic. The line between good and evil, hero and villain, often depended not on what you had done, but on which side you stood at the end. Snape was no saint. Potter was even less of one. From a certain angle, Potter was worse. Regulus reigned in his thoughts. Since this world rewarded the reformed sinner, there was no point dwelling on it. Madame Pance inspected the book. Astral Meditation. An obscure title. 2-week loan period. That will be sufficient. Regulus signed his name. When he left the library, the castle corridors were already lit with torches, their wavering flames casting long shadows across the stone walls. Mid-September. The morning mist over the Scottish Highlands had not yet fully lifted, but the history of magic classroom on the third floor was already packed with drowsy first-years. When Professor Binns drifted through the wall, hardly anyone looked up. Hogwarts' most senior professor began the day's lesson in his invariably dry monotone. Today we shall continue our discussion of the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. The uprising began at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, where the Goblin leader. Regulus studied the professor himself. Binns was translucent. When sunlight passed through his body, it cast the faintest of shadows on the floor below the lectern. What interested Regulus was the magical signature. Other professors' magic felt like flowing flame, vibrant life force, or deep, still water. Binza's magic was almost non-existent, or more precisely, almost imperceptible. Regulus closed his eyes and focused his magical perception toward the lectern. An ordinary wizard's magic resembled ripples on a water surface, a clear center and distinct edges. Binza's magic was like a thin mist. Uniform. Dilute. Steady. No fluctuation, no core, nearly indistinguishable from the ambient surroundings. From childhood reading, he knew, the soul was the source of magic. Something must sustain a ghost's existence. So what form did a ghost's magic take? He recalled a physics concept from his previous life, the conversion of matter into energy. When a wizard dies, the body vanishes and the soul persists. What happens to the magic? Did it shift from anchoring to flesh to anchoring to spirit? Binns was now recounting how the goblins had used counterfeit galleons to disrupt the Gringotts financial system. Regulus looked out the window. The morning fog was dispersing, a corner of the forbidden forest emerged, dark green. His thoughts drifted further still. If a ghost was a residual form of the soul, what magical difference existed between a complete soul and a residual one? Was the immortality Voldemort pursued an attempt to bypass the process of body dies, soul persists? Through splitting the soul? Insufficient data. Regulus could reach no conclusion. When the bell rang, Binns had just reached the rebellion was ultimately suppressed by the Ministry of Magic. He did not say, class dismissed, he simply drifted through the wall, leaving the better part of the class still in a daze. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunlight flooded the east side of the library. Madame Pants patrolled between the shelves in silent vigilance. Regulus intended to have a look around the perimeter of the restricted section. By Hogwarts regulations, first years could neither borrow from nor enter the restricted section. But, cannot borrow, did not mean, cannot look. The shelves were not entirely sealed, from a distance, one could read some of the titles on the spines. Madame Pants made a full circuit of the library every 30 minutes, pausing each time she passed the restricted section. Regulus timed it. He walked toward the restricted section, stride unhurried, a copy of Medieval Magical Law, A History of Change, in hand as though he were simply passing through. His eyes swept the shelves. He did not stop until he reached nearly the deepest point. There, a thick, leather-bound volume with fraying edges. The lettering on the spine was mottled, but still legible. A Brief History of Soul Magic. The author's name had been worn away. Regulus tried to flip the book open using nothing but raw magic, no incantation, pure magical force. He spun his magic into the finest possible thread and pushed it toward the restricted section. It failed. The instant his magic crossed the boundary, it was shattered by a vast, ponderous protective ward, utterly brutal. He was about to try again when an icy voice came from behind, Mr. Black. Regulus withdrew all his magic in an instant and turned to face the librarian. Madame Pants. You have been standing in front of the restricted section for 1 minute, she said, eyes sharp as blades. First-year students are forbidden to approach the restricted section. I trust you are aware of the rules. I am, madam. Regulus held up his book. I was merely looking for reference material. As I passed, the sheer scale of the collection here left me awestruck. Hogwarts holdings are truly remarkable. His tone was sincere, his expression full of reverent longing for knowledge. Madame Pants's face softened by half a degree, though her eyes remained watchful. The books in the restricted section are sealed for a reason. Much of that knowledge is unsuitable for young witches and wizards. Return to your seat. Of course, madam. Regulus inclined his head and turned toward the potions section. I need that book, he thought. The library gradually filled with students. Regulus packed up his things, intending to go back to the Slytherin common room to finish his potions essay. 11 o'clock at night. The Slytherin dormitory lay in silence. Avery was already asleep, breathing slow and even. A faint light glowed behind Alex's curtains. He was probably previewing tomorrow's charms lesson. Hermes's curtains were drawn tight, no sound from within. Regulus knew he was still awake. Regulus pulled his own dark green curtains shut and cast a silencing charm. Then he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes. Astral meditation, lay open on his knees, turned to chapter 3. Resonating with Orion. The book explained that Orion was the king of the winter sky, the alignment of the three belt stars embodied balance and power. The meditator was to locate Orion in the night sky, reach out with magic to touch those three stars, feel the pulse of their starlight, and ultimately synchronize the circulation of one's own magic with the constellation's rhythm. Typical wizarding mysticism, Regulus assessed. He had tried 3 times. Each attempt failed. Not because the method was wrong, he had followed the instructions precisely: perceive the sky, locate the constellation, extend a tendril of magic. This is nothing at all. He could not feel the so-called pulse of starlight. Constellations were merely the visual projections of distant stars. There was no physical link between them. Where would a pulse come from? And yet the method clearly worked, for the original author, at least. Perhaps the author possessed some unique talent, perceiving things beyond ordinary reach. But Regulus evidently did not share that talent. Then I will substitute what I do have. What he had: an adult's mind, a grounding in basic astrophysics, an intuition for geometry and mathematics. His microscale magical control. His supercomputer-grade magical computation. And his magical perception. He would try a new approach. First, abandon sensing the real sky. Regulus even suspected the author had written the book as little more than a boast. I have it and you don't. The Slytherin dormitory had no view of the sky, but that did not matter. He used magic to construct a constellation model inside his own mind. Magic flowed in the depths of his consciousness, sketching the first point, Betelgeuse, the red giant at Orion's right shoulder. Then Rigel, Bellatrix, one point after another kindling in the dark space of his awareness. Drawing on memorized star chart data, he built a three-dimensional model at the correct relative positions and brightness ratios. It was demanding. Maintaining 12 luminous points at their precise coordinates consumed a continuous stream of magic and focus. But Regulus held steady. Next, connecting the points in the form of Orion. Magic condensed into fine threads, from Betelgeuse to Bellatrix, forming the right arm, from Rigel to Safe, the left arm, the 3 belt stars linked by 3 parallel filaments. A glowing Orion took shape in his mind, proportions exact, lines flowing. Finally, synchronization. This was the crux. The book's method called for one's magic to follow the constellation's pulse. Regulus had no pulse to follow, but he had the model. He envisioned his own magical circulation as a luminous river, then embedded the Orion model into the riverbed, letting the constellation's geometry become part of the channel. When the current reached Betelgeuse, speed micro-adjusted. When it reached the belt stars, it split into 3 fine parallel streams. When it traced the overall structure, it circulated along the constellation's outer contour. At first it was clumsy. The magic resisted the imposed structure, the model destabilized, its points beginning to flicker. Regulus slowed the flow, making the circulation gentler. He refined the model: the belt stars should not be a perfect line, a slight arc was needed. Betelgeuse was 1.3 times brighter than Rigel, therefore its gravitational pull in the model should be proportionally stronger, perhaps the magic flowing past it could be intensified by the same ratio. He adjusted, again and again. Gradually, the resistance faded. The magic began to adapt to the structure, a benefit of never having interrupted his daily magical circulation training. Like water finding a new channel, man-made, but smooth enough. 1 cycle. 2. 3. Regulus opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He turned his perception inward. His magical circulation had not noticeably quickened, but it was more stable, as though its ripples had been smoothed. He willed it: a dense, invisible barrier expanded at speed, wrapping his entire body. He held it for 1 minute, then let it dissolve. A moment later, he drew his conclusion. Magic consumption was unchanged, but magic recovery speed had improved. The change was slight, yet real. It worked. The 3rd Thursday of late September. Morning dew condensed in fine beads on the greenhouse glass. First-year herbology was held in Greenhouse 3, home to relatively safe magical plants. Relatively safe, provided one followed proper procedure. Today we shall learn to handle bubotubers, said Professor Sprout, standing before a row of clay pots and wearing stout dragon-hide gloves. Her round face glowed in the warm humidity of the greenhouse. Can anyone tell me the use of bubotuber pus? A Hufflepuff boy's hand shot up at once. It's used to treat persistent acne, Professor. But it must be highly diluted, otherwise it causes far worse ulceration. Quite right. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Sprout nodded. Now, pair up. Each pair will receive one bubotuber, a set of gloves, and a glass vial. Your task is to safely squeeze out the pus and collect it in the vial. Be careful not to splash any on your skin or your robes. Regulus paired with Avery Cuthbert. Avery wrinkled his nose as he accepted the pot. This thing is hideous. The bubotuber was indeed unattractive, a blackish-brown bulbous root covered in boils, each boil tipped with a tiny pore oozing thick, yellowish-green fluid. Put on your gloves, Regulus reminded him. He had already slipped his dragon-hide pair on in one smooth motion. He picked up his own tuber and focused his magical perception. Materials held magic, he already knew that. A porcupine quill's magic concentrated at its tip. Moongrass's magic intensified under moonlight. But this bubotuber. Perception sank in. The first thing he sensed was life. All plants had a gentle, steady flow of life force, like a slow heartbeat. But within the bubotuber's flow, something else was mixed in. His magical perception returned a stinging sensation. The tuber's overall magic was stable, yet around the boils, the magic was turbulent. The pus itself radiated even more intense chaotic fluctuations, and threaded through them was something like an emotion. Regulus studied the plant in his hand. Pain. The word surfaced unbidden. Not pain in a complex, human sense, but something more primitive, an instinctive discomfort response. Like a stress reaction triggered when a living organism is wounded, imprinted into its magical signature. What are you daydreaming about? Avery had already squeezed out half a vial of pus, the yellowish-green liquid slowly oozing inside the glass. Hurry up, the smell is revolting. Regulus nodded. His right thumb and forefinger pinched a larger boil and squeezed gently. Squelch. Viscous pus flowed out and dropped into the vial. In that instant, Regulus caught the shift. The turbulent magic around the boil weakened, but the plant's overall pain signature spiked briefly before gradually subsiding. Like lancing an abscess, pain flaring before relief. He squeezed 3 more boils in succession, perceiving the change each time. On the 4th, he looked up at Professor Sprout as she passed on her rounds. Professor. Sprout walked over. What is it, Mr. Black? The bubotuber. Regulus asked with a slight hesitation. When it secretes pus, is it experiencing some form of distress? What I mean is, from a magical standpoint, the secretion seems to be accompanied by a pain response. Regulus had a habit of asking peculiar questions. And those questions, to most young witches and wizards, sounded like scripture, every word recognizable, but strung together, utterly incomprehensible. Yet the students had begun to notice a pattern. Regulus's baffling questions invariably struck a professor's sweet spot, earning him glowing praise and generous house points. It had become a fixture of Slytherin classes. By now, Regulus's reputation preceded him. The young witches and wizards nearby turned to look at him almost in unison, hands pausing mid-squeeze on their bubotubers. Avery Cuthbert's expression was the most complicated. Brow furrowed, he stared at the inscrutable roommate beside him, that familiar blend of bewilderment and vague frustration rising in him once more. He could not fathom how many bizarre ideas were crammed inside the Black family's younger son's head. Had he read them in some book, or simply dreamed them up from thin air? But what needled Avery most was that every question seemed precisely targeted, never idle showing off. Compared to Regulus, everyone else looked like parrots who only recited the textbook and never thought for themselves. A few Hufflepuff students seated nearby, however, wore a different look, pure, unguarded curiosity. They exchanged glances, communicating silently. Distress. Pain. Can plants feel things? Professor Sprout's eyes widened. She hurried over to Regulus, voice tinged with delight. You sensed it? Yes, Professor. Regulus gave her a polite nod from his seat. The magical signature in the pus is highly disordered, and the tuber's overall magic fluctuates briefly on compression, similar to. He searched for the right phrasing. Similar to the magical reaction of an injured animal. Sprout studied him for a long moment before slowly nodding. Very few recognize this at the first-year level. Most students treat the bubotuber as nothing more than a raw material source. She straightened and addressed the entire class. Mr. Black has raised an interesting point. In fact, many magical plants do possess simple emotional responses. Bubotuber pus is essentially a defense mechanism. The secretion process places a burden on the plant itself. Therefore, when harvesting, we should be as gentle as possible, to reduce their suffering. She demonstrated a gentler technique, pressing slowly with the pads of the fingers rather than pinching roughly. A compassionate harvester obtains purer material, Sprout said. That is the first lesson of herbology, and one too many people forget. 10 points to Slytherin, for close observation. Avery muttered to Regulus, how on earth did you feel that? All I felt was disgust. Focus, reading, and a measure of natural aptitude, Regulus answered simply, continuing to work on the remaining boils. Meanwhile, his mind turned. Plants have emotions, however primitive. What does that imply? If emotions can be imprinted in magic, can magic carry more complex emotions? Applied to offense, or to healing? In the latter half of the class, students began cleaning their equipment. Regulus washed his vial, removed his gloves, and walked over to Professor Sprout, who was reorganizing the plant racks. Professor, I have another question. Go ahead, my dear. It's about mandrakes, Regulus said. I read that the cry of a mature mandrake is lethal to humans. I wonder, does that lethality act on the body or the mind? Sprout paused her work and turned, expression growing serious. That is an advanced question. Typically we don't cover mandrakes in detail until the upper years. I realize that, Professor. But I'm curious. Regulus maintained a polite yet firm stance. If simply covering one's ears prevents death, it suggests the danger lies in the act of hearing the sound. So, does the sound itself carry some form of magic, or does it trigger a response within the listener's body? Sprout did not answer immediately. She motioned for Regulus to follow her to a rest area in the corner of the greenhouse, where several wicker chairs stood. Once they sat down, she spoke. First, to answer your opening question, it is both. The mandrake's cry carries a potent psychic assault magic that directly destabilizes the listener's soul, causing consciousness to collapse. That is the psychic component of the lethality. But at the same time, severe psychic collapse triggers a cascade in the body, cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, magical disruption. So the ultimate cause of death is a dual collapse of body and mind. Regulus nodded, absorbing the information rapidly. Then what is the principle behind the protective earmuffs? Do they block sound entirely, or attenuate the magical transmission? Good question. Sprout's look of approval deepened. The standard earmuffs are enchanted with a sound-filtering charm. They filter out a specific type of magic, the lethal factor within the mandrake's cry. So, strictly speaking, you can still hear the scream, but what you hear is a purified, harmless version. Regulus's mind raced. In other words, the mandrake's lethality hinges on the magic carried within the sound. Then, is it possible to reverse engineer that? Sprout's expression turned grave. What are you thinking, child? I'm thinking about therapeutic possibilities, Regulus said, a partial truth. If a certain magic can destroy, then by modifying it, might it repair instead? For example, using a similar but inverted magic to treat psychic trauma? That is a very dangerous field, Sprout said slowly. Sound-based magic, particularly the kind that touches the mind, sits at the boundary between advanced dark and light magic. There have indeed been wizards who studied therapeutic harmonics throughout history, but most of those experiments ended in tragedy. Because it's too difficult to control. Because sound is intangible and diffuse. Sprout explained. You can guide the trajectory of a spell with precision, but controlling the propagation of sound is far more difficult. Moreover, every individual's soul is subtly unique. A treatment that works for you could be poison for me. There is no universal solution. No, Regulus thought. Sound can be focused. Physical means can achieve it, there's no reason magic can't. He filed the information away. No universal solution, but what if there were a way to scan individual souls? What if the harmonics could be custom-tailored? And critically, if treatment has to be personalized, what about lethality? I could use it for wide-area killing. One more question, Professor. If the mandrake's cry is so dangerous, why isn't it affected by its own scream? And how do mandrakes communicate with each other? Sprout smiled. The questions you're asking now are approaching any WT-level research topics. The short answer is, mandrakes have their own built-in immunity. Their auditory system differs from a wizard's. As for communication, we aren't sure they need to communicate. At the very least, no wizard has ever successfully translated the mandrake's language, assuming anyone genuinely wished to try. She stood and brushed the dirt from her robes. Keep that curiosity, Mr. Black. But remember, until you have sufficient knowledge and protective measures, do not experiment recklessly. I understand, Professor. Thank you. Regulus's gratitude was sincere. He stood as well, a cascade of thoughts flashing through his mind: wide-area lethality, precision lethality, psychic damage, physical damage. And if time permitted, psychic therapy would be a worthwhile avenue. The bell rang. Students filed out of the greenhouse. Regulus deliberately slowed his packing, waiting for the others to move on. Mr. Black, Sprout said, as he had expected. Could you stay a moment longer? Of course, Professor. Regulus turned and inclined his head. They walked out of the greenhouse and stood on the gravel path outside the castle. The September breeze carried a lingering warmth. In the distance, fine ripples textured the surface of the black lake. Your magical perception is quite unusual, Sprout said bluntly. Most wizards perceive magic the way they perceive color. They know it exists, they can distinguish strong from weak, but they struggle to describe the details. Regulus answered carefully, for me, magical perception is like having an additional sense. I can see the emotions of a bubotuber, or rather, feel them. He decided on partial candor. Sprout was the head of Hufflepuff, known for being warm-hearted and fair, and she possessed a deep understanding of plant magic. She was worthy of a degree of trust. Besides, in terms of magical perception, he was outstanding but not altogether extraordinary. Sprout looked toward the greenhouses. Inside Greenhouse 2, at the very back, there's a whomping willow sapling. I planted it 30 years ago, during a difficult time in my life. To this day, that willow is more volatile and aggressive than any other specimen of its kind. I've always suspected my emotional state affected it. Sprout sighed and spoke earnestly. So here is my advice: stay sensitive, but do not delve too deeply into dark plants. Certain species, devil's snare, venomous tentacula, and especially the variants bred through dark magic, they accumulate pain, rage, despair. Those emotions will rebound on anyone who perceives them. She fixed Regulus with a grave gaze. Your gift is a blessing. It could also be a curse. If you encounter something too dark during perception, sever the connection immediately. Come to me, or to another professor. Do not bear it alone. I will remember, Professor. Regulus looked up at her and nodded steadily. He could feel that Sprout's warning came from genuine concern. Perhaps she had witnessed similar cases, possibly even tragedies. Additionally, Sprout's tone softened. If you're interested in plant magic research, you may apply to become my teaching assistant after sitting your OWLS. But for now, build the foundations first. Every line in the textbook has its purpose. I will, Professor. Off you go. Don't be late for your next class. That evening, in the free hour before dinner, Regulus took a detour to a small garden on the west side of the castle. It contained only ordinary ornamental plants, nothing magical, and was rarely visited. He needed to test a hypothesis. Daisies, commonly used as a basic potions ingredient. Regulus found two growing side by side. One was healthy and full, the other had 3 outer leaves with distinctly yellowing edges, possibly insect damage, possibly nutrient deficiency. He crouched, pressing his right hand into the soil at the base of the healthy daisy, his left at the base of the damaged one. Eyes closed. Magical perception deployed. The healthy daisy's magic was warm, steady, a soft golden hue, like a slowly revolving halo of light. The damaged daisy's magic was much dimmer, flickering. The magic in the yellowed leaf area had nearly come to a standstill. Regulus intended to guide the healthy daisy's life magic to repair the damaged one. This was not a healing charm used the wizard's own magic to force restoration on the target. What he wanted to try was to act as a conduit, allowing magic to flow naturally between the two plants. He extended his own magic into 2 fine threads, one connecting to the healthy daisy's core, the other to the damaged daisy's injured zone. The threads were as delicate as possible, to avoid disrupting the plant's own magical circulation. At the healthy daisy's end, he applied a subtle draw, creating a high magic pressure zone. At the damaged daisy's end, he created a low pressure zone. Like water flowing downhill, if it worked, the healthy daisy's magic should flow naturally toward the damaged area. But nothing happened. The 2 plants' magic remained independent, ignoring the pressure differential he had created. Regulus adjusted his approach. He recalled the bubotuber's emotional expression, perhaps raw magical pressure was not enough. Perhaps he needed a form of communication closer to plant instinct. He recalibrated his magical output, attempting to mimic the healthy daisy's wave pattern. 5 minutes later, a change appeared. A faint golden thread of light flowed from the healthy daisy's core, creeping along Regulus's magical channel. Slowly. The thread reached the damaged zone and seeped into the yellowing leaf. Regulus held his breath and observed closely. The magical flow inside the leaf began to revive. Stalled magic nodes reactivated and started circulating again, sluggishly. It worked, but the efficiency was abysmal. 10 minutes passed. He had guided roughly 1/10 of one leaf's worth of repair, and the drain on his own magic was considerable. He persisted for 5 more minutes before gradually severing the connections and withdrawing all his magic. The damaged daisy's outermost leaf had lost a narrow ring of its yellow edge, about a fingernail's width had returned to vivid green. But that was all. The other leaves remained unchanged. Regulus stood and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The magic expenditure was staggeringly disproportionate, not worth the cost. But the direction was right. A key hypothesis had been verified: plant magic could be transferred between individuals. Furthermore, natural magic, even that contained in seemingly passive life forms like plants, could be guided, borrowed, and even harnessed by a wizard's will. Mandrakes. If the gentle life force magic of an ordinary daisy could be guided, then could a magical plant like the mandrake, harboring lethal magic, follow the same principle? His thoughts raced. An idea crystallized. A reverse extrapolation on mandrake lethality based on the guidability of plant magic. The mandrake's cry could kill because it contained powerful, destructive magic targeting both soul and body. The magic within its cry was fundamentally the same in nature as a daisy's life force magic or the chaotic magic in bubotuber pus, a magical property produced, stored, or released by the plant itself. Only this particular property was lethally dangerous. If a daisy's magic could be guided and transferred, then in theory, the mandrake's magic should also be guidable. But the two magics differed radically in nature, one gently nourishing, the other violently destructive. The mandrake released its lethal magic through one specific mechanism, its cry. This seemed an innate magic rooted in the very form of its life. Bypassing the cry to access or guide the source magic directly would likely require understanding the magic's trajectory and convergence points within the plant's body. Perhaps the way forward was to begin by studying the magical properties of mandrake seedlings, tracking how their magic changed as they matured. By the time Regulus left the small garden, dusk had settled. Castle windows were flickering to life one by one. Dinner was approaching. He quickened his pace, only to run into someone at the entrance to the greenhouse area. A Hufflepuff girl, second or third year, with light brown hair gathered in a loose bun. She crouched before a row of flower pots, carefully loosening the soil around a drooping-leafed Deepening. "You'll damage the lateral roots that way," Regulus said, pausing without thinking. The girl looked up and blinked. "Sorry. The angle of your trowel is too steep." Regulus pointed to the little iron spade in her hand. Deepening roots spread outward, not straight down. A vertical cut will sever the lateral roots. She looked down, then comprehension dawned. No wonder this one never thrived. "Thank you." She adjusted her angle, inserting the trowel at a slant and gently working the surrounding soil loose. "You're the Slytherin first year?" she asked as she worked. It's rare to see a Slytherin who knows this much about herbology. Regulus Black. First year. He kept the introduction brief. "I'm Eleanor Bones, third year." She smiled, revealing a slight snaggle tooth. "The Bones family, you'll know." She went on, her tone carrying a cheerful, unguarded curiosity. "I know who you are. Hogwarts second Black. Before you arrived, quite a few of us, well, more than a few, were privately guessing whether you'd go to Slytherin like every Black for the past 500 years, or follow your brother into Gryffindor." Regulus raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. He knew that virtually every student from a pure-blood family at Hogwarts, and a fair number of professors, had been watching his sorting. Sirius's choice had not been merely personal rebellion, it had shattered an unbroken 500-year tradition. 500 years. A span long enough to turn Black equals Slytherin into an unspoken axiom of the wizarding world. And in the current climate, undercurrents roiling, ancient families reassessing their allegiances, the Black heir's sorting could even be read as a signal from the family. Regulus had known all this. He also knew the gossip would never stop. In the original story, in fact, it continued until the Black family was all but extinct. But someone like Eleanor Bones bringing it up to his face with this degree of candid frankness, that was a first since he had arrived at Hogwarts. This young witch from the Bones family was far more direct than any other pureblood he had encountered. And the Bones family, Regulus knew them well, of course. Also one of the Sacred 28, relatively moderate in stance, with most family members employed at the Ministry of Magic. This Eleanor was likely a relative of Amelia Bones, the future head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Regulus made no effort to dodge the subject. His grey eyes met hers calmly. "As you can see, the answer is Slytherin. The speculation can stop." Eleanor blinked, then laughed. "Indeed. And from the looks of it, you're fitting in rather well over there." Regulus did not pursue the topic. He pointed to the flower pot on the ground. "Deepening prefers loose soil but dislikes frequent disturbance. You do well to add a layer of crushed clay pellets at the bottom of the pot to improve drainage. The current soil retains too much moisture, the roots are liable to rot." Eleanor stared at him. "How can you tell the soil's too wet?" "The leaf edges are slightly curled and the color is darker green than it should be, signs of roots that can't breathe properly. And when you loosened the soil just now, it clumped together, which indicates excess moisture content." "Merlin, you're right." Eleanor stood and brushed the dirt from her hands. "I've been using the standard potting mix, but this batch of leaf mold might have been poor quality. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Black." Regulus gave a slight nod. In the fading light, the two spent 5 minutes trading tips on soil cultivation. Eleanor showed him how to gauge soil density by feel, along with several uncommon techniques for raising magical plants. In return, Regulus shared a handful of simple soil testing charms, drawn from garden care magic, small but practical spells. Eleanor packed up her tools. "Time to head to the Great Hall. Walk together." "Sure." They walked side by side toward the castle. Along the way they passed a few Hufflepuff students, who looked startled to see Eleanor with a Slytherin but said nothing. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Eleanor waved goodbye. "See you, Mr. Black. See you, Miss Bones." Regulus made his way to the Slytherin table. As he sat down, Avery leaned over. "What were you chatting about with the Bones girl?" "Herbology." Regulus answered simply and began loading roast meat onto his plate. The earlier experiment had drained him considerably, he needed to refuel. "The Bones family is all right. Not the worst." Avery rendered his verdict. "But that Amelia of theirs at the ministry is too much of a stickler. My father doesn't like her." "Perhaps she doesn't like Mr. Cuthbert either," Regulus said. Avery thought about that for a moment, then shrugged. "Fair point." Just past midnight, Regulus snapped out of his meditation, a magical fluctuation. He instantly suppressed all his magic, slowed his breathing, and kept his body still. Only his eyes cracked open the barest slit. Across the room, Hermes Mulciber's bed curtains parted silently. A dark-robed figure slipped out without making a sound. Hermes stood upright in the darkness, apparently confirming something. He even paused at the foot of each bed for a moment, Regulus's included. A minute later, Hermes left the dormitory. Regulus waited 3 minutes, then sat up slowly. He climbed out of bed and moved to Hermes's. The curtains had been left slightly ajar. Regulus touched nothing, he only scanned with his magical perception. The bed was made neatly. Under the pillow lay a book, dark red leather cover, no title. It was warded, forcing a probe would trip an alarm. On the nightstand sat an empty glass vial. A trace of black liquid clung to the bottom. Regulus could not identify it, but it was not a standard potion. Hermes's satchel rested on the windowsill, the zipper not fully closed, a corner of parchment visible. No wards. Regulus used a magical probe to ease the flap open. It was a map. Hand-drawn, lines crude, but annotations clear. At the center was the main body of Hogwarts Castle. Several areas had been circled. A corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, note, explored. Nothing found. The abandoned classroom section on the west side of the dungeons, note, warded. Needs bypassing. And a room beneath the astronomy tower, marked, possible entrance. Verification pending. Beneath the astronomy tower? That should be the castle's outer wall, no room there at all. Unless it was a hidden chamber. Or a secret passage. Regulus withdrew the probe and returned to his own bed. What was Hermes Mulciber searching for? Or, whom was he searching on behalf of? An hour later, at 1:14 a.m., the door opened softly again. Hermes was back. His footsteps were heavier than when he left. The hem of his robe bore fresh scorch marks. On the back of his left hand was a thin red line, as though something sharp had grazed him. He paused at the doorway for a few seconds, eyes sweeping the 3 occupied beds. Satisfied nothing was amiss, he moved to his own bed. As he shed his outer robe, Regulus caught a faint whiff of sulfur. Magical fire, or the residue of some alchemical reaction. Hermes pulled his curtains shut. The rustle of changing clothes, then silence. Regulus opened his eyes and stared up at the darkness of his canopy. First year. 11 years old. Already ankle-deep in dangerous secrets. The Mulciber family was one of the sacred 28, though on its fringes. For generations, the Mulcibers had traded in rare magical artifacts, in practice, serving as brokers and middlemen for dark object smuggling and collection. Experts at skirting the edge of the law. Covert partnerships with multiple Nocturne Alley establishments. No appetite for political power, focused instead on accumulating forbidden knowledge and dangerous magical objects. They made no public show of supporting Voldemort, yet privately supplied the Death Eaters with material. Was Hermes's behavior personal curiosity or a family assignment? If the latter, whatever he was searching for was very likely connected to the coming war. An owl's cry drifted in from outside, distant, indistinct. Regulus did not dwell further, he simply decided to keep watch. He closed his eyes again and began a new cycle of magical circulation. The geometric model of Orion flared to life in his mind, starlight-bright magic flowing along its calculated trajectories. Thursday evening's astronomy class was held at the top of the castle's tallest tower. The late September night sky was crystalline, the Scottish Highland air sharp and transparent. Tonight we shall learn to locate the sky's dominant star, Sirius. Professor Aurora Sinistra's voice was as gentle as the night breeze. She was an older witch, silver hair pinned neatly at the back of her head, her robes embroidered with tiny constellation patterns that seemed to carry starlight when she moved. Sirius is not merely the brightest star in the night sky. In magical terms, it is also regarded as the symbol of guidance and loyalty. Many ancient navigational charms and long-range communication spells rely on observations of it for calibration. Students worked in pairs at brass-mounted telescopes. Regulus partnered with Alex Rosier. Avery had declared he had zero interest in staring at a handful of luminous dots all evening and had retreated early to a corner with a few Slytherin boys to yawn. Start by leveling the base, Regulus instructed, his voice low, guiding the slightly flustered Alex. Right, keep the bubble centered. Now release the vertical lock and point the barrel southeast, elevation roughly 20 degrees. Alex obeyed. He peered through the eyepiece. It's all blurry. Because you haven't adjusted the focus. Regulus reached over and turned the knob. Take it slowly. Look for a very bright star with a blue-white tint. Alex fiddled for a moment, then let out a soft gasp. I see it. It's so bright, like a blue-white jewel. It's beautiful. That's Sirius. Regulus moved to a second telescope. He completed the calibration and focus with practiced ease. The star appeared sharply in the field of view. Through the magically enhanced astronomical telescope, a faint halo was visible around it, an ethereal luminescence that seemed to breathe and pulse. No Muggle telescope could show such a thing. Though there was no scientific proof, the wizarding world accepted it as the magical radiance emitted by the stars. Well done, Mr. Rosier. Professor Sinistra drifted beside them. Now, record its position using the coordinate grid on the star chart. Mind the ecliptic reference line. Once the professor moved away, Alex whispered, How do you know all this? You act like you've done it dozens of times. There's a similar instrument at home, Regulus answered. The Blacks did own an antique astronomical telescope, though he had never actually used it. So what's the point of astronomy, anyway? Alex muttered as he clumsily recorded coordinates. Apart from the stars being pretty. More useful than you'd think. Regulus gazed at Sirius through the eyepiece, recalling what he had read in the family library. Many advanced potions require precise lunar phases and stellar positions for preparation. Several key ingredients of Felix Felicis, for instance, must be harvested according to specific lunar phases and star alignments. Certain ancient runic variants see their magical potency wax and wane with constellation positions. He continued, not to mention that many ancient magical contracts, family rituals, and even castle defense wards have their power cycles tied to stellar movements. Understanding the sky is, in a sense, reading the hidden clock of the magical world. Alex stared. None of that is in the textbook. Because it's upper-year content. Or, Regulus said lightly, part of certain families' transmitted knowledge. Professor Sinistra clapped her hands to draw attention. Now, shift your telescope approximately 15 degrees left and lower the elevation by 5 degrees. You will see 3 bright stars arranged in an almost perfectly straight line at nearly equal intervals. That is Orion's belt. Record their positions and relative angles. Regulus complied. When the 3 stars appeared in his field of view, his movements paused for the briefest instant. Not only because of their beauty, but because of their arrangement. 3 stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka. In Muggle astronomy, they were merely 3 stars hundreds of light-years from Earth and from each other, aligned by visual projection into an apparent line. But through the magically enhanced telescope, Regulus saw something different. Despite the vast distances separating them, the magical radiance emitted by the 3 stars was not entirely independent. Infinitesimally fine threads of magic, gossamer thin, flowed slowly between the 3, forming an extraordinarily thin energy triangle. He quickly recorded the 3 stars' coordinates on his chart, connecting them with dashed lines and annotating the angles. The belt star's alignment approached a perfect straight line but retained a negligible arc, cosmically insignificant, but potentially critical in magical application. Regulus could construct precise constellation models in his mind, simulate stellar positions, even compute orbital trajectories. Just now, instinctively, he had used the three stars' current positions and their known proper motion data to project their relative positions 100 years hence. He thought rapidly. Stars move, slowly, but Orion's belt stars each have their own direction and velocity within the galaxy. Could that motion itself be part of their magical nature? He decided at once, he would incorporate the constellation's true motion into his meditation with absolute computational precision and spatial visualization. Just then, Professor Sinistra's voice broke into his thoughts. I see many of you have finished recording. Remember, the significance of astronomy is not memorizing the names of a few constellations, but understanding the eternal rhythm contained in the stars' motions. Class dismissed. Eternal rhythm. Regulus tucked away his star chart. The phrase echoed in his mind. The small hours. The dormitory, silent. Regulus sat cross-legged within the curtains of his four-poster bed, privacy secured by a silencing charm. Eyes closed. He sank into the depths of consciousness. He ran the magical circulation and starlight meditation simultaneously. Within his body, magic flowed like a gentle brook along well-worn paths, nourishing every inch of flesh. This was the tempering of the body, the most fundamental of foundations. At the same time, at the uppermost layer of his awareness, he constructed the model of Orion's belt. Drawing on memorized astronomical data, the minute deviations he had observed, the computed orbital trajectories, and the star's inherent motion, he imbued the 3 points of light with an infinitesimally slow but directionally specific tendency to move. A static framework and a dynamic tendency. Then he attempted to align the rhythm of his internal magical circulation with the dynamic tendency of those 3 points of light. It did not go smoothly at first. Magic circulating through the body was tangible and perceptible, a concrete flow. The star's motion tendency, by contrast, was abstract and nearly stationary, a directionality. The two seemed to exist on different planes. But Regulus was patient. He poured all his focus into the dynamic model, feeling that barely there yet undeniably real tension of motion. Then, with exquisite subtlety, he began adjusting the speed of his internal magical circulation, shifting its fundamental character towards something more solemn, slower, more constant. Time passed in silence. 10 minutes. 20. 30. Then, suddenly, alignment. Not that his magic was literally drawing constellation shapes inside his body. It was something deeper, the state of existence of the internal circulation and the essential nature of the stellar model's motion achieved a harmony at the level of the spirit, a resonance. In that instant, Regulus felt two distinct improvements occur simultaneously. The once gentle, nourishing magical circulation seemed infused with a more substantial, weightier quality. Where the magic flowed, it no longer merely nourished, it brought a strange sense of consolidation, as though muscle fibers and bone density were being strengthened far more effectively through this synchronized resonance. A wholly new sensation of power rose slowly from deep within his limbs. And maintaining the dynamic model was already an extreme exercise in mental focus, but the moment he truly synchronized with the star's motion tendency, his consciousness felt anchored. It became clearer, more solid. The daily clutter of thoughts, the ambient murmur of stray magic pervading the castle, even the deep, private sense of alienation and loneliness belonging to a transmigrator, all of it was smoothed away by a vast, serene vision. The soul felt as though it had found a firm pedestal, growing stiller, harder to shake. This was a qualitative shift. Regulus held the state, savoring every fine-grained change. In this synchronized mode, magic not only recovered faster, it seemed to grow more condensed and tractable. He realized he might have inadvertently touched upon a deeper magical truth. Body, mind, magic, they had never been an isolated triad. They could be unified, each promoting the others, ascending together. He gave this integrated method a private name, Star Orbit Guided Meditation. From now on, physical tempering and mental meditation need no longer be practiced separately. They would merge into a single, holistic discipline, an active pursuit of total synchronization. With that, the foundation was laid. The last day of September. Dinner had just ended when the seventh-year prefects, Lucretius Borgin and Narcissa Black, stood at the far end of the Slytherin table and tapped silver spoons against goblets. All Slytherin students, please return directly to the common room after dinner. Narcissa rose gracefully. First years, your attendance is mandatory. The moment her words fell, the mood at the Slytherin table shifted. Upperclassmen exchanged knowing looks. A handful of fifth-year boys were already smirking in anticipation. Pure-blood students, especially the core heirs of the ancient houses, wore expressions that said, "At last." Avery Cuthbert set down his knife and fork at once, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Hermes Mulciber slowly raised his head. His dark gaze swept across the prefects, then settled on Regulus beside him. Only Alex Rosier, the boy from the mild pure-blood branch, blinked blankly and whispered, "What's happening? Why do we have to go back?" Avery snorted, his tone dripping with superiority and a touch of pity. "Your family didn't tell you, Rosier." "Right, your family, humph. It's tradition. The Slytherin welcome event. To see which little snakes this year have the sharpest fangs." Alex blanched. He clearly understood the implication and looked uneasily toward Regulus, then toward the other first years. The commotion had drawn the attention of the other three houses. Students chattered as upperclassmen explained Slytherin's peculiar tradition to the younger years. Regulus felt more than one pair of eyes from the staff table settle on him. What caught his attention most was that one of them belonged to Dumbledore. Gazes arrived from the Gryffindor table as well, Lily Evans, James Potter, and Sirius among them. He did not acknowledge any of them. He simply stood in silence. By the time the procession filed into the underground common room, the atmosphere had transformed entirely. Emerald flames danced in the fireplace, their glow playing across dark green drapes and silver fixtures, and across the dozens of faces wearing every shade of expression. Upperclassmen lounged in clusters around the sofas and armchairs, conversing in low tones, eyes scanning the 10 incoming first years. The first years instinctively drew together yet had already sorted themselves into small cliques. The pure-blood core, Avery, Hermes, and the like, stood together, bearing either haughty or brooding expressions. A few other newcomers, including two visibly nervous half-blood students, a boy and a girl, in slightly plainer robes, looked isolated and helpless. Their eyes darted through the crowd and, almost by shared instinct, came to rest on Regulus. Over the past month, Regulus's conduct had been markedly different from the other highborn pureblood students. He displayed none of that deliberately conspicuous arrogance, never joined in the tedious sneering about blood status or background, and handled class questions and group assignments with rigor and fairness. To the newcomers who were not part of the pure-blood inner circle, or whose families were unremarkable, the younger black son was practically the only first year in Slytherin who could be called reasonable and dependable. Now they edged unconsciously toward where Regulus stood, as though proximity alone provided a sliver of safety. Regulus registered their quiet gravitation. He gave no outward sign of it, simply walked calmly to the edge of the cleared central space, stood still, and let his gray eyes sweep the room. Quiet. Lucretius Borgin stepped in front of the fireplace. His voice was measured, his bearing solemn. The common room fell silent instantly. Standard procedure. He was concise. First years. Paired duels. Any spell you can cast is permitted, as long as it won't send Madame Pomfrey knocking on our door. The purpose is for you to know yourselves and to know each other. Slytherin respects power. It also respects the wisdom to wield it. Even before he finished, whispered commentary and snickers rippled through the senior students. Books open. Books open. A grinning sixth-year boy whipped out a small notebook. Wager on which little fledgling is still standing at the end, live odds. I'm putting 10 galleons on the black kid. No kidding, you need a bet for that. The girl beside him rolled her eyes. Look at him. Does that look like an 11-year-old? I say he flattens every opponent in under 3 minutes. Let's not be hasty, a bespectacled seventh-year boy countered, adjusting his glasses with a mock analytical air. That Mulciber boy's eyes are dark as a well. Word is his family has some unorthodox collectibles. And the Cuthbert kid isn't exactly a pushover, either. Please. The sixth year jutted his chin toward Regulus. Everyone else is either shaking with nerves, overcaffeinated with adrenaline, or putting on a brave face like Avery. Now look at him, he's standing there like he's waiting for someone to bring him tea in his own study. I'm doubling down. I bet his robes won't even wrinkle. Every word carried clearly to the first year's ears. Avery flushed, part thrill, part indignation. Alex grew more nervous still, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his robe. The two half-bloods went white. Hermes remained inscrutable, his gaze fixed on Regulus with a sharper edge. And the subject of all the commentary, Regulus, simply stood there, face blank. Now then. Draw lots to determine the first-round pairings. Narcissa held out a small silver cup filled with slips of parchment. The results came quickly. Alex was matched against an equally nervous boy from a minor pureblood branch. A half-blood girl drew Avery, her already pale face went whiter still. And Regulus, he drew another pureblood boy, whose expression upon reading his slip looked as though he might cry. Wait. A low voice cut through the room. Hermes Mulciber stepped forward from the crowd. He fixed his gaze on the two prefects, then turned it to Regulus. I request to duel Regulus Black. A beat of silence, then louder buzzing. Requesting a swap of opponents was uncommon but not against the rules, provided both parties agreed. Lucretius raised an eyebrow and looked at Regulus. Black. Every eye in the room converged. Regulus looked at Hermes. In those dark eyes there was no challenge, only an almost obsessive earnestness and something suppressed beneath. He recalled the scent of scorch marks on a returning night wanderer's robes, the titleless book in dark red leather. Agreed. Regulus nodded calmly, then added, however, since the bouts are one at a time, we can go last. Let the others finish first. The boy who had been swapped out looked as if he had been granted a pardon. He nodded frantically and scurried aside. No one else objected. It was obvious to all that a match between Regulus and Hermes was likely on a different level from the rest. The two prefects exchanged a glance and nodded. Very well. We start with the other groups. The duels began at once. The floor was cleared, spectators packed the perimeter. Alex and his opponent were virtual mirror images of floundering, incantations stammered, disarming charm trajectories wobbling every which way. Alex ultimately lost when he tripped over his own feet in a moment of panic, drawing a round of laughter. Avery dispatched the half-blood girl with ease, landing a clean impediment jinx to knock her off balance before following up with a precise disarming charm. Several upperclassmen nodded approvingly. The remaining bouts followed a similar pattern. As Regulus had observed, even first-years carefully groomed by pure-blood families were, at this age, limited by immature magic, weak control, and virtually zero combat experience. The contents of the Standard Book of Spells already stretched their limits. Disarming Charm, Impediment Jinx, Jellyleg's Curse, Locking Spell, Full Body Bind, Fire-Making Spell, the most basic practical spells. Casting one fluently and landing it on target was considered commendable among peers. For Regulus, however, these spells held no difficulty whatsoever. Any charm that required only precise wand work, clear enunciation, and basic magical channeling was something he could pick up at a glance and master with minimal practice. His formidable magical control and computational ability more than compensated for any shortfall due to age, letting these elementary spells display stability and power far beyond his years. Of course, magic was far from that simple. Spells driven by intense emotion, involving complex conceptual understanding, or requiring special talent and components, those remained fields for study and exploration. After several rounds, the first years were spent. Some were elated, others dejected. At last, only Regulus and Hermes stood in the center of the floor. The two stood 10 feet apart and bowed slightly. Begin. Narcissa announced. Hermes moved almost the instant the word left her lips, wand jabbing forward, Ricta Sempra. A silver flash raced toward Regulus. Opening with a tickling charm, not vicious, but very sudden. Regulus did not move his feet. A casual flick of his wand sent an identical silver flash from its tip, the two spells collided in midair and exploded into a shower of glittering sparks. Locomotor mortis. Hermes followed up instantly. A blue bolt skimmed barely above the floor. Regulus merely tapped the ground. An invisible barrier rose before him and the leglocker curse struck it like a ramp, deflecting sideways before fizzling out against the wall. Impedimenta. Hermes fired a third spell, angled to conceal its trajectory. Impedimenta. Regulus uttered the same incantation. The twin spells met in the center with a dull double thud. But Regulus's was plainly more powerful, it shattered Hermes's spell and, still intact, hurtled onward toward him. Hermes threw himself into a roll to dodge, barely, looking somewhat ragged. The younger student's eyes went wide, hands pressed to mouths. The upperclassman nodded repeatedly. Anyone could see that Regulus's spell power was staggering. Regulus still had not launched a single offensive attack. He simply parried or deflected each of Hermes's strikes with effortless composure, a binding spell swatted aside, an incendio quenched by aguamenti. Some spells he evaded with the subtlest of movements. Throughout it all, Regulus had not left the small patch of floor where he first stood. Every spell he used came from the most elementary defensive and interference charms in the standard book of spells, yet each was placed perfectly, heavy work made to look light. His expression never once changed, as though this were not combat at all, his easy posture made it look more like a demonstration. Hermes, meanwhile, grew faster and more cunning with each volley, displaying spell work far beyond an ordinary first year, clear evidence of advanced tutoring at home. But his face grew steadily uglier, his breathing rough. He was no fool. He could tell that Regulus had not used anything close to his full strength, might not, in fact, have exerted himself at all. That effortless handling was humiliating. Is dodging all you can do, Black? Hermes snarled, fury and something vicious flashing in his eyes. He abandoned the rapid-fire barrage. Wand raised high, he began chanting in a deeper, more guttural register. An ominous dark red glow gathered at the tip. The very air seemed to chill. Several upperclassmen frowned. Prefect Lucretius stepped forward as if to intervene. Narcissa's brow furrowed, her fingers closed around her wand. But it was already too late. Bone and blood separation. Hermes hissed the final syllables. A beam of darkest red, almost black, radiating cold and agony, lanced toward Regulus. Dark magic. It was clearly an incomplete version, its power greatly diminished, but the malicious nature was unmistakable. Gasps erupted across the common room. Facing this venom-laced strike, Regulus's eyes, calm and still throughout, finally showed the smallest flicker of change. As expected. Hermes specialized in dark arts. Regulus could tell with certainty that the boy had used this spell on a living person before. How very familial. Regulus set aside his elementary spells. His wand pointed forward, no gesture, no incantation. The motion was spare to the point of austerity. A silver barrier, solid as crystal, materialized before him in an instant. Complex yet orderly ripples flowed across its surface. The dark red beam slammed into the silver shield. Where they met, a teeth-aching hiss arose, the sound of metal being corroded. The crimson glow gnawed furiously at the shield but could not penetrate. The stalemate lasted roughly 2 seconds. Under Hermes's ashen face and disbelieving stare, the dark red beam spent itself and dissolved entirely. The silver barrier stood as solid as ever. In the very instant the crimson light vanished, Regulus took one step forward. A point of red light kindled at his wand tip. Expelliarmus. A scarlet bolt, far more concentrated and swift than any spell Hermes had thrown, tore through the air like lightning and struck Hermes square in the chest. Crack. The wand soared, spinning in a high arc, and was caught neatly in Regulus's free hand. The fight was over. This was the courtesy Regulus afforded his roommate. A jellyleg's curse would have dropped Hermes to his knees just as easily. From the moment Hermes cast the dark spell to Regulus dissolving the attack and completing the disarm, fewer than 5 seconds. So fast that many had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing dark magic. The common room was deathly silent. Every eye fixed on the center of the floor. Hermes stood rooted, right hand still frozen in a gripping posture. His body trembled faintly. His face was chalk-white, eyes hollow, as though he could not accept that his most secret, most relied-upon weapon had been so casually dismantled. Regulus walked forward and held the wand out to him. His voice was level, no victor's smugness, no scorn for dark magic. Only cool composure. A good attempt. But the spell structure was unstable and your magical supply was intermittent. Next time, commit to killing me, don't waver. The words dropped into silence like stones into still water. Kill. The word, spoken so calmly by an 11-year-old, sent a chill down every spine. The upperclassman reacted most overtly. Lucretius Borgian's eyebrows climbed, undisguised admiration, even delight, shone in his eyes. Beside him, several core 5th and 6th-year purebloods exchanged looks and began whispering, "Did you hear that? Commit to killing me." Merlin. Those words coming from a first year. Elegant. Powerful. And a 7th-year girl, a Caro, moistened her lips, eyes burning. No pearl-clutching hysteria about dark magic. He knows exactly what it is. That is what a Slytherin should look like. The Black family may actually produce someone formidable this time, a knot boy concluded, his tone careful. In their eyes, Regulus regarded dark magic objectively, appraising the practitioner's skill while disregarding the spell's inherent evil. That attitude, in a sense, aligned more closely with certain ancient pureblood values than Hermes's half-baked dark spell itself. Alex Rosier's lips moved. He glanced at Hermes, face drained, looking as though his soul had been siphoned out, then back at the serene Regulus. He wanted to say something. Perhaps, this is just a match, talk of killing is too much. Or, Hermes used dark magic, that's wrong. But the words died on his tongue. When Regulus's calm gaze swept past him, every naive thought froze solid. He could only look away in a fluster, staring at the tips of his shoes. Avery Cuthbert was in a different frame of mind entirely. During the flying lesson confrontation, he had told himself the gap between him and Regulus might not be so vast, just a matter of technique and tactics to chase down. Now he understood. The gap was visible to the naked eye. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them. In the end, he merely watched the two figures on the floor with a complicated expression and did nothing. As for Hermes Mulciber himself, his empty gaze snapped into sudden focus, boring into Regulus. Within it churned humiliation, shock, fear, and a thread of dishevelment. He had indeed hesitated. He had not dared, could not, unleash the spell's full power in front of so many witnesses. He snatched back his wand, fingers white-knuckled around the grip, ducked his head, and retreated swiftly into the shadows at the crowd's edge, locking every emotion back behind that gloomy mask. Ahem. Narcissa cleared her throat lightly, breaking the uncanny stillness. She and Lucretius exchanged a glance. Both understood that tonight's welcome had achieved its purpose, and then some. Continuing further was unnecessary, there would be no more suspense. Lucretius stepped forward, surveying the remaining first years. His voice was as steady as ever, "Well then, does anyone wish to challenge Black, or Mulciber?" His gaze traced a slow arc. Alex stared at the floor. The other newcomers shook their heads in rapid succession, avoiding his eyes. Even Avery, who might have entertained the thought moments ago, stood silent and still. In that case, the title of head of first years goes to Regulus Black. I hope each of you will take this as your standard and strive to improve. The clamor of the Slytherin Welcome Tournament had not yet fully subsided. Students were drifting away in small groups, discussing the brief but decisive duel in hushed tones. Regulus had just stepped clear of the central floor, heading for his dormitory, when a voice stopped him. Regulus. Narcissa Black stood beside the archway leading to the girls' dormitories. Unlike her usual retinue of upper-year girls, she was alone, clearly waiting for him on purpose. A few upper-year boys who had been about to approach the freshly crowned head of first years saw the situation and tactfully hung back. Cousin Narcissa. Regulus halted and walked toward her. He was not surprised she would seek him out, only that it had come sooner than expected. Narcissa said nothing. Her eyes motioned for him to follow. They walked single file into a deserted stone corridor outside the common room. No portraits here, only cold stone walls and pale green torches burning at intervals. Once she was certain they were alone, Narcissa turned. Her expression was a blend of concern and gravity. She drew from her sleeve a black wax-sealed envelope. The seal bore the imprint of a leering skull with a serpent issuing from its mouth. An emblem not yet public, but already an open secret in certain circles. A letter from Bella, for you. Narcissa held it out, voice barely above a whisper. She specifically instructed me to deliver it only after you were confirmed as head. Regulus accepted the envelope. The black paper was cool to the touch, carrying a faint, unsettling residue of magic. He did not open it immediately. He looked at Narcissa. She seemed to read his unasked question and sighed softly. The winds outside are growing fiercer, Regulus. Fatigue threaded through her voice. The great gentleman, his influence is spreading fast. It is no longer secret meetings and petty skirmishes. Inside the ministry, inside the Wisingamot, even on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, he has his people, or people who fear him. Some shops in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade have quietly changed hands. A couple of newsletter editors who spoke out of turn have retired for health reasons. And 2 officials in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who publicly questioned the misuse of the Statute of Secrecy were found last month in their homes, hospitalized at St. Mungo's after accidentally triggering dangerous experimental magic. She looked at Regulus. He is shrewd and charismatic. Through promises, threats, and very real demonstrations of overwhelming power, he has woven an enormous web. Among the pureblood families, the Lestranges are already at the core. The Knotts, the Carrows, the Yaxleys, they have shown their colors openly. Many more are watching. Weighing. The Malfoys. She drew a deep breath. The Malfoys are among them. Regulus understood her meaning. Narcissa Black might not fully endorse Voldemort's mad agenda of conquest and purging. But she was about to marry into the Malfoy family. Her position would be bound to Lucius Malfoy's choice, and to the Malfoy families as a whole. She had no choice. This aligned broadly with the history he knew, only now the picture of the run-up to Voldemort's first rise was painted in sharper detail. "Thank you for telling me, cousin." Regulus said it calmly and slid the letter into an inner pocket of his robes. Narcissa studied his unruffled face, seemingly hoping to find even a flicker of alarm or fear. She did not. In the end she murmured, "Be careful of Bella. She is not the person she used to be. And be careful of what's in the letter. You are young, but that doesn't mean you can stay on the sidelines forever." With a slight nod, she turned and walked briskly away down the stone corridor, the hem of her robe whispering against the flagstones. The dormitory was empty when he returned. Avery, Hermes, and Alex had not come back yet. Regulus drew his curtains, cast a silencing charm, and only then took out the black envelope. He broke the seal. A scent drifted out, a blend of expensive perfume and, deeper beneath it, something acrid and scorched. The paper was heavy parchment. The handwriting was wild, almost illegible, the strokes so forceful they nearly punctured the page, betraying the writer's elevated, unstable emotions. "To my dear cousin Regulus. I hear you have made your mark at Hogwarts and been crowned head of first years in Slytherin. I am deeply gratified. The noble blood of the House of Black runs in your veins, and you have not disappointed me, nor the family, nor the great gentleman. This is a glorious age, Regulus. The old order is crumbling. The decrepit ministry is run by cowards and mudblood sympathizers, desecrating the rights and the glory that are ours by birth. But dawn is at hand. A true sovereign has risen. He shall lead us in cleansing this filthy world and rebuilding an eternal order for pure-blood wizards. Power. Glory. Dominion. These are what we deserve. You have shown talent, but that is far from enough. You must grow faster, become stronger, more resolute. Slytherin's little games are only the beginning. The real battlefield lies beyond the castle. The great gentleman needs loyal and powerful followers. The House of Black must claim the most illustrious seat in this new hall. Do not be beguiled by weak sentiment. Do not be shackled by false morality. Power is truth, and truth belongs only to the victor. I have reported your situation to the great gentleman. He is most interested. A Black so young yet so demonstrably gifted, he sees potential. Remember this attention, Regulus. It is the highest honor. Let it be the engine that drives you forward. Do not waste it. Stand ready, cousin. When the summons comes, prove yourself worthy of the Black name, worthy of serving a cause greater than yourself. Your loyal and expectant cousin. Bellatrix Lestrange. Regulus set the letter on his knee, face expressionless. The fanaticism, the obsession, the craving for power through violence, they spilled from every line of Bella's writing, stronger even than he had anticipated. This was no mere follower's zeal. It was pathological devotion and worship. The coercion in the letter was equally plain. Bella, or rather Voldemort behind her, had not written off an 11-year-old. The mention that Voldemort had noticed him and was most interested, that was anything but good news. It typically meant close surveillance and ruthless testing, and, should expectations not be met, possible destruction. He had assumed there would be at least a few years of buffer to build strength in relative calm, to feel out his own path. Now it seemed time was tighter than he had imagined. Voldemort's web was contracting, and the House of Black was already tangled deep within it. A cold, sharp irritation, alien to his usually tranquil inner world, surged through him. When Regulus stepped out of the dormitory, the common room was still busy. He spotted Alger Travers at once, the fifth year who had been publicly humiliated on opening night, surrounded by a knot of pure-blood cronies. They had claimed the chairs around the fireplace and were talking in deliberately audible tones, eyes flicking now and again toward the dormitory corridor. Seeing Regulus emerge, Travers pitched his voice a notch higher. So as I was saying, talent or no talent, he's still a baby who needs minding. Head of first years, what does that even mean? Real Slytherins think long-term, think about actual influence. A bit of cleverness and a splash of luck, a pat on the head, and he actually thinks he's somebody. His lackeys supplied a scattering of sycophantic laughter. Several upperclassmen who had lingered, including some neutrals, looked over, entertainment on their faces. They knew the history between Travers and Regulus, and they understood that Travers was jumping in now to cut the new head down at the peak of his momentum. This sort of theater was nothing new in Slytherin. Avery and Alex sat on a sofa nearby. Avery frowned, looking from Travers to Regulus. Alex was plainly uneasy. Even Hermes, who had been lurking in a corner, shifted toward Regulus, stopping about 5 meters away to stand and watch in silence. Travers, called a sixth-year girl, the same one who had praised Regulus earlier. Enough. He's only a first year. First year? Alger Travers scoffed. He finally turned to look squarely at Regulus, face draped with undisguised malice and the cockiness of a man holding all the cards. A first year who already knows how to use backstreet tricks against his elders. A first year who has certain people swooning and orbiting. I'm only stating facts. When you're young, you should know your place. Learn to respect your seniors. Not strut around on a scrap of talent as though you own the world. Does anyone truly believe the first-year head title is some great achievement? Travers's words grew uglier by the second, deliberately twisting facts, dismissing Regulus's ability as backstreet tricks and luck. Regulus stood still, head slightly bowed. He knew what Travers was after, goad him into attacking first. So long as Regulus threw the first spell, Travers, a fifth year, forced to defend himself, would hold the moral high ground regardless of the outcome. And Travers was confident that if he focused and fought seriously, he would never be humiliated the way he had been on opening night. The murmuring died down. Every eye settled on Regulus, waiting for his reaction. Regulus stood there, absorbing the venomous words, feeling the cold irritation seated by Bella's letter ferment and warm inside his chest. He looked at Alger Travers's face, painted with calculation and malice, and found it equal parts laughable and tiresome. Why are there always people who can't read a room? Slowly, he tugged the corner of his mouth into a smile, cold, sharp, almost blade-edged. The smile gave pause to everyone who knew him. Avery and Alex exchanged a startled look. Both sensed that Regulus's mood was off. Even Hermes, lurking in the shadows, went still for half a heartbeat. Snape, watching from a dark corner, narrowed his black eyes, sizing up the boy who seemed to have become someone else entirely. Regulus did not erupt in fury or fling back insults as Travers hoped. He did not so much as glance at the seniors waiting for entertainment. He simply stepped forward twice and spoke in a tone so flat it lacked all inflection. "Save yourself the clumsy provocation, Travers. You want me to attack first so you can claim the moral defense and salvage your pathetic pride. A childish trick, and you are performing it so earnestly." He watched the other boy's face contort, then continued in that same unsettling calm, like a clown. 3 words. Delivered lightly. Yet each struck like a slap across Alger Travers's face. Then Regulus raised the hand holding his wand. "So let's not waste time. Draw your wand." Dead silence in the common room. Nothing but the occasional pop from the fireplace. Alger Travers flushed in alternating waves of pallor and crimson, the shame of being publicly unmasked warring with the fury of being called a clown. He had not expected Regulus to break every convention and strip his scheme bare in front of everyone. "Fine." Travers wrenched his wand free and leveled it at Regulus, forcing a savage expression. "Since you are so arrogant, let me show you the gap between a first year and a fifth year, and teach you how to respect your elders." The crowd fell back, opening the central floor again. A tide of whispers rose. TSK, Travers really is an idiot, and he still thinks everyone else is, too. The black kid's got teeth. Went straight for the throat. Fifth year versus first year, even if Black beat Travers last time, that was basically a sneak attack, right? Maybe. But did you see how he blocked that dark spell? That's different. Mulciber's a first year too. Travers has 5 proper years of study. This ought to be good. Avery's fists clenched. Alex screwed his eyes shut. Hermes leaned against a nearby pillar, dark gaze locked on the floor. Lucretius did not intervene. In Slytherin, private, mutually consensual confrontations were tacitly permitted so long as nothing irreversible happened. "Begin," yelled a spectator who relished chaos. Alger Travers launched first, lesson learned, wand already in hand, stupefy. A blazing red bolt streaked at Regulus's face. Regulus's wand drew a light arc. A flash, and the stunner was intercepted in front of him. Incendio. Travers switched spells. A searing fire serpent erupted from his wand and roared across the gap. Regulus remained planted. His wand flicked upward, a flame-freezing charm. The fire vanished mid-flight. Even the heat it radiated disappeared with it. Regulus's dispassionate voice cut through, "Is that it?" He gave Travers no chance to cast again. His wand snapped forward, a jellyleg's curse struck home. Travers's legs buckled. Before his body could tip forward, an impediment jinx slammed into his torso. Boom. 2 spells in rapid succession. Travers was flung into a helpless mid-air tumble. Before he hit the ground, a second impediment jinx caught him on the follow-through. Boom. Travers sailed through the air like a ragdoll. The watching upperclassmen winced. Just looking at those hits was uncomfortable. "Oh dash," a 6th-year girl inhaled sharply and hugged herself, rocking. "That's got to hurt." A boy beside her nodded. More than the pain, Travers must be dying inside. A 4th-year yelped, "Look at Black spell work, silent, fast, and the chaining is masterful." Others exchanged glances. "Could you dodge that?" "Maybe." "You." "No chance." Spungify. Travers had absorbed 3 consecutive spells in mid-flight. His mind went blank, he still had not processed what was happening when his back slammed into the landing zone. Yet the impact was not the bone-jarring crash he expected, he sank into a swamp. Reducto. Panicked, Travers fired a reductor curse at the ground beneath him, trying to blast free of the muck. But the instant the spell left his wand, an idle armchair nearby came alive. Its wooden frame twisted, stretched, and reassembled itself. In a heartbeat, it had become a giant serpent, nearly 10 meters long. The serpent glided silently, coiled around Travers's waist in an instant, ripped him from the mud, and squeezed. Ah! Travers screamed. He jabbed his wand wildly, Defindo. The cutting spell hit the serpent, blowing off a few scales. Beneath them, realistic flesh and sinew showed. But that was all. In retaliation, the coils tightened. Travers could barely breathe. Let go. Let me go. Travers thrashed in vain, face scarlet. Regulus walked forward at a leisurely pace, gazing at the serpent-wrapped, thoroughly wretched Travers without the faintest flicker of emotion. He gave his wand a casual wave. The serpent began to move, dragging the desperately struggling, but utterly helpless, Travers in wide circles around the center of the common room. 1 lap. 2 laps, parading a ludicrous trophy. Enough. Let him go. A 6th-year boy, friendly with the Travers family, could watch no more and barked out. Regulus spared him one glance, a glance that choked the rest of the boy's sentence in his throat. Not until Travers began rolling his eyes from oxygen deprivation and sheer humiliation did Regulus seem to lose interest. A flick of his wand, and the serpent released its prey and reverted to a burst upholstery armchair clattering onto the floor. Alger Travers collapsed like a landed fish, coughing, gasping, robe streaked with drool, face smeared with tears and snot, his wand lost somewhere in the chaos. The common room was utterly silent. Every eye rested on the black-haired boy who looked as immaculate as if he had merely taken a stroll. With the most elementary charms, combined with a single, precise, and imaginative piece of transfiguration, he had toyed with a 5th year, and the entire performance had not let his opponent so much as brush the edge of his robes. Some even wondered whether, had this not been a crowded common room, Black might simply have killed Travers. The serpent's parade made it clear to everyone in the room, Travers had been seconds from asphyxiation. This was no longer a question of winning or losing. It was a statement of attitude and mastery, laced with a certain cruelty. Regulus did not spare the prone loser another look, nor did he acknowledge the shock, the awe, or the hints of fear in the eyes around him. The irritation inside him seemed to have vented somewhat through this one-sided display, yet the deeper, colder sense of urgency remained settled at the bottom of his being. He pocketed his wand, turned, and in the hush, walked straight toward the dormitory corridor. Avery opened his mouth but said nothing. Alex had gone blank. Hermes watched Regulus's retreating back with an unreadable look, then glanced down at the crumpled Travers on the floor before melting noiselessly back into the shadows. After tonight, the name Regulus Black would carry certain other meanings within Slytherin. The dormitory. Silence. Regulus drew the heavy bed curtains, layered them with silencing and privacy wards, and shut out everything beyond, the praise, the gossip, the wariness, the calculations, and the feverish afterglow of Bella's letter. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank inward. The base magical circulation flowed along well-practiced paths, gently nourishing and tempering every limb, every tendon, every bone. Then, in the upper layer of consciousness, his mental focus condensed and wove itself into structure. Orion's belt, 3 stars, kindled one by one in the dark expanse of his inner sea, drifting with motions imperceptibly slow yet undeniably real. The star orbit guided meditation engaged. The vast imagery smoothed away the tangle of his thoughts. Once his state of mind was fully restored, Regulus attempted to light the 4th star. Events were outpacing expectations. His pace had to quicken. 3-star synchronization was only the beginning, the threshold of the star orbit guided meditation. He turned his awareness toward Orion's brilliant right shoulder, Betelgeuse, the red supergiant wreathed in a dark crimson halo. This required integrating a new point into the entire dynamic system while keeping the 3-star model running. Betelgeuse had its own trajectory. Its position and motion relative to the belt stars formed the structural basis of Orion's upper body. The difficulty surged exponentially. Simulating stellar drift was 100 times harder than building a static model. It demanded precise computation, formidable spatial imagination, and absolute magical control. He had to maintain every point's exact relative position in his mind while allowing each one to move with a tendency so slow as to be nearly invisible, yet consistent with actual celestial mechanics. It was like simultaneously controlling multiple points of light, each tracing its own complex function, while ensuring the overall shape remained coherent. Extreme mental focus. Computation that never paused. The slightest lapse in attention would throw one point's trajectory off course, breaking the dynamic equilibrium, or collapsing the model entirely. That slowness did not reduce the difficulty, on the contrary, because the motion had to persist indefinitely, it imposed an even greater mental burden. Simulating near stillness required absolute patience, absolute precision, and constant, unbroken calibration. Regulus first attempted to position Beetlejuice precisely in his awareness. A point of light kindled, dark red, slightly larger than the belt stars, in its correct position above and to the right of the belt. Next, imbuing it with motion. Beetlejuice's proper motion data differed from the belt stars, and even its direction of travel diverged slightly. Regulus had to partition a share of his mind solely for computing and maintaining Beetlejuice's trajectory, while simultaneously coordinating the dynamic geometry between it and the belt. Distance, angle, heading, all shifting with each star's individual motion. The moment he layered Beetlejuice's drift onto the system, the stable 3-star model faltered. Trajectories that should have been smooth turned erratic. The entire dynamic structure teetered. He stopped at once, withdrew to the 3-star state, restabilized, and tried again with greater care. This time he introduced Beetlejuice as a static point first, locking its relative position to the belt. Then, with agonizing delicacy, he began feeding in its calculated drift while simultaneously fine-tuning the belt's motion to accommodate the new variable, searching for a fresh dynamic equilibrium. It was an enormously taxing process. His mind felt like a bowstring drawn taut. A dull, throbbing ache built at his temples. Maintaining a 4-star dynamic model consumed far more mental energy than 3, the growth was nearly geometric. Time slipped by in silent struggle and adjustment. After what felt like an eternity, an invisible gear finally clicked into place. Beetlejuice's dark red point was no longer a foreign appendage. Its motion had found harmony with the belt's trajectory. The simple quadrilateral formed by the 4 stars began to move through the void of awareness in unified, synchronized rhythm. Success. The 4-star dynamic model, initial construction complete. Regulus held the state and noted every nuance of change. The mental drain was substantial, yet a deeper serenity and a faint sense of spiritual expansion arrived simultaneously. After lighting the 4th star, the layering and stability of the meditative state seemed to rise another notch. His sensitivity to ambient free-floating magic appeared to sharpen as well. He withdrew slowly from the deep meditative state and glanced at the bedside chronometer. From the first attempt to light the 4th star to initial success and stabilization, roughly 2 hours. And that was built on thorough mastery of the 3-star dynamic model. This was the time cost of adding just 1 star. It was easy to foresee, as the model incorporated more celestial bodies and the web of dynamic relationships grew in complexity, the time, computation, and mental load required for each new star would escalate at a staggering rate. But equally foreseeable, as meditation deepened and the mind endured sustained, high-intensity forging, mental resilience and vitality would grow. Computational power and spatial imagination would improve in tandem. That would, in turn, accelerate the lighting of subsequent stars. A spiral of ascent, agonizingly slow at first, then faster as the foundation solidified. Yet the greatest challenge was not lighting more stars. It was solidification. Dynamism was the method's essence, and its hardest aspect. He had to recalculate, rebuild, and maintain the dynamic model from scratch in every meditation session. It could not be entrenched as a fixed meditation pattern, as an instinctive magical circuit. To solidify a dynamic star orbit model to the level of walking, sitting, lying, the mind runs it on its own, was a near impossible feat. Solidification normally implied fixity, but what he sought to solidify was a system in perpetual motion. It required the deepest layer of his mind to develop an active structure capable of autonomously processing complex dynamic changes and auto-tuning synchronization. The road ahead was long, but the light was plainly visible. Regulus closed his eyes again, but he did not push for the 5th star. Tonight's 4-star achievement was already a breakthrough. He needed to consolidate, to make the 4-star dynamic model steadier, more natural, more second nature. The star orbit's extension would proceed quietly, breath by breath, calculation by calculation, synchronization by synchronization. The news that Regulus had crushed a 5th year, Alger Travers, splashed like cold water into hot oil, erupting through Slytherin and the broader Hogwarts pure-blood network. Slytherin worshipped power and the wisdom to wield it. When the two merged in so dramatic a fashion, the impact was immense. Overnight, Regulus's standing inside Slytherin underwent a subtle yet fundamental shift. Upperclassmen no longer regarded him with the casual eye one reserved for a promising junior. There was a new measure of respect, even a trace of wariness. No one said anything foolish anymore. Those minor pure-blood students who had kept their distance because of family politics or Sirius's defection began reassessing the young heir. This time the blacks may truly be on the rise, one 7th year murmured to a companion over breakfast. Think about it, the power he displayed, and his matter-of-fact attitude toward dark magic. That plays very well with certain people. What matters is strength. The companion answered carefully. He's a 1st year and already treating a 5th year like a toy. What happens when he graduates? Lord Voldemort is at his zenith. If the blacks produce someone this formidable, their future position. Similar conversations took place in dozens of corners. Pragmatism, one of Slytherin's survival tenets. When the scales of power tilt visibly, recalibrating posture and re-evaluating relationships is inevitable. The post-owls ran especially busy over the next few days. Many Slytherin students, especially upperclassmen with close family ties, wrote home with detailed accounts of the duel and of a 1st year named Regulus Black who had displayed power far beyond his age. Thursday morning. Transfiguration had just dismissed when a 7th year prefect stopped Regulus. Black, Professor Slughorn requests you at his office. The senior's tone was courteous, carrying even a hint of deference. Regulus nodded, gathered his things, and headed for the subterranean classroom. Horace Slughorn's office was, like the man himself, steeped in a carefully curated air of comfort and affluence. The room swam with the exotic fragrance of expensive potion ingredients. The walls were lined with photographs of the professor alongside famous witches and wizards. Silver instruments gleamed on his desk, and plush velvet draped every armchair. Ah! Regulus, my dear boy, come in, come in. Slughorn bustled forward, belly leading the way, face wreathed in smiles. Sit, sit. A drop of mead? Or perhaps a lemon sherbet? Thank you, Professor. I'm fine. Regulus declined politely and settled into the offered chair, posture correct, composure easy. He studied Slughorn. Shrewd, undeniably, a collector of promising students, the weaver of a vast web of favors and interests. He prized talent, background, and future utility, yet he also knew when to read the room and avoid risk. A textbook Slytherin opportunist, not a bad man, simply one who had elevated investment and networking into an art form. I heard about the little episode in the common room last night. Slughorn rubbed his hands together, gooseberry green eyes practically glinting. The Travers boy, dear me, always so impulsive, so unpolished. But you handled it very well, very properly. You displayed the bearing one expects of the House of Black. He's calling what I did, proper. Regulus was privately amused, and slightly baffled. I ground the boy into the floor. Am I supposed to take black bearing to mean bullying? But he only listened quietly, offering a small nod of thanks for the praise. I believe that with your gifts and temperament, you are destined to become a figure of great consequence in the wizarding world. Slughorn lowered his voice and leaned in, assuming the pose of bosom confidence. I do so enjoy watching outstanding young people shine. Should you ever need assistance in potions, or in any other area, my little club, my collection, even some of my modest connections, are always open to you. Regulus understood perfectly. Slughorn was carefully avoiding any mention of Voldemort, but he liked Regulus's prospects in the coming new order and was willing to invest early. Beneath the clarity in his mind, Regulus arranged his face into the appropriate degree of youthful modesty. "Thank you for your regard, Professor. As it happens, I am curious about a somewhat obscure branch of potions, and I'd be grateful for your guidance." "Oh. Do tell." Slughorn's eyes brightened further. In some very ancient family manuscripts on ritual ceremonies, Regulus chose his words with care, making his tone that of an earnest, knowledge-hungry student. There were descriptions of presiding ritualists painting complex totems or runes onto their skin, said to grant a brief connection with certain forces. I wonder, could the material used for such external inscriptions be achieved through a potion? For instance, processing ingredients with specific properties into a form that can be safely applied to skin and slowly release its effects. Slughorn stroked his double chin, thinking in earnest. A fascinating hypothesis, very old, very niche. Direct magical rune inscription is extremely hazardous, but through a potion medium. There are records. Northern wizards of antiquity, for example, applied salves compounded from dragon blood, trollheart powder, and frost bloom to gain strength, though the side effects were severe. For something safe, long-lasting, and targeted, that touches on ingredient stability, dermal permeability, controlled magical release. And, preventing magical conflict ion and backlash, quite a complex subject, my boy. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, clearly drawn in by the academic rigor of the question. But not impossible. I recall an appendix in Esoteric Pharmacopoeia mentioning a foundational carrier formula. And in Africa, Wagadu medicine men have a tradition of mixing specific plant saps with mineral powders to draw runes, said to enhance magical resistance. I'll need to look into my references, do some extrapolation. He turned an eager gaze on Regulus. If you're genuinely interested in this direction, perhaps over the holidays we could conduct some safe, purely theoretical discussions and basic formula trials. With absolute caution, of course. That is exactly what I hoped for, Professor. Regulus inclined his head. Thank you for your guidance. Leaving Slughorn's office, Regulus felt a pulse of quiet elation. A key plank had been laid beneath an idea still under construction. At lunchtime, 2 owls of markedly different character landed before Regulus almost simultaneously, each dropping a letter of different weight. The first was from Walburga. Wild handwriting, brimming with passion. My proud son. The news has reached us, you bested a challenger and upheld the dignity and glory of the House of Black. Well done. This is how a black heir should act. Silence the doubters. The family is proud of you. Your father and I could not be more so. Continue to display your power. Let everyone see that the House of Black will occupy the vanguard seat in the great transformation to come. We stand ready to answer the great gentleman's call, to fight for the pureblood future. You shall be our sword and our glory. Stay sharp, my Regulus. Remember your mission and your blood. Every line blazed with undisguised fanaticism, pride, and endorsement of Voldemort's cause. Regulus calmly folded the letter. The second was from Orion. Handwriting measured and restrained. Regulus. I have heard of your recent performance. When displaying ability, be mindful of proportion. Do not make enemies lightly. Slytherin's interpersonal landscape is complex. Strength is the foundation, but flexibility and good judgment are what sustain one in the long run. The situation outside grows increasingly tense. Family affairs are complicated. Your mother's stance is currently enthusiastic. Keep that in mind. Focus on your studies and on developing your abilities. Hogwarts is still relatively stable for now, make good use of its resources. Enclosed, an updated access key for the library. You may now consult shelves 7 through 12. Knowledge brings not only power, but wisdom. 2 letters. 2 diametrically opposed attitudes and expectations. Regulus pocketed both. He knew, his father was warning him that the storm was coming, while his mother was already eager to hurl herself into it. At the Gryffindor table, a certain stretch of bench had turned distinctly somber. Sirius Black was savagely stabbing at his mashed potatoes, face dark. Of course he had heard about Regulus. Shock, a little. But not entirely unexpected. He'd always known his younger brother was different, he simply hadn't imagined the scale. What soured his mood was not jealousy over his brother's achievement or ability, but a deeper unease. The more brilliantly Regulus performed, the more perfectly he matched Slytherin's and the pure-blood circle's expectations, the likelier he was to attract that person's notice, to be dragged into that dark vortex. The thought of Regulus one day donning a Death Eater's black robes and standing behind that man made Sirius's chest constrict. Even though he had long since braced himself for the possibility. "Hey, Sirius, drop the face." James Potter clapped his best friend heartily on the shoulder, assuming Sirius was irritated by a Slytherin snake's moment in the spotlight. So he beat some fifth-year dolt, big deal. Nobody rates the Travers kid anyway. Your brother just got lucky and used a few dirty tricks. Sirius shook his head but said nothing. James took the silence for agreement. His eyes gleamed and he dropped his voice, "Relax, mate. I've had it with him since the train, that whole act. I wrote to my dad and he told me, that technique of solidifying a spell mid-air, rare as it is, has to have weaknesses, either massive energy cost or vulnerability to rapid-fire attacks. Remus, Peter, and I have already talked it over. We'll find the right moment and give him a nice reminder. Sort him out for you." Sirius's head snapped up. "James, don't dash. Relax, we'll keep it in bounds." James cut in, brimming with confidence, and winked. "Won't put you in an awkward spot. We'll catch him alone, be quick about it, guaranteed to leave an impression." Lupin, beside them, frowned slightly. He seemed about to say something, but looking at James's excited face and Sirius's dark mood, he settled for a quiet sigh. Peter nodded nervously, beady eyes darting. Sirius looked at the delighted James. The words of protest made it to the tip of his tongue, and were swallowed. He knew James was doing it for his sake, and once James set his mind to something, there was little chance of talking him out of it. More importantly, buried in some shadowed corner of his own heart, he felt a flicker of dark curiosity, a desire to see whether James and the others could actually push Regulus into showing more of what he was capable of. Thursday afternoon. After History of Magic. Regulus walked alone along a quiet corridor toward the library, books in hand. Professor Binza's soporific drone still lingered in his mind. He was mulling over the records of 17th-century goblin metalwork combined with magical runic inscription. Suddenly, three figures stepped from around the corner ahead and blocked his path. James Potter stood in the center, wearing that grin that sat halfway between mischief and malice. Remus Lupin flanked him slightly behind and to the side, brow furrowed. Peter Pettigrew cowered at the rear, eyes darting. Well, look who it is. Slytherin's little head. James drawled the words out. All alone. Where's the head's entourage? Regulus stopped. His calm gaze swept across the three, lingering a fraction longer on Lupin. The brown-haired boy's brow was creased, his stance carrying an almost imperceptible stiffness. He lacked James's aggression and Peter's trembling, he was more like a reluctant bystander. Or, rather, like a vessel straining to contain something within. Regulus let his magical perception brush lightly past Lupin. He could clearly sense it, something inside the boy, forcibly caged yet instinctively restless, inhuman, primal, reeking of blood and the cold gleam of moonlight. It crouched. It lurked. It clashed entirely with Lupin's gentle temperament. Werewolf. Regulus couldn't help the stray, faintly absurd thought, why couldn't it be a were-pig, a were-dog, or a were-sheep? Perhaps on full moon nights it would just shift form, root around in the forbidden forest, chase its own tail, or quietly munch some grass. That would be rather entertaining. The thought flickered and passed. He knew Lupin's secret, but he assessed it as just that, a werewolf, nothing worth excessive attention. He had no intention of exposing it. Let them keep playing their little game called friendship. Sirius was not with them. Regulus noted the absence with amusement and a trace of impatience. It was like being in a hurry to get somewhere and finding a handful of children playing in the mud in the middle of the road, trying to throw rocks at you. Potter, Regulus spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. If your intellect were as impoverished as your magic, I'd suggest you report directly to the hospital wing instead of wasting what little brain you possess on this uninspired provocation. James flushed crimson. You dash. I what? Regulus cut him off, faintly mocking, almost pitying. You think this is some sort of courage contest? Picking fights, brawling, proving who's tougher. Is your entire existence really reduced to Quidditch, pranks, and these childish stunts? He regarded James as though looking through the indignant boy to the man he would become, one who would confront Voldemort and Death Eaters with the same blunt, straightforward approach. Brave, certainly. But crude and idealistic in method, even reckless, unwise. As if the whole world could run on a single rule: good guys should hit bad guys. That brand of optimism, grown in love and sunlight, untested by genuine cruelty, was sometimes naive to the point of outrage. James, scarlet with fury, whipped out his wand, Rictus Sempra. Locomotor Mortis. 2 spells, one high, one low, fired simultaneously. He had clearly practiced the combination. The speed was noticeably above a typical junior student's. To Regulus, however, they were still agonizingly slow. He did not even shift his feet. His wand traced a half-circle before him. Protego. A solid silver barrier unfurled in an instant. James's 2 spells struck it and disintegrated into twin bursts of sparks. The shield did not so much as ripple. What dash? James faltered. In that heartbeat of hesitation, Regulus's wand flicked forward. Expelliarmus. James reacted fast. In physical agility he truly lived up to his reputation. He was already throwing himself into a dodge roll. But it was useless. Every intention of his was transparent to Regulus. A bolt of dense, concentrated red light struck him square in the chest like lightning. Arg! James cried out, body thrown backward, wand flying free. Regulus caught it with a levitation charm, suspending it in midair. Petrificus totalis. A third spell chained seamlessly, striking Lupin's shoulder just as he moved to act. Lupin's body went rigid. He froze mid-step, unable to move, shock flooding his eyes. Peter had already locked up in terror. Seeing both companions dispatched in an instant, he let out a shriek, didn't even reach for his wand, and simply bolted. Incarcerus. Regulus did not bother looking at him. A careless wave, and invisible magical bonds materialized around Peter, pinning him in place. He could only whimper in fright. The entire encounter had lasted under 10 seconds. The corridor fell silent again, occupied only by James clutching his chest and gasping, Lupin standing stiff as a statue, and Peter struggling noiselessly. Regulus held James's wand. He walked forward and looked down at the face contorted by pain and disbelief. Your confidence was built on tricks this fragile. He tossed the wand back into James's lap. His tone was that of an adult scolding a misbehaving child. Go back and read more books, Potter. Or better yet, look at what the people around you are doing. Why not learn from those who are actually good at this? He turned to leave, but just then hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. He paused only briefly before releasing the spells on Lupin and Peter. Lupin staggered, bracing himself against the wall. Peter slumped to the floor, gulping air. James Potter. What have you done now? Lily Evans came running, red hair flying, green eyes blazing with fury. She had caught wind of it and come to intervene. But when she saw the scene, Regulus immaculate and calm, James and his trio in disarray, wands on the ground, she froze for a beat. It seems you arrived a touch late, Miss Evans. Regulus gave the stunned Lily a nod. His tone was level, without being stiff. He turned and looked down at James Potter once more. Those gray eyes held nothing, only indifference. This is the last time, Potter. His voice was quiet. I don't care about your childish games, and I have no interest in indulging your pointless ego. This is the second time you've come after me. It will be the last. I will not give you a third chance. James jerked his head up, eyes practically sparking. He wanted to argue, to curse. But the ache in his chest and the reality of having been utterly steamrolled in a matter of seconds, no resistance whatsoever, lodged in his throat like twin stones. He had heard Regulus's warning. If he tried again, the consequences would not be so mild. Regulus finished, then turned to a visibly conflicted Lily. As it happens, I was heading to the library to look up some potions references. Walk together. Lily looked at James, defiant yet visibly cowed, no longer speaking, then back at Regulus, composed and at ease. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. I have a potions essay to write anyway. They walked side by side toward the library, leaving James Potter in the corridor, staring after them, face alternating between ashen and livid, feeling, for the first time, a total, comprehensive, and utterly thorough defeat. Remus Lupin leaned against the wall, gazing in the direction Regulus had gone, complex emotions churning, shot through, even, with a thread of guilt. Both times, they had been the aggressors. And Regulus Black, Slytherin through and through, had never been rumored to bully the weak or resort to underhanded schemes. Their own side, on the other hand, James especially, took advantage of numbers and genuinely superior casting ability to torment and humiliate anyone who displeased them, laughing and jeering afterward. He stepped forward and hauled the still-dazed James to his feet. Peter picked himself up from the ground, small eyes still brimming with fright, plainly shaken by how cleanly and swiftly they had been dismantled. James's expression was ghastly, he looked as though Sirius had just died. He gripped his recovered wand, knuckles white. His mind replayed those few seconds on a loop, his spells batted away like nothing, wand ripped from his hand, Remus petrified, Peter bound. He had taken Regulus's warning fully on board. But even so, he absolutely had to reclaim his pride, the humiliation of today had to be washed away. That would require a more thorough plan. Greater power. Or a better moment. At the very least, no more head-on charges as reckless as today's. The thought was profoundly galling. His face darkened until it looked ready to drip water. Let's go. James ground out 2 words through clenched teeth, shook off Lupin's supporting hand, and strode toward Gryffindor Tower without looking back, footsteps heavy and rapid. Lupin and Peter exchanged a glance and hurried after him. A corner of the library. Candlelight cast a warm glow over thick pages. Lily Evans could hold back no longer. She set down the hefty potions reference and turned her earnest green eyes to the boy across from her. The duel in the Slytherin common room, against a 5th year. I heard about it. Her voice was low, carrying pure, unprejudiced curiosity. They say you only used basic spells, but the results were completely different, as if we aren't studying the same textbook. How is that even possible? Regulus raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't expected her to bring it up, though on reflection it made sense. Slytherin's internal affairs never leaked in detail, that was an unspoken consensus among all Slytherins. The dark magic that surfaced at the welcome tournament, for instance, would stay inside those walls. But Travers's humiliating defeat after picking a fight? That made for perfectly good gossip. Nobody was going to cover for him. He looked up at her. There was no probing or hostility in Lily's curiosity, only fascination with magic itself. That made him willing to say more. The spells themselves are from the book, yes. He answered evenly. The key is how you use them. You mean there's a trick to it? Understanding, mastery, body, awareness. Regulus flicked his wand and set a silencing charm around them. He continued, understand the spell's essence, what type of magical property it mobilizes, what substance or energy it acts upon, what change it seeks to achieve. Mastery means countless repetitions, until the spell becomes near instinct, incantation, gesture, and magical output perfectly synchronized, without a shred of waste or hesitation. Body, a duel isn't standing still and reciting incantations. You need to move to dodge spells, adjust angles for better casting positions, and maintain balance to react to anything. A strong physique and sharp reflexes are themselves part of your combat power. Regulus considered, then added, that is a point many wizards overlook. And finally, awareness. His gray eyes looked particularly deep in the candlelight. Predicting your opponent's intent, calculating spell trajectories and points of intersection, making optimal decisions in the blink of an eye. In many duels, the contest of awareness precedes the clash of spells. Of course, he appended silently, this applies only to conventional dueling, not higher forms of magic. Nor does it apply to everyone. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and in time, me. Lily sat stunned. She had never heard anyone dissect a wizard duel so clearly and systematically. At Hogwarts, professors taught the incantations and wand movements, stressed the importance of practice, but rarely connected spellcraft so deeply to the caster's holistic abilities. She felt herself dimly touching the edge of a profound gulf separating Muggle-born students from peers raised in ancient wizarding families. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Isn't that unfair?" Pure-blood children are exposed to these deeper principles from birth, while we... As if reading her thoughts, Regulus shook his head slightly. This has no necessary connection to being pure blood. Family legacy does provide earlier access to these principles, but that only means knowing. The journey from knowing to doing requires personal study, practice, and thought. Many pure-blood wizards never progress past knowing, and some grow lax out of arrogance. My own level comes more from what I've put in. His words fell like a splash of cold water, dousing the flicker of grievance in Lily's heart. She thought suddenly of Slughorn praising both her and Sirius for their talent, and they had earned their grades through their own hard work. Resources might be unequal, but effort and intelligence belonged to everyone. Regulus was not defending pure-blood monopoly, he was emphasizing the decisive role of individual effort. Paradoxically, that made it easier for her to accept. Lily nodded thoughtfully. But she hadn't considered, was there any other pure-blood who would tell her these things? Without either of them noticing, the conversation plunged deeper. Lily hesitated, then voiced the doubt that had circled in her mind for some time. Lately, I keep feeling that the atmosphere at school is strange. Especially in Slytherin, and among some upper-year purebloods in other houses too. They whisper about that person or the remarkable wizard with such fervor. What's happening out there? Regulus was silent for a beat. He knew Lily had grown up in the Muggle world and had limited insight into wizarding society. But her perceptiveness had picked up the irregularities. Clearly, critical information was not shared openly with someone of her background. Still, he didn't mind sharing a little. The wizarding world stands on the eve of upheaval. He chose his words carefully, avoiding the name itself. Lily could learn the name elsewhere. It must not come from him. A powerful wizard who champions pureblood supremacy is rising. He has attracted the support of many ancient families. He believes pureblood wizards ought to re-establish absolute dominion over the wizarding world and cleanse it of impure elements. Lily's green eyes went wide. That's absurd. Just because of birth. Whether it is absurd depends on where you stand. Regulus's voice remained level. For many ancient families, they hold the vast majority of the wizarding world's wealth, knowledge, and power. That dominance has endured for centuries, even millennia. They consider it a natural entitlement of blood. The growing proportion of half-bloods and Muggle-borns, in their view, dilutes and threatens that entitlement and purity. This wizard's platform aligns precisely with their anxieties and ambitions. He looked at Lily squarely. The purebloods you've encountered in other houses, Potter, Longbottom, Pruitt, Weasley, their families may be more progressive, or more content with the status quo. But Slytherin, and many of the families closely linked to it, are different. Lily bit her lip and looked at him, her voice very soft. Then what about you? You must support that view, right? You're a black. That's practically a synonym for pure blood. Regulus didn't answer immediately. He turned to the window and the deepening night beyond it, as though he could see past the castle walls to the turmoil they held at bay. Blood, he began slowly, is like an ancient key. It opens certain sealed doors and grants access to resources and perspectives others can scarcely reach. It represents tradition, it also represents vested interest. I cannot deny that I enjoy, and make use of, everything it provides. He turned back, meeting her gaze with candor. But blood cannot represent wisdom. It cannot represent character. And it certainly cannot define a person's entire worth. Throughout history, many wizards who advanced magical knowledge were not pureblood. Attributing everything to lineage is lazy and narrow-minded. The stance of many pureblood families, rather than being a creed, is more accurately, a defense of existing interests and dominion. They monopolize knowledge and resources, intermarry, and form a closed and powerful class. At that point, a private thought flitted through his mind: in my past life I owned a dog, pedigree as pure as they come. But aside from being good-looking and high-maintenance, it wasn't noticeably smarter than any mutt off the street. Lily listened to this near-clinical dissection, heart-jolting. She had not expected someone from the most eminent pure-blood house to view pure-bloodedness itself in this way. He was neither fanatical nor defensive, he simply laid out a calm analysis rooted in history and interest. It made her wonder, was Regulus Black perhaps not the stereotypical pure-blood supremacist she had imagined? Had she asked aloud, Regulus would have told her, he could be, or he could choose not to be. For the remainder of the session, both turned their attention back to their books. Regulus hunted for references on dermal adhesion potion carriers, controlled-release magical substrates, and runic inscription media stability. The texts he was consulting already exceeded OWL level and ventured into NEWT territory. Lily had been curious at first about what he was looking for, but when Regulus occasionally murmured questions or incisive commentary on the denser passages, she found herself stunned once more by the depth of a peer's knowledge. She guessed Regulus was working on an exceedingly niche and advanced project. "What are you researching?" she asked, unable to resist. "These materials are really specialized." Regulus looked up and thought for a few seconds. Lily's potions talent was acknowledged by both Slughorn and the original author. She was sharp-minded and intensely curious, potentially a valuable collaborator. But the true purpose could not be revealed. "The family is exploring some ancient topical potion formulations," Regulus replied after a moment's thought. "Similar to ritual totems of antiquity, but the goal is something safer and more controllable. We need a potion material that can be safely applied to the skin and stably carry, then slowly release, a specific magical effect. It involves material compatibility, magical permeability, long-term stability, a whole chain of issues." Lily's eyes lit up. This clearly piqued her scholarly appetite. It sounds like extending potions from internal use to topical application, and making it compatible with the wizard's own magic. That's fascinating. Can I help? I mean, if you need someone to analyze formulas with, or test some basic material combinations. She volunteered eagerly, face bright with anticipation. Regulus studied her eyes. In them was nothing but passion for knowledge. He nodded. "If you're interested and willing to invest the time, I do need a reliable collaborator. Fair warning, though, this will eat up a lot of your free time, and short-term results may not be forthcoming." "That's fine," Lily said without a beat of hesitation. "Getting to work on a project like this is a reward in itself. And besides..." She paused, voice sincere, "Thank you for being willing to talk to me about all this, about magic, about the situation out there, and the essay method before. It makes me feel, we're friends now, wouldn't you say? Friends are supposed to help each other." Regulus inclined his head, tone softening a fraction. "Yes. Friends. I'm grateful for your help. And if you ever need my perspective or assistance with magic, or anything else, please don't hesitate to ask." Friendship was never one-sided taking or giving, but a mutual exchange and sharing of value. Lily understood. She nodded firmly, a bright smile breaking across her face. As they parted, Regulus told her earnestly, "What I've told you, please keep it to yourself." Lily grasped the gravity. She nodded solemnly. "I promise." Regulus needed to prepare for tonight's plan, infiltrating the restricted section. An invisibility cloak would be the perfect tool, but he didn't have one. A disillusionment charm, then, a sound alternative. It was advanced magic, not typically mastered by junior students. But the Black family library contained detailed descriptions of its theory, which Regulus had long since read and committed to memory. A disillusionment charm was not true invisibility, it was more akin to optical camouflage. It demanded exceptional magical control and sustained concentration, qualities Regulus possessed in abundance. He found an abandoned broom cupboard on the castle's 7th floor, locked the door behind him. First attempt. He concentrated, spoke the incantation, and let magic flow toward his body's surface. He could feel light beginning to refract, but the effect was wildly unstable, like looking through violently rippling water. His outline shimmered and flickered, concealment was out of the question. Failure. Uneven magical output, his manipulation of light was too crude. Second attempt. He calibrated a smoother flow, trying to coat his entire body evenly. The result improved, but his body looked like a badly rendered chameleon patch, texture clashing with the surrounding wall. The slightest movement would blow his cover. Still a failure. His replication of the environment's colors and textures wasn't precise enough. Third try. Fourth try. He adjusted continually, incantation, gestures, the minutiae of magical output, and worked on perceiving the surrounding light and shadow with greater fidelity, then mimicking them. On the 5th attempt, he closed his eyes and directed his magic like the finest of paintbrushes, rendering a light and shadow pattern across his body's surface that matched the background exactly. When he opened his eyes, the hand he raised before his face had all but vanished, only the contour remained, perfectly aligned with the brick wall behind him. As he shifted slightly, the texture shifted in perfect sync. Success. But as far as the disillusionment charm went, this level was still not enough for his standards. Madame Pants might rely on sight alone, but what about magical detection? Or Muggle thermal imaging? Could he fool those? A new idea, could he build an ultra-thin isolation layer around his body with magic, one that not only warped light but also shielded the body heat, scent, and even magical fluctuations he naturally emitted? That was far harder than a standard disillusionment charm, requiring multi-layered, multi-property, precision magical weaving. He tried again. 2 more failures. On the 3rd attempt, he used the disillusionment charm's light-bending layer as the outer shell and wove an extremely thin lining of finer magical threads on its inside. This lining had no offensive or defensive properties. Its sole function was to absorb and neutralize the faint thermal radiation naturally emitted by the body, along with the outermost ripples of his magic. He felt his presence diminish further in his own magical perception. Not quite invisible, but enough to evade most standard detection. Wizard or Muggle? The improved disillusionment charm, initial version complete. He dropped the spell and caught his breath. Late at night. The castle itself seemed to sleep. Regulus stood once more before the library doors. The improved disillusionment charm activated silently, his form melted into the dim stone of the corridor, nearly undetectable. He glided like a bodiless shadow past slumbering portraits, avoided Filch's patrol, and at last reached the restricted section. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the air here felt colder, suffused with the scent of parchment, dust, and aged enchantments. He went straight to the position he remembered. In the farthest corner of the lowest shelf, he found the book, A Brief History of Soul Magic. The book was warded. Forcing it open or removing it would trigger an alarm, and might even destroy the volume. But that posed no problem. He did not need to take it. He extended his right hand, hovering about an inch above the spine, and closed his eyes. His already powerful mind, further tempered through training, far exceeded the ordinary. He spread his magic outward like an invisible scanner and began to read. He perceived every trace of magic imprinted on the pages, thoughts and knowledge infused by the author during the act of writing, fixed into parchment by enchantment. This method of reading placed enormous strain on the mind and could not perfectly reproduce every nuance or turn of phrase. But for his present purposes, it was more than sufficient. Obscure, profound knowledge flooded into his consciousness like a tide. The nature of the soul and its role as the wellspring of magic. Factors influencing soul stability. Symptoms and consequences of soul damage. And then the critical section, the theory of soul splitting. His magic grew especially concentrated as it touched this passage. The book described the feasibility of this forbidden act. Through an act of ultimate evil, through potent dark magic and the profoundest desecration of life and death, a complete soul could be forcibly torn, a fragment stripped away and sealed within a specific vessel. So long as the horcrux endured, the primary soul would not truly die even if the body perished. It would persist in some form, with the possibility of restoring a body through dark ritual. The book issued severe warnings about the horrific consequences. A split soul would be permanently incomplete, unstable, racked with agony and twisted yearning. The very process of creating a horcrux inflicted irreversible corrosion on the practitioner, rendering them increasingly cold, unhinged, and devoid of humanity. Moreover, the subtle link between a horcrux and its parent soul could itself become a vulnerability for attack. A chill coursed through Regulus. This confirmed just how perilous and evil the path Voldemort had chosen truly was. But at the same time, a thought crystallized: soul stability might be the key to safely approaching, even wielding, dark magic. If the soul were resilient and stable enough, a fortress, then even when channeling the corrosive energies of darkness, could the damage be withstood? The book noted that a small number of powerful, iron-willed dark wizards had borne out this hypothesis. They employed dark magic frequently yet showed no ill effects. He thought of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. At their level, what did labels like dark or light even mean? They used whatever they used. Did it affect them? It shouldn't have. The original canon never mentioned any such impact, so, by default, there was none. Voldemort, by contrast, had split his soul too early, too often, destroying the very foundation of his own stability, and thus descended into madness and inhumanity. Regulus skimmed through the remaining chapters quickly. Soul attachment, this pertained to possession and curse transference. Soul imprisonment and the origin of ghosts. At last he stopped. Tonight's haul had far exceeded expectations. He had not only confirmed the nature and dangers of horcruxes, but also established the critical importance of soul stability for anyone venturing into dark territory. And the broader knowledge of the soul had opened many new avenues of thought. Sleep after the star orbit guided meditation was extraordinarily restful. It was like being immersed in a tranquil sea woven from starlight. The soul was nourished and consolidated, exhaustion was silently smoothed away. Upon waking, the mind was sharp, thoughts lucid, every limb brimming with solid power. Even each breath felt like magic flowing more smoothly within. That sense of progress, perceptible almost moment to moment, was intoxicating. Regulus understood, this was most likely a rapid adaptation phase, the body and mind reacting to the unprecedented, systematic stimulation of the star orbit method for the first time. Like parched earth receiving a thorough rain, every drop absorbed greedily. But he also recognized clearly that this pace could not last. Both body and soul had limits. Once the initial potential was tapped and the foundation laid, growth would inevitably slow, until it hit some barrier that could not easily be breached. When that happened, advancing further might require a transformation of a fundamentally different kind, or an entirely new, perhaps more efficient, methodology. For now, however, the road was walked one step at a time. He savored the early harvest of swift accumulation. Wednesday afternoon. Charms had just ended. Regulus was heading to the library with his books when Avery Cuthbert called after him. Regulus-Avery's voice had shed some of its habitual casual arrogance. Could we talk in the dormitory? Something's come up. Regulus glanced at him, then nodded. Sure. When they reached the Slytherin dormitory, Alex and Hermes were both out. Avery shut the door. His face bore a gravity somewhat out of place on someone his age, mixed with a boy's awkwardness. He cleared his throat. My father wrote to me last night. Regulus listened without responding. He had a fair idea where this was heading. Avery paused, apparently assembling his thoughts, then seemed to reach some inner resolve and blurted out a torrent of words. He says the ministry's atmosphere has been very delicate lately. Many of the old families are recalibrating their strategies. He's heard about your performance at Hogwarts, specifically that recent exchange with the fifth-year Travers. He believes that with an heir like you, the House of Black could play a much more significant role in the coming changes. He would like me to maintain a good relationship with you. The delivery was stiff, but the meaning was unmistakable. The Cuthbert family, another ancient pure-blood house, its current head held an important ministry position and possessed keen instincts. The strength and potential Regulus had displayed had already spread through every channel, drawing the notice of pure-blood families adept at calculation and foresight. They were reassessing the value of the House of Black and attempting to establish or strengthen ties through the next generation. Regulus offered no comment on this. Avery watched him nervously after his speech. Privately, he had long since conceded to Regulus. The gap in strength was undeniable. The family's directive merely gave him a more presentable reason to draw closer. At 11, a boy didn't really grasp political investment or family alliances. His thinking was simpler and more direct. Regulus is strong. Sticking with him can't go wrong. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Regulus looked at the complicated expression on Avery's face, part family duty, part genuine respect, and a scrap of boyish pride refusing to bow completely, and understood. Even the finest pure-blood education couldn't change the fact that an 11-year-old was still a child. Managing to say, in essence, I defer to you and want in, was already impressive. He considered for a moment, then spoke deliberately, Avery, we share a dormitory and attend the same classes. We've been companions from the start. If you want to maintain a good relationship with me, that's perfectly fine. Then his tone grew more serious. But there are things I need to make clear up front. Avery straightened instinctively, as though engaged in a formal meeting, though he couldn't have said why. Perhaps because Regulus's manner and bearing more closely resembled the adults at home. Avery simply responded to them the same way. First, strength is fundamental. Family glory gives us a starting point, but true pride should be built on the power you personally command, not on a surname alone. Avery could not have agreed more. He yearned to prove himself, to earn personal honor beyond the family name. His gaze burned as he fixed it on Regulus. Second, learn to observe and think. Slytherin has no shortage of clever people, but too often that cleverness is misapplied. Take the longer view. There was weight behind those words. Avery didn't fully grasp the subtext, but he nodded vigorously all the same. Third, Regulus looked him in the eye, uphold a baseline of decency, at least in front of me. Avery barely hesitated. He nodded firmly. I understand. I'll do that. He sensed that Regulus was not treating him as a simple follower who took orders, but as someone entering a pact. That felt much better. After all, who around here wasn't a pure-blood young master? With the initial compact in place, Avery seemed to relax. He dropped his voice and jerked his chin toward Hermes's tightly drawn curtains. Regulus, have you noticed Mulciber being a bit odd? He disappears at night all the time. When he comes back, he smells strange. And that duel, the spell he used. Regulus followed his gaze to the dark drapery, then answered evenly, Avery, everyone has secrets. Until someone either reveals them voluntarily or causes actual harm, affording a degree of privacy and respect is basic conduct. He pivoted immediately, that said, keeping a reasonable eye on things is warranted. His behavior is certainly irregular, possibly involving some uncommon magical disciplines, perhaps even curse-related material. He may have his own objectives here at Hogwarts. We don't need to dig into every detail. Just maintain limited awareness, enough to avoid getting dragged into unnecessary trouble. Avery nodded thoughtfully. Regulus is saying Mulciber is in some kind of trouble. Doesn't look it. I just thought he was a dark arts enthusiast. Regulus, meanwhile, was thinking something else entirely. Hermes Mulciber, brooding, dangerous, possessing unorthodox dark knowledge, and clearly driven by purpose. Treating such a person merely as a roommate to watch was a waste. He could potentially become a useful operative. The prerequisite, of course, was control, or at least a stable relationship built on mutual interest or deterrence. Deterrence was already partially established. Interest, however, still needed to be found. With Avery, a demonstration of cognitive and physical superiority was sufficient to win him over. Hermes would likely respond only to more direct displays of power, and tangible exchanges of benefit. In a shared dormitory, so-called privacy was inherently fragile before absolute strength. Regulus had no intention of prying into every detail, but he needed to learn Hermes's limits and needs so that, at the right moment, he could extend the olive branch of collaboration. The conversation drifted to Alex Rosier. Avery curled his lip. Rosier, he's too soft. Timid. Average talent. In our dormitory, he's a bit out of place. Every word dripped with contempt. Despite Regulus's earlier guidance, Avery's ingrained pride still would not let him respect someone from the fringes of a pure-blood house who was mild and unhurried by nature. Regulus, familiar with the mentality of boys like Avery, knew that lecturing would only breed resistance. Avery, he tried a different approach. When you need many people for something big, preserving family honor, say, or achieving a goal, is it better to have more people on your side, or fewer? Avery blinked. More, obviously. Regulus guided him further. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Alex may not shine in a duel. But he's meticulous, patient, and his potions and herbology notes are always the most thorough. His grasp of foundational theory is solid. And he belongs to the Rosier family. Even a branch represents a network, a stance, and a measure of influence. He watched the contemplative look forming on Avery's face and continued, power takes many forms. Raw combat ability is one. Careful logistics, reliable information, even simply a position of neutrality rather than opposition, all of these are power. Pushing away someone who could become part of your strength, for no reason other than prejudice, is not wise. What Regulus was showing Avery was a perspective far beyond an 11-year-old's, a pragmatic worldview and the capacity to consolidate resources. Avery couldn't follow every subtlety, but he had to admit, Regulus was right. Friday's transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall began teaching them to turn beetles into buttons. This was a step up from matchstick to needle, involving the more complex transformation of a living form into an inanimate object, demanding greater precision and a clearer intent. Most students were wrestling with beetles that kept trying to crawl away. The room buzzed with faint droning and soft pops of failure. Regulus picked up the beetle, raised his wand, and spoke the incantation softly. The beetle stiffened faintly in his palm. Its shell began to shift, the deep brown fading toward sleek black, the form contracting and flattening. In 3 seconds flat, an exquisite button lay in his hand, jet black, glossy, with a faint spiral grain across its surface. The transformation had been fluid, the result flawless. It even retained a whisper of the beetle's original texture, making it more distinctive than any ordinary button. He no longer raised questions beyond the lesson's scope the way he had before. He knew McGonagall remained wary of him. No need to probe further, silence would suffice. McGonagall paused at his desk during her patrol, picked up the button, and inspected it. A sliver of satisfaction crossed her stern features. Mr. Black, a perfect transformation. 5 points to Slytherin. She nodded and moved on. After class, as Regulus packed his things, McGonagall stopped him. Mr. Black, a moment, please. Once the other students had filed out, she stood before him, gaze sharp and serious behind her spectacles. Your transfiguration talent is outstanding, well beyond your peers. Thank you, Professor. I've noticed that you've been asking fewer questions in class of late. Her tone was even, free of any readable emotion. Regulus felt a small ripple of surprise. He hadn't expected McGonagall to address it directly, he'd assumed mutual, unspoken understanding would be best. He answered openly, yes, Professor. I gave thought to your earlier guidance and concluded that, at this stage, I should focus on building a solid foundation and mastering the syllabus rather than venturing prematurely into complex issues that may exceed my current level. McGonagall studied him for several seconds, apparently weighing the sincerity in his words. At length she gave a small nod, her tone softening a fraction. A solid foundation is of the utmost importance. However, should you encounter a genuinely valuable question in the course of your studies, one grounded in the class material and carefully considered, my office remains open. Hogwarts encourages thought. But thought must rest on sufficient knowledge. Understood, Professor. Thank you very much. Regulus bowed politely, more than a little surprised. As he left the classroom, his mind turned. Since McGonagall had explicitly welcomed well-considered questions, Regulus saw no reason to stand on ceremony. That very afternoon, after herbology, he presented himself at the Transfiguration professor's office door. He knocked. Permission granted, he pushed the door open. McGonagall sat behind her desk marking papers. She looked up, and at the sight of him the stern line of her brow seemed to ease by a hair. She gestured for him to sit. "Mr. Black, is there a question?" "Yes, Professor. Something I've been thinking about regarding transfiguration." Regulus drew from his bag two objects, each wrapped in a soft cloth, and laid them on the desk. A piece of graphite, smooth, soft, dark gray, leaving a mark when drawn across paper. And a small, perfectly cut diamond, refracting brilliant fire. "I'd like to ask about these two substances," Regulus said, his manner respectful and focused. From a certain perspective, graphite and diamond are understood to share an incredibly close connection at their most fundamental level, even deriving from the same base element. They differ vastly in appearance, hardness, luster, and value. But in the eyes of a transfiguration master, might there be some kind of inner similarity, or potential for mutual transformation? He went on, "I've tried using transfiguration to explore the link between them. Attempting, for instance, to turn graphite into diamond, or diamond into graphite. But the process is arduous, enormously draining, and difficult to hold stable. It seems to involve something far deeper than merely altering shape and texture, something relating to the stability of the material's inner structure." In truth, Regulus knew the difference was rooted in bonding geometry and atomic arrangement. But that was obviously not a line of reasoning he could present to McGonagall. What he wanted was to learn how these two substances, so drastically different in properties, yet both pure forms of carbon, appeared in the eyes of a transfiguration master. And how they might be transformed into each other. The question clearly exceeded the textbook, it grazed the borders of advanced transfiguration and alchemy. McGonagall's eyes brightened behind her spectacles. She looked at Regulus with evident surprise, apparently not expecting a first year to think at this level. "A very profound and unusual question, Mr. Black." Approval sounded clearly in her voice. "Graphite and diamond. Very few people, especially not at your age, approach transfiguration from the angle of seeking a common origin between seemingly disparate materials. Typically, when we learn to turn a matchstick into a needle or a beetle into a button, we focus on the shift in form and function, not on tracing a shared source between two apparently unrelated substances." She picked up the piece of graphite, running a fingertip along its slick surface, then studied the diamond with equal care, falling into a brief reverie. "In my own practice of transfiguration," she began slowly, "I do perceive that different materials exhibit different magical signatures. Turning a feather into an iron block is considerably harder than turning an iron block into a feather, because the former requires constructing a denser and more stable structure. The two substances you've presented, the contrast is so stark, yet you have pointed out a possible shared origin. That is very interesting." She continued, "I have never specifically researched the transformative link between these two. But from a magical perception standpoint, diamond feels markedly harder, more condensed, and far more orderly than graphite. Graphite feels loose, layered, prone to sliding. To turn graphite into diamond is perhaps not simply a matter of adding hardness and changing luster. It would be more like rebuilding a stack of loose, slidable sheets into an intricately structured crystal palace, every part tightly bonded to every other. The difficulty of that far surpasses an ordinary form change. That is precisely what puzzles me, Professor." Regulus picked up the thread at the right moment. "In my own attempts, I felt that the two seem to share some most fundamental substance, but the way that substance is arranged is completely different. As you said, graphite is loose, layered, and slidable, while diamond is a three-dimensional lattice, every node tightly connected to every other. What transfiguration must achieve, I suspect, is indeed not merely swapping the exterior. It is completely rewriting that deepest structural blueprint, forcing one stable configuration into an entirely different, yet equally stable, or even more stable, configuration." McGonagall listened with intense focus, her eyes alight with thought. Regulus's description had offered her a highly illuminating lens, understanding the difficulty and essence of transfiguration through the internal structural rules, the architectural patterns, of matter itself. A brilliant insight, Mr. Black. McGonagall allowed herself a faint smile. It reminds me of certain forms of high-level magic concerned with the fundamental transformation of matter, even, the Philosopher's Stone. She flicked her wand. The piece of graphite on the desk rose gently into the air. Let us test this idea. She did not recite a lengthy incantation. She merely touched the graphite with her wand tip, her gaze fixed upon it in absolute concentration. Regulus could feel a wave of formidable, refined, and extraordinarily condensed magic envelop the graphite. Within that magic was a crystal-clear intent. The will to reconstruct the material's internal bonding rules. The graphite began to change before their eyes. The dark gray drained away. The texture became impossibly dense, transparency increasing, light refracting within. Seconds later, a clearly diamond-like crystal, transparent, hard, brilliant, sat on the desk. Then, with another tap, the crystal underwent a further refinement, invisible forces polished its facets, and dazzling fire leapt from within, until a small diamond lay complete. The entire performance was effortless, far smoother and more stable than anything Regulus had managed on his own. This was what mastery looked like. As you can see, said Professor McGonagall, when one's understanding of a material's internal structural rules is sufficiently deep, when the magic is powerful enough and the intent clear enough, such a transformation can be achieved. But as you observed, it is far more demanding than ordinary transfiguration, because the caster must not only envision the target form, they must comprehend and reconstruct its internal stable structure, converting loose, layered connections into a rigid three-dimensional lattice. Regulus posed a timely question, Professor, what about the Philosopher's Stone? She put her wand away and looked at him. As for the Philosopher's Stone, that represents the supreme achievement of alchemy, transcending the domain of ordinary transfiguration. It touches the realms of creation and eternity. Gold produced by normal transfiguration invariably carries a strong imprint of the caster's magic. It is unstable, prone to reverting over time or under magical interference, and possesses something fundamentally false in its nature. Gold transmuted by the Philosopher's Stone, however, is said to possess truly permanent material properties. The difference, perhaps, lies in whether one has actually created, or fixed, the perfect internal structural blueprint that belongs to gold. The discussion proved immensely fruitful for Regulus. McGonagall's perspective leaned on intuitive comprehension through magic and willpower. His own combined that with the logical framework of modern science. Where the two met, his understanding of transfiguration opened wide. Your talent and depth of thought in transfiguration are most impressive, Mr. Black. McGonagall's tone grew warmer. She rose and crossed to an age-worn bookshelf, removing a thick notebook that looked to have seen considerable years. Regulus noticed, the cover was made of deep blue dragon hide, its very appearance spoke of how dearly its owner cherished it. These are notes I kept in my younger days, as I explored the higher reaches of transfiguration. Insights, conjectures, and lessons from failure. She handed the notebook to Regulus, expression solemn. There are no specific spells or techniques inside. It is more a record of thinking about the essence of transfiguration, and about how to perceive and understand your subject more clearly. I believe it may be of help in your current explorations. Regulus accepted the notebook with both hands. He could feel the gentle residual magic on the cover, and within it, the crystallized wisdom of a rigorous scholar's decades of work. The gift was beyond price. Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. His gratitude was solemn and sincere. I hope it guides you in the right direction. McGonagall looked at him, eyes deep. Transfiguration is one of the most direct expressions of magic's power to reshape reality. A strong will can remake matter, but one must always remember that will itself must be guided by wisdom and morality. Never forget, we study magic in order to understand the world, not merely to dominate or distort it. Yes, Professor. I will not forget. Regulus nodded, understanding her meaning. He thanked her once more and left the office. Behind the closed door, McGonagall stood still, gazing at it, her expression complicated. The talent and the modes of thought this child had displayed were among the rarest she had encountered in all her years of teaching. He was composed, perceptive, creative, and he understood restraint and propriety. At least on the surface. But that was precisely what deepened her concern. Gifts and temperament of that caliber, should they be turned down a dark path, would bring equally vast harm. I can only hope he chooses the right road. She murmured to herself, then returned to her desk, yet for a long while could not resume her marking. In the end, McGonagall rose and walked toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. She gave the password. The stone gargoyle leapt aside, the spiral staircase rotated upward. She knocked on the gleaming oak door. "Come in, Minerva." Dumbledore's gentle voice drifted out. McGonagall entered the circular office. As ever, it hummed with the sounds of bizarre silver instruments. Portraits of former headmasters pretended to doze on the walls, every ear cocked. Fawkes preened on his perch. "Albus, I need to speak with you about Regulus Black." McGonagall got straight to the point. Dumbledore looked at her over his half-moon spectacles, blue eyes glinting with interest. "Ah, young Mr. Black. I take it he has posed yet another transfiguration question that has given even my deputy headmistress pause." "It is more than questions." McGonagall settled into her customary straight-backed chair, face grave. "His talent is extraordinary. His understanding of transfiguration has already far exceeded his age, it even touches on planes I do not often contemplate in depth. More critically, his mode of thinking is highly unusual, structurally clear, the perspective, far-reaching. This is not normal. I mean, this child, Albus." She recounted in detail the discussion of graphite, diamond, and internal structural rules. Dumbledore listened quietly, fingers laced before him. Furthermore, McGonagall continued, brow creased, "I've noted certain behaviors. He no longer asks those prematurely advanced questions in class. He performs like a diligent student focused on building fundamentals. But I set the house elves to observe. He frequently practices quite sophisticated magic alone in secluded parts of the castle, silent casting, extremely precise transfiguration. What he is performing is far beyond what one his age should command. Some of it is more powerful than what adult wizards can manage. He and the Gryffindor student Lily Evans conduct academic exchanges in the library. He has even taught her a Muggle method of essay writing. With his housemates, on the surface he keeps his distance. But the boy named Avery Cuthbert has begun to follow him, and Regulus's response has been one of conditional acceptance and guidance, not simple exploitation." Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Yes, Minerva. I have noticed these things as well." McGonagall looked at him. "You knew?" "Of course. How could you not?" "This castle," Dumbledore said with a smile, eyes sweeping over the ostensibly sleeping portraits, "is full of eyes and ears. And I do take a particular interest in young Mr. Black. From the day he arrived, the Sorting Hat conveyed some intriguing impressions. It said that his gaze upon the stars transcended worldly strife, and yet he firmly chose the path of Slytherin." He paused. His voice grew measured, rich with insight. "He is different from his brother Sirius. Sirius's rebellion is fire, fierce, bright, direct. Regulus, on the surface, is calm. But beneath that calm, there may lie an intricate mind and intentions as yet unknown. His thirst for knowledge is genuine. His pursuit of power is explicit. Yet he seems to operate by his own standards, his own internal logic. That is exactly what worries me," McGonagall said. "He has talent, ideas, and an instinct for concealment and calculation. If those dark ideologies attract him, we cannot choose a student's path for them, Minerva." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet firm. "We can only offer knowledge, set an example, and when necessary, provide guidance and correction. As things stand, Regulus Black has shown no behavior that crosses any line. His exchanges with Lily Evans are rooted in a friendship of mutual respect. The way he shapes Avery Cuthbert is more akin to mentoring than indulgence. His explorations in transfiguration, while deep, have not veered into dangerous territory." He looked out the window at the darkening sky, gaze distant. Voldemort's shadow is drawing near. Many ancient families are making their choices, and the House of Black cannot remain a bystander. Regulus stands at its center. Every choice he makes will affect himself, and quite possibly many others. We cannot foresee the future. But we can observe. We can prepare. Do you think he will be different? McGonagall asked. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "The stars that the Sorting Hat saw may have been a metaphor. They could signify ambition. Or they could signify a broader vision and a loftier pursuit. His way of looking at magic differs from most, and that may constitute a danger, or it may constitute an opportunity. Time will give us the answer, Minerva. Until then, let us continue discharging our duty as educators, teach him, watch him, and when necessary, ensure he harms neither others nor himself." The conversation ended. McGonagall's concern had not entirely dissolved, but the headmaster's words had steadied her somewhat. At the very least, Dumbledore was watching, too. Back in the dormitory, seated at his desk, Regulus gently ran his fingers over the deep blue dragonhide cover of McGonagall's notebook. He skimmed through several pages. True to the professor's word, there were no specific spells, only sustained, deep reflections on the essence of transfiguration. One passage on the difficulty gradient of material transformation caught his attention. McGonagall argued that the difficulty of transfiguration was tied not only to the complexity of the object but, more critically, to the inherent structural stability and strength of form memory within the material itself. Combining today's discussion with his own practice, a key conclusion about transfiguration was essentially confirmed in Regulus's mind. Elemental transformation, changing one pure substance into another form of the same element, was harder than converting one complex compound into another, especially when it involved a total alteration of the material's intrinsic properties. Turning a wooden rod into an iron bar meant converting one complex organic structure into a metallic crystalline one, essentially replacing one established internal structure with another. Many young wizards could manage this, though most only changed the outward form. But turning graphite into diamond meant transforming one allotrope of elemental carbon into another. It required, without altering the base element, birthing two materials of wildly different physical properties simply by completely restructuring the internal bonding pattern, by rearranging the molecular architecture. This demanded understanding and reshaping at the most microscopic level. The difficulty far outstripped ordinary form changes. He took out a piece of graphite he carried and began to practice. He pushed his magical perception deep into the graphite, attempting to pry apart the stacked layers, inducing localized twisting and cross-linking to create a small region of increased hardness and altered luster. The process was agonizingly difficult. Graphite's loose, layered structure possessed a peculiar tendency to slide. When magic intervened, entire layers often slipped en masse, localized restructuring was nearly impossible. The slightest miscalculation destroyed its integrity, reducing the whole piece to a fluffy heap of carbon powder. He had to wield magic with exquisite finesse, like the most delicate engraving knife, carving and welding at the molecular level. This deepened his understanding of wizards and magic. Wizards might not have developed a system based on experimentation and mathematics the way Muggles had, to dissect the microscopic composition of the world and matter. But they were by no means the lesser party. Professor McGonagall, through only a brief examination, had accurately identified the differences in the intrinsic properties of graphite and diamond. That kind of intuitive perception of a material's essence was something Muggle technology could not currently approach. Regulus's own situation was, of course, different, an advantage born of his past life's basic science education combined with the unusually acute magical perception he had gained after crossing over. That McGonagall could reach similar conclusions purely through experience and magical intuition, the difference lay in decades of immersion in the field of transfiguration, yielding a profound depth of understanding. This also illuminated the further path of transfiguration for him, not merely changing form, but understanding the underlying principles, and ultimately reaching the level of altering the very essence of matter. And the legendary discipline of alchemy, especially the supreme achievement represented by the Philosopher's Stone, likely touched on something far more formidable. That should be more than molecular rearrangement. It might involve restructuring at a still more fundamental level, the atomic. Transmuting lead into gold, for instance, would very likely mean altering the number of protons in the atomic nucleus, or at the very least perfectly replicating all of gold's chemical bonds and macroscopic properties. That exceeded transfiguration entirely, to say nothing of the stone's ability to grant eternal life, to sustain life itself, which inherently contained enormous magical power. Even Voldemort had wanted to use it for resurrection. During breaks in practice, his thoughts continued to branch. The air was full of various elements and compounds, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, water vapor, noble gases. And the vast majority of wizards' magic, whether protective charms, offensive spells, or household enchantments, never bothered to filter or guard against the subtle shifts in these invisible, intangible atmospheric components. Not because it couldn't be done, it wasn't particularly difficult, but because they instinctively overlooked it. Consider, for instance, oxygen. A thought surfaced: what if, using transfiguration, the diatomic oxygen surrounding a person were instantaneously converted into a different substance based on oxygen atoms but unusable by the human body? Ozone, for example. Or one could transfigure other substances into something resembling oxygen, have them inhaled, and after gas exchange occurred in the lungs, revert them to their original form. Glass fiber, asbestos, radioactive elements, anything would do. The crux lay in high-precision identification of a specific element and instantaneous transmutation. This was purely theoretical extrapolation for now, of course. But the direction was unquestionably sound. Just as Regulus was deep in microtransfiguration and dangerous theorizing, the dormitory door opened. Avery Cuthbert had returned. He saw Regulus seated at his desk, a small object, twisted and deformed, yet gleaming with an uncanny luster, hovering in front of him. A fine, concentrated glow played at the wand tip. Clearly some form of magical practice. Transfiguration. The "hey" on Avery's lips was swallowed immediately. He now considered himself on Regulus's team and knew better than to interrupt. He tiptoed to his own bed and set down his books. Before long, Alex Rosier came in with a stack of books, face relaxed with the ease of finished homework. He saw Regulus and instinctively started to greet him, but the moment his mouth opened, Avery shot a finger to his lips and glared, jerking his head toward Regulus. Alex flinched, clapped a hand over his mouth, followed Avery's gaze, and saw Regulus's intense focus. He went mute at once and crept to his own bed, though inwardly he felt rather good. Avery, for all his haughtiness, had only used a gesture to stop him instead of a full-body bind or a stunner. Alex couldn't help feeling the dormitory atmosphere had truly shifted. Before, it had been Avery's imperious arrogance, Hermes's brooding unpredictability, Regulus's silent detachment, and himself walking on eggshells. Now, while a clear hierarchy remained, at least Avery had stopped casually bullying people, and Regulus, powerful as he was, did not lord it over them. He suspected the change owed largely to Regulus's presence and influence. Thinking of the latest letter from home, his parents urging him, as always, to study hard, stay healthy, get along with classmates, not force himself into any inner circle, just stay safe, Alex felt a quiet gratitude toward Regulus. On the fringes of Slytherin's core circle, Regulus had quietly created a space where one could breathe. Regulus noticed his roommates return and their movements, but he did not break focus. His mind raced. Magic flowed out, simultaneously maintaining fine-grained control over the graphite's internal structure. Molecular-level transfiguration. After McGonagall's demonstration and the insights from her notes, he had clearly identified the doorway. Putting it into practice, however, was still painstaking work. Hermes Mulciber was the last to return. He pushed the door open, trailing a chill from outside. His first glance landed on the practicing Regulus. He also noted Avery's faintly territorial shushing gesture and Alex's tiptoeing deference. A smirk, barely visible, ghosted across Hermes's lips. He felt nothing but disdain for Avery's voluntary allegiance, it was beneath him. Though he had lost to Regulus in a head of first year's duel and been stunned at how easily his immature bone and blood separation was neutralized, fierce self-confidence still burned within him. He considered himself in possession of many cards yet unplayed, those were his true strength. At school, many of those methods simply couldn't be displayed. But outside, in an unrestricted fight to the death, Hermes was certain that with the genuine dark arts passed down by his family, he would not lack for a chance to kill Regulus Black. Family heirlooms and clandestinely acquired dark spells cycled rapidly through his mind. Shadowfang binding, summoning tendrils of shadow spawned from creatures of darkness. They didn't merely restrain, they continuously siphoned life force and magic. The bound target would feel bone-piercing cold and soul-deep debilitation. Echoing agony, upon striking, it took every pain the victim subsequently endured, physical injury and psychological terror alike, amplified it, prolonged it and set it reverberating endlessly within them, inducing cascading mental collapse and bodily loss of control. Most victims, unable to bear the compounding torment, ultimately took their own lives or went irrevocably mad. Withering breath, a vicious curse. The afflicted did not die immediately, but from the wound or point of magical contact, flesh and magic slowly withered like a dying plant, progressing toward necrosis. Exceptionally difficult to cure, the process was agonizingly prolonged and emitted an aura that caused surrounding vegetation to wilt as well. Now these were the kind of power worth pursuing. Swift. Lethal. Saturated with pain and terror, enough to make an enemy fear from the depths of their very soul. Hermes glanced at the oddly shaped object in Regulus's hand and felt dismissive. He conceded the importance of foundational magic, and he conceded that Regulus's foundations were terrifyingly solid. But he clung to the conviction that in a real fight, the deciding factor was whether one possessed spells powerful enough to determine life and death in an instant. The transfiguration and charms parlor tricks taught in school were mere flashy juggling when set against genuine dark magic. He could see no point in what Regulus was practicing, nor could he grasp the horrifying potential inherent in microscopic material restructuring, an entirely different plane of power. To his eyes, it was just making a rock harder or shinier. What practical use was that? Was one supposed to throw a hardened stone at an opponent in a duel? Absurd. He ignored Avery's silent eye attempt to signal him to be quiet and let his footsteps fall deliberately heavy. At his bedside, he set a battered book, its cover completely blank, on the nightstand with a resounding thud. The noise was jarring in the hushed dormitory. That thud finally pulled Regulus fully out of his deep focus and practice. He slowly dissipated the magic around the graphite. The piece reverted to its original state and dropped to the desk. He looked up. Gray eyes, calm, settled on the source of the noise. Something you need? Regulus's voice was toneless. Hermes turned, leaning against his bedpost, face wearing its habitual gloom and a faint thread of challenge. Nothing. Just feel it's a shame when people waste their time on showy gimmicks with no real bite. True power doesn't come from molding rocks into different shapes. The jab was obvious. Avery frowned. Alex lowered his head nervously. Regulus regarded Hermes. Your understanding of power is too radical, and too narrow. You see only the surface of destruction and pain, but you're blind to the force contained in the fundamental rules that constitute this world. As for perspective. He shook his head. You probably don't realize that the wizard universally acknowledged as the most powerful alive, Albus Dumbledore, is a supreme master of transfiguration. Hermes's expression stiffened. He knew Dumbledore's name, of course. But what exactly Dumbledore specialized in was something a young wizard obsessed with dark arts had never bothered to research. Moreover, Regulus stood. His wand had slid into his hand at some unnoticed moment. He happened to need a subject on which to test a recent idea, and Hermes's arrival and attitude provided the perfect opportunity. You seem thoroughly unimpressed by my magic. Coincidentally, I don't think much of yours either. Before the last syllable faded, the wand was already up, pointed at Hermes. Hermes's instincts flared. He reached for his own wand to block or retaliate. But Regulus was faster, or rather, the way his magic took effect defied convention. No flash. No sound. Nothing at all. Hermes simply felt the breath he was drawing halt mid-intake. The air entering his nose and mouth had, in the instant of inhalation, lost every property that made it breathable. It was like inhaling something utterly inert, incapable of reacting with any function of the lungs, incapable of providing even a trace of oxygen. His eyes bulged. Mouth open, he tried to force the breath harder, but no satisfaction came from the heaving of his chest, only a deepening, suffocating panic. He tried to speak, to demand an explanation, no sound came. He tried to lift his wand, but his brain, oxygen-starved, was already going light. His arms turned to lead. And he couldn't cast silently. He stared at Regulus in terror. The other boy merely held his wand level, motionless, gazed devoid of any feeling one might direct at a living creature. This was the extension of Regulus's earlier theorizing. He had not performed complex elemental transmutation, at his current level, that was still too slow. What he did was simpler and more brutal, he left the specific outcome undefined, providing only a broad definition. Through non-directional transfiguration, he deployed raw magical force, flooding the designated zone and forcibly reshaping the gas within into something unbreathable. He cast the spell, magic did the rest. At this stage, that was more feasible than directly converting oxygen into a toxic substance, and besides, he wasn't trying to kill. Avery watched with shining eyes. He didn't understand the mechanics, couldn't even be sure whether it was dark magic, but none of that dulled the blazing look he turned on Regulus. If anything, the incomprehensibility made it more impressive. Alex had already gone white. Both hands clamped over his own mouth, terrified of making a sound. He could never have imagined that the dormitory atmosphere he'd just been praising would, in a blink, produce a scene this horrifying. They were first years. This wasn't friction between classmates, this was, the prelude to murder. He watched Hermes's face shift from red to blue, eyes protruding, body twitching involuntarily, and fear filled him to the brim. Inside, Hermes's terror crested. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't cast. In the agony and panic of suffocation, his magic refused to coalesce. He felt himself dying. The cold shadow of death had never loomed so tangibly. His mind raced, what kind of magic is this? Silent. Invisible. Its mechanism is grotesque, it strips away the very basis of life. This has to be some supremely evil, supremely advanced dark art. He was beaten. Completely. He couldn't even comprehend what had been used against him. Half a minute passed. Hermes's struggles had begun to weaken, his eyes were glazing. Even Avery, enthusiastic at first, now had cold sweat beading on his forehead. He revered power, but he knew where the line was. Killing a schoolmate at Hogwarts, even a Mulciber, would be catastrophic. It would ruin everything. He opened his mouth, ready to ask Regulus to stop, but looking into those absolutely calm eyes, devoid of even a flicker of madness, he swallowed the words. Somewhere deep in his instinct, he felt Regulus would not go through with it. A person this composed, this rational, who seemed to calculate every step, would not commit murder over a snide remark in a school dormitory. At the very instant before Hermes lost consciousness entirely, Regulus gave his wrist the lightest twist and withdrew his magic. Ha dash! Hermes lurched forward, hands slamming the floor, and sucked in air with the rasping, bellows-like desperation of a man drowning. Violent coughing followed, tears and snot streaming, his appearance a picture of utter wretchedness. It took him a full minute of gasping before he could so much as lift his head. Blood-webbed eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, locked onto Regulus. Regulus had already pocketed his wand. He stood over Hermes, tone bland, "So, how do you feel about transfiguration now?" He offered no explanation of what he'd done. Let Hermes guess. Let him fear. Let him rack his brain over what invisible, formless, lethal force could operate on such a principle. Hermes lay crumpled on the ground, body still trembling with residual dread. His mind was chaos. Transfiguration. How was that possible? Transfiguration could stop him from breathing. It overturned everything he knew about the discipline. But if it wasn't transfiguration, then what? No evil aura of dark magic. No clammy sensation of a curse. The unknown bred a deeper fear. He realized he could not see through Regulus Black at all. Not only did Regulus crush him in raw ability, the boy appeared to command magical methods he could neither understand nor categorize. Methods that were, in every sense, unblockable. Avery exhaled in relief, and immediately a fiercer surge of pride and commitment washed over him. Look! This is the person I chose to follow. Immense power, a clear head, and means beyond reckoning. Then he began to wonder, if he were facing that technique, how would he counter it? Cast a bubblehead charm on himself in advance? Or maintain a protective spell at all times? Too passive. Alex also sagged with relief, though his legs were still jelly. He looked at the collapsed Hermes, then at the serene Regulus, and gained a bone-deep awareness of who the truly dangerous person in this dormitory really was. He silently resolved to watch his every word and step from now on, and never, ever provoke Regulus. Regulus paid his roommate's disparate thoughts no mind. He returned to his desk and sat down. His own thinking had not stopped. The experiment just now had confirmed one of his hypotheses: tampering with the ubiquitous basic substances in the environment was indeed a blind spot in most wizards' thinking, and an attack vector of enormous potential. But what if he pushed it further? Regulus harbored a rather dangerous idea. A killing blow against all carbon-based life, wizards included. What compound was nearly universally lethal to carbon-based organisms, and could be generated on the spot via transfiguration from readily available materials? Cyanide. Whether as hydrogen cyanide gas or cyanide ions, both were viciously toxic, capable of shutting down cellular respiration almost instantly. The lethal dose was minuscule, onset was near immediate. The air contained nitrogen and carbon. Water vapor supplied hydrogen. In theory, with sufficiently godlike magical control, one could instantaneously capture nitrogen, carbon, and hydrogen atoms from the surroundings. Forcibly combine them into hydrogen cyanide molecules, and deliver them directly into the target's respiratory system. What that demanded was no longer mere molecular rearrangement but a fantasy of atomic-level manipulation, and real-time elemental identification and synthesis pathway computation rivaling a supercomputer. At present, it was pure fantasy. But the wizarding world's defining feature was turning the impossible into the possible. At the very least, this direction pointed toward the heights transfiguration could theoretically reach in extremis. It would cease to be a combat auxiliary and become the most covert, most lethal weapon imaginable. If struck, a gifted wizard might manage some form of self-rescue. But an average wizard would almost certainly die. Of course, that was impossibly remote, perhaps forever unattainable. Still, one could work toward it. Hermes managed to drag himself upright, bracing on his bedpost, head bowed, unable to look at Regulus. His inner pride had been shattered utterly. In its place, deep wariness, deep fear, and, unnoticed even by himself, a warped curiosity about that unknown force. His earlier fantasies of turning the tables through dark magic now seemed laughable. He needed to reevaluate everything, himself included, and figure out how to coexist with this terrifying roommate. Silence settled over the dormitory. A faint, guarded smile tugged at Regulus's lips. He picked up a fresh piece of graphite and began another round of practice. Exploring transfiguration's relationship to the essence of matter was captivating, but Regulus knew full well it required years of accumulation and could not be rushed. What he needed now were more immediate and critical defensive capabilities, to meet a threat growing ever closer, Voldemort. Occlumency was the foremost priority. Canon mentioned that Severus Snape had used it to serve as a spy under the nose of Voldemort, a master legilimens, without detection. Mastering occlumency would not only defend against legilimency but could also help resist the Imperius curse. It was an indispensable survival skill for anyone facing Voldemort. Yet occlumency alone was insufficient. He turned his mind to passive magic, spells that operated continuously without active casting, or triggered automatically to protect the wizard. The standard Hogwarts curriculum rarely covered these. They were generally considered advanced or obscure, scattered through the legacies of ancient families and certain high-level magical texts. And occlumency was the most essential passive mental defense among them. For Regulus, entering the restricted section without permission was the kind of thing that happened either 0 times or countless times. Tonight, a Wednesday evening before Halloween, the castle was especially quiet. He decided to infiltrate again. The process was second nature by now. He did not linger. His targets were clear. Using his powerful mind scanning style reading, he rapidly browsed and memorized the core content of the relevant books. He noted a number of titles. Fortress of the Mind, Essentials of Mental Defense. Ancient Protective Rites and Permanent Magical Inscription. The Nature of Magic, on Shaping and Disguising One's Personal Magic. An Overview of Dark Magic Detection and Countermeasures. Soul Resilience, on Resisting Imperious and Beguiling. Hidden Paths, Tracking, Counter-Tracking, and Magical Fog. Hogwarts library reserves were unfathomably deep. These titles also sketched for him the vast domain of knowledge he would need to explore in the future. Back in the dormitory, Regulus immediately began practicing occlumency. According to the texts, the core of occlumency lay in strict control of thought and emotion leakage, combined with the construction of complex, deceptive, or rigidly fixed, mental labyrinths deep in one's consciousness, designed to confuse any intruder. Practice in stages. First, the basic barrier, concentrating to build a simple wall around the outer perimeter of consciousness, blocking surface thoughts from being broadcast and read. Second, mental organization and compartmentalization, sorting different memories, knowledge, and emotions into separate rooms. Third, generating false memories and decoy thoughts, actively creating plausible-seeming but irrelevant or misleading mental fragments that would be automatically served to an intruder upon breach. Finally, deep solidification and autonomous defense, training the defense mechanism into instinct so that even when not actively maintained, the subconscious would run the basic barrier and decoy deployment on its own. Only the deepest, most critical thoughts would be heavily guarded, accessible only through extraordinarily convoluted pathways. With a mind refined through star orbit meditation to far exceed most peers, and many adult wizards, in both strength and soul stability, Regulus found occlumency's threshold nearly effortless. He quickly mastered the basic barrier and handled compartmentalized mental organization with meticulous order. He sensed, however, that reaching a level capable of fully deceiving a legilimens of Voldemort's caliber would require considerably more practice and refinement of advanced techniques. But the door was open. The rest was a matter of patient grinding and situational adaptation. He even conceived an idea: could the star orbit meditation's dynamic model serve as a unique core for his mental labyrinth? The most vital secrets would be hidden within the constantly running, computationally complex patterns of the star orbit model. An intruder who breached the outer defenses would face a vast, ceaselessly moving starscape requiring extraordinary computational ability just to comprehend, and would likely end up disoriented, unable to locate anything truly useful. Over the next 2 days, alongside consolidating his occlumency, he began exploring other passive magics. The permanent shield charm prototype he understood as a shaping of one's own magic, forming an exceedingly thin but uniformly distributed protective layer across the body's surface. It demanded continuous, subconscious micro-adjustment of magical output, was highly taxing on attention, and at present could only be sustained briefly. Danger sense paired with his already keen magical perception. He began deliberately training himself to register even the subtlest flickers of malice directed at him from the surrounding environment. None of these passive magics were easy to learn or master. They did not prize momentary explosive power. Instead, they required of the wizard an exquisitely fine-grained control of magic and mind, along with slow, long-term reshaping. But the benefits were equally obvious. Once achieved, they became true instinct, armor and radar operating 24 hours a day. They could provide warning before danger arrived. Furnish an automatic first layer of cushioning on impact, and shield the deepest secrets from prying eyes. For someone who needed to maneuver within the dark camp, these capabilities were no less important than any formidable offensive spell. Friday afternoon. Potions let out early. Regulus headed to the library as usual, but in a secluded corridor linking the dungeon classrooms with the main stairway, he heard familiar commotion and jeering. James Potter. Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew. And Remus Lupin, who appeared to be trying, with limited success, to intervene. They had cornered Severus Snape. Snape's robes were drenched in some sticky potion residue that was giving off a revolting smell. His hair hung damp. His face was thunderous, his wand gripped white-knuckled. But against 4, James and Sirius flanking him, he looked utterly isolated. Well, who's this? Our dear Snivelus running another one of his potion experiments. Brewing a new stink bomb, are we? James taunted loudly. Let me go, Potter. Snape's voice was raw with fury, the words forced through clenched teeth. Let you go. We're just helping you clean the unidentified substance off your robes. It really is filthy. Just like you. Sirius lounged against the wall, face alight with rebel mischief. Regulus stopped. He did not approach at once. He simply watched in silence. Remus Lupin was the first to notice Regulus. He sensed the dangerous presence almost instantly, turned, and spotted Regulus standing motionless at the far end of the corridor. His face shifted. He immediately nudged the still chattering James with an elbow. Regulus raised an eyebrow slightly. The beast's instinct. James followed Lupin's gaze and the grin froze on his face. He gripped his wand reflexively, a flash of alarm and forced hostility in his eyes. Peter yelped and ducked behind Lupin. Sirius looked over as well. When the two pairs of gray eyes met, the devil-may-care smile slowly drained from Sirius's face. Brothers, separated by a dozen feet, locked in silent eye contact down a corridor still hanging with malicious laughter. Sirius's thoughts drifted. He remembered James boasting about going to teach Regulus a lesson on his behalf, and coming back looking as though his soul had been ripped out. He remembered Lupin's hushed account of a fight that was brief to the point of despair. He thought of childhood, the younger brother who always trailed quietly behind their mother, yet could effortlessly accomplish what Sirius strained to manage. He recalled the countless times since term began, in the library, in corridors, on the way to class, when he'd glimpsed Regulus alone, thick stacks of books in hand, hurrying past. He seemed to always be studying, or on his way to study. The thought surfaced unbidden. It was nothing like his own life with James, all Quidditch, pranks, and exploring the castle's secrets. Before, he had called it dull, rigid, the mark of someone shackled by family expectations. But now, in light of James's experience, and the formless pressure Regulus exerted simply by standing there, a different thought finally took shape. Had the gap truly grown this wide without his noticing? Not merely the suffocating disparity in magical ability, but a difference in the choice of path and the depth of commitment to it. Seen enough. Sirius's voice was drier than usual, yet laced with his characteristic stubborn refusal to back down. But his gaze no longer met Regulus's head-on. It slid to the wall beside him. Only then did Regulus begin walking forward. His footsteps rang clearly off the flagstones. He did not look at James. He did not look at Snape or anyone else. He stopped midway between the two groups, eyes settling on Sirius. Ganging up on someone alone, is this how you prove your courage and find your fun? Regulus's voice was level. If so, then Gryffindor's courage is rather cheap. James wanted to retort, but the memory of last time, and Regulus's ice-cold warning, wedged the words in his throat. Not yet, he told himself. I'm not ready. Regulus continued looking at Sirius, his tone devoid of any particular weight. Wasting your time and energy on this sort of thing does you no good. This world is about to run out of room for jokes and games. If you don't want to find yourself one day unable to protect yourself, or the people you want to protect, you'd better start thinking seriously about what your magic is actually for. And how to make it genuinely useful. Sirius did not hear a lecture in Regulus's words. It sounded more like a statement of fact, a reminder. He could even sense something complex underneath. For the sake of shared blood, a word of advice. Something tugged at Sirius's heart. He wanted to fire back, to say he didn't need sermons from a Slytherin, from a traitor of a brother. That he lived free and happy and would protect the people who mattered in his own way. But the things Regulus had alluded to dropped like chunks of ice into a brain heated by defiance and camaraderie. He thought of the mounting tension at home. Of the guarded mentions in his parents' letters. Of Cousin Bella's escalating madness. Perhaps Regulus was right. But that only made him more agitated, more rebellious. My business, none of yours. Sirius bit out, then wheeled to face James and the others. Let's go. I'm bored. James seemed to have more to say, but Lupin pulled his sleeve lightly. They followed Sirius, hurrying away down the corridor, their retreating figures looking somewhat harried. After the Marauders left, only Regulus and a battered-looking Snape remained. Snape was hastily scourgifying the muck off his robes and straightening his damp hair, face still stormy. The look he turned on Regulus brimmed with suspicion and wariness, plus a threat of shame at having been seen in such a state. "I don't need your help, Black." Snape's voice was raw, the resistance plain. "I don't need charity from any pure-blood princeling." Regulus was unsurprised by the reaction. Severus Snape, brilliant, prodigiously gifted in potions and the dark arts, but also hypersensitive, deeply insecure, his inner life a tangle of pride and resentment knotted by circumstance and origin. He craved power, recognition, acceptance into the pure-blood fold, yet met every approach from its core members with instinctive suspicion and defensiveness. In Regulus's estimation, Snape was a potential collaborator of extraordinary value, a premium asset, even a future potions master. Profoundly versed in the dark arts. Methodical. Patient. If the connection could be forged correctly, his worth would far exceed Avery's, even Hermes's. Charity. Regulus echoed the word, tone unchanged. "You think I was standing here to enjoy the spectacle of your humiliation, or to bask in the feeling of rescuing you?" Snape pressed his lips together and said nothing, but his eyes said yes. "You're wrong," Regulus said. "I merely happened to pass through. They were blocking my way. As for you..." He gave Snape a quick, appraising look. "Your potions talent has drawn praise even from Professor Slughorn. Your insight into defense against the dark arts, or rather, into certain specialized magical disciplines, is far ahead of your peers. What you possess is worth considerably more than the pedigree charts many people can do nothing but brandish." Snape's body went taut. Regulus's words had struck the most conflicted spot inside him, the place where hatred of pure-blood arrogance coexisted with a desperate longing for his own abilities to be recognized by that same circle. However, Regulus's tone shifted. "If you keep spending your energy on petty skirmishes with Potter and his lot, or settle for what the school textbook offers, you will be stuck absorbing beatings forever, and your talent will be buried. True power won't come from the public stacks of the Hogwarts library or from teaching yourself out of scattered dark arts notes." Shock and a deeper wariness flashed in Snape's eyes. What do you mean?" "It's simple." Regulus stepped closer, voice dropping to ensure only they could hear. "Accepting help is nothing to be ashamed of, Snape. No one makes it alone, especially not when you want to acquire the kind of knowledge and power that certain people have monopolized. I can offer certain channels, opportunities to read books you might otherwise never access, or, at the very least, limited exchanges in certain fields. In return, I may occasionally need your perspective on potions, or on certain obscure magical research." The terms Regulus laid out were deliberately vague, and immensely tempting. "Take your time thinking it over." Regulus said nothing more. He turned and made to leave. He knew that with someone as suspicious and proud as Snape, pushing too hard would only backfire. Regulus's figure vanished around the corner. Snape stood alone, a hurricane in his chest. Regulus Black's words circled in his head like a spell. The humiliation lingered, but stronger still was the impact of what had been said. Black had seen his talent, might even know about his private study of dark magic. The opportunity offered, was it real? Or a trap? To recruit him? Or simply to exploit his potion skills? But the undeniable truth was, Black was right. Tangling with Potter and his gang yielded nothing but humiliation and wasted time. What the school taught was nowhere near enough to give him real power, not enough to escape his situation, not enough to make himself worthy of. Lily. Halloween evening. Hogwarts Castle had transformed completely. Hundreds and hundreds of live bats drifted through the corridors, hanging upside down from candelabras and suits of armor, wings fluttering now and then with a whisper-soft rustle. Grinning jack-o'-lanterns lined the walls, magical flames dancing within, casting grotesque, comical shadows in every direction. The air was thick with the sweet scent of toasted pumpkin pasties, and an undercurrent of festive, restless magic. The young witches and wizards were ecstatic, gathering in clusters to discuss the evening's feast and speculate about whatever outlandish sweets Dumbledore might conjure this year. Laughter and the soft rustle of robes filled the corridors. Regulus was among the crowd. Today, he had no plans to bury himself in the library or find a remote corner for magical practice. He strolled through the castle's main building at an easy pace, soaking in the festive atmosphere. When he reached a third-floor corridor hung with enchanted tapestries that shifted their patterns, a clear voice called out. "Hey! Black! Over here!" It was Eleanor Bones. She appeared to be puzzling over how to decorate a corner next to the Hufflepuff common room entrance. Spotting Regulus, her face lit up and she waved him over. Behind Regulus walked Avery, Hermes, and Alex. They often walked together now and had become a noticeable little group within Slytherin. Avery was the conscious follower, spine ramrod straight even while walking, as if broadcasting his chosen allegiance. Alex trailed quietly at their flank, aware that proximity to Regulus meant fewer threats and even a measure of respect, a survival instinct refined into quiet wisdom. Hermes brought up the rear, expression still brooding, gaze occasionally settling on Regulus's back. His attendance was less following than close observation, an ongoing search for any crack or weakness. Hearing Eleanor's call, Regulus stopped. Avery read the moment instantly, tugging back Alex, who had been about to drift closer, and flicking a glance at Hermes. The three of them tactfully retreated and pretended to study a nearby tapestry depicting a jousting tournament. Regulus walked to Eleanor alone. Another Hufflepuff girl stood beside her, brown hair cut short. At Regulus's approach, she instinctively hunched her shoulders, eyes flickering between curiosity and a touch of nerves. Regulus Black's name had been circulating widely among the younger years, pure blood, head of first years, effortless victory over a fifth year, praised by nearly every professor. All of it wreathed him in an aura of awe. But with Eleanor at her side, the girl mustered a little courage and straightened up, though her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her robes. "Miss Bones." Regulus arrived and offered a polite nod. He turned to her companion and inclined his head the same way. "And this is?" His manner was natural and composed, not a flicker of condescension because of the girl's likely Muggle background, which seemed to catch her off guard. "Oh, this is Susan Payne, my friend." Eleanor's introduction was brisk. "Susan, this is Regulus Black. I've told you about him, the Slytherin with the interesting perspective on herbology." "Hello, Mr. Black," Susan Payne said in a small voice. "Hello, Miss Payne," Regulus replied, tone unchanged. He genuinely did not care about blood status. The Black lineage was pure enough already, he had no need to derive a sense of superiority from it, still less to belittle others to aggrandize himself. "Run into a problem?" Regulus glanced at the pumpkins and materials spread on the floor. "Yeah, we want to do something special for the decorations here, and just lining up jack-o'-lanterns feels a bit boring." Eleanor gestured at a recessed alcove beside the Hufflepuff entrance. "Professor Sprout said we could use our imagination, as long as we don't make it too scary. Hufflepuff's symbol is the badger, right? I was thinking, could we combine jack-o'-lanterns with badgers somehow? But we obviously can't hang a stuffed animal in there." She scratched her head, clearly stuck on execution. Susan nodded beside her, murmuring, "We tried transfiguration, but it either didn't look right or reverted after a few minutes." Regulus surveyed the alcove, then the assorted pumpkins on the floor, and thought briefly. Combining the badger's character with the Halloween mood, it might work. "Let me try." He crouched, picked up a hollowed, carved jack-o'-lantern. Eleanor and Susan leaned in, curious. Badgers are famous for their fearlessness, even recklessness. As he spoke, he studied the pumpkin. He drew his wand and tapped lightly. Magic shimmered. The pumpkin's shape began to shift. Two short nubs, like badger ears, sprouted from the top. The comical grin on the front grew bolder, the upturned corners of the mouth now carried a fierce, nothing scares me quality. At the eye positions, magic etched two small, sharp pinpoints of white light, like a badger's eyes gleaming in the dark. Another tap. Inside, the stable magical flame shifted from warm amber to a slightly cool silver white. The rhythm of the fire became stronger, more irregular, and at the base, faint claw-scratch shadows coalesced. A unique decoration was born, blending Hufflepuff's emblem with Halloween's playful spirit. It was cool and fun, with just the right amount of badger-esque ferocity. "Wow!" Eleanor exclaimed. "That's brilliant." "Exactly right, fierce and on brand." Susan's eyes widened too, her earlier nervousness forgotten. "That's amazing, even the flame color changed." "Glad I could help." Regulus said mildly, then flicked his wand in a rapid series, applying the same treatment to the other prepared pumpkins. Within moments, 5 or 6 badger-themed jack-o'-lanterns stood in the alcove, each with a different expression but all sharing the distinctive badger character. Silver-white flames danced, casting an atmosphere both mysterious and vibrant. "Ooh, what are we making over here?" A warm voice floated over. Professor Sprout appeared, looking as though she had just come from the greenhouses, still carrying a small pot of luminescent mushrooms. "Professor! Look! Regulus helped us make badger jack-o'-lanterns." Eleanor showed them off excitedly. Professor Sprout came closer and examined them with evident delight. She glanced at Regulus, standing calmly to the side, and smiled approvingly. "Very creative, Mr. Black. Stable transformation, clear intent, and you've managed to capture both the festive spirit and the house identity. 5 points for your ingenuity." "Thank you, Professor." "It was nothing." Regulus gave a small bow. After a brief exchange on the topic of magical flame stability, Regulus excused himself. Watching him go, Susan Payne whispered to Eleanor, "He's not quite what the rumors say. His magic is incredible, that transfiguration, I don't think half the third years in our house could manage it. And he's actually quite polite. Not like some Slytherins." Eleanor looked at the row of badger lanterns and smiled. "Of course he's different. I told you, what's in his head is nothing like most people's. As for his magical ability..." She lowered her voice. "From what I've heard, it may be even more impressive than what he shows." Meanwhile, Regulus and his roommates returned to the Slytherin common room. Halloween preparations were underway here, too, in a sharply different style. Upper years had taken charge. Silver-green silk moved across the walls like living serpents. The conjured bats gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. Jack-o'-lanterns were carved into the heads of beasts and venomous snakes, each burning with eerie green fire. The entire common room radiated an atmosphere of opulence and forbidding chill. Most of the younger students hovered at the edges, fetching materials, running errands, or watching the upper years perform complex magic with admiring stares. Regulus observed quietly for a while, the picture clear. Hufflepuff style, warmth, inclusivity, and a down-to-earth brand of creativity. Slytherins, refinement, exclusivity, and displays steeped in symbolism and rivalry. 2 aesthetics. Neither superior, simply the outward expression of 2 very different house cultures and value systems. The Halloween feast arrived on schedule. The great hall's ceiling had been bewitched into a roiling mass of thunderclouds and lightning, yet not a drop fell upon the banquet below. The long tables groaned under the weight of food, sausages that leapt into your plate, fizzing purple drinks, and an array of ghoulishly shaped desserts that tasted absolutely divine. Regulus sat at the middle of the Slytherin table, eating in silence. Avery was beside him, Alex a little farther off, Hermes sat opposite, wordlessly cutting his steak. The mood was reasonably peaceful, until a second-year Slytherin ambled over, goblet in hand. Rabaston Lestrange. Younger brother to Rodolphius Lestrange. Bellatrix's future brother-in-law. The Lestrange family's unwavering devotion to Voldemort was an open secret. Rabaston wore it as a badge of honor, his face permanently carried a look that mingled fanaticism with hauteur. He had clearly had plenty of pumpkin juice, possibly spiked, and his face was flushed as he bore down on Regulus's section of the table. "Well, well, the first-year head." Rabaston's voice was pitched at an obnoxious whine, deliberately intimate and condescending. "Happy Halloween, Black. Bella wrote just the other day, mentioned you. Said you've done well, haven't disgraced the family. My brother Rodolphius says there might be a chance for you to serve a greater cause together, someday." Avery's brow furrowed immediately. He set down his knife and fork. Alex dropped his head in nervous reflex. Hermes, too, paused mid-motion, his dark gaze sweeping to Rabaston. Regulus raised his eyelids, gave Rabaston one look, said nothing, and dabbed his lips with a napkin. But one look was enough. Avery caught the signal at once. "Lestrange, it's dinner time." Avery interjected, cool, not cold, his voice noticeably steadier than usual. Discussing family correspondence and private affairs might be better suited to another occasion. Rabaston hadn't expected the first to speak up to be Avery, a mere hanger-on. He blinked, then bristled. "I'm talking to Black, Cuthbert. Black is eating." This time it was Hermes, voice low and gravelly, carrying his signature chill. "And this great cause of yours, a lot of people here probably won't understand a word. Flaunt it too early, and you might trip over your own tongue." That remark drew blood. Rabaston's face darkened. Of his two companions, both pure blood, but of lesser family standing, one looked inclined to defuse the situation while the other watched the drama with detached amusement. The atmosphere turned awkward. "Come on, Rabaston. It's a feast." The peacemaker tugged his sleeve. Rabaston looked at Regulus, still expressionless, still eating, then at Avery's unfriendly eyes and Hermes's sullen stare. He understood he'd gain nothing here and would more likely embarrass himself. He snorted and turned on his heel. Regulus never spared him another glance, as though a buzzing insect had simply drifted past. He sliced his food and analyzed swiftly. The Lestrange brothers, Rodolphus especially, were Voldemort's hardliners. Bellatrix's future husband. A frenzied executioner-to-be. This Rabaston, heavily influenced by his family, was zealous enough yet intellectually shallow, impulsive, the textbook disposable enforcer. In certain specific scenarios, such a person could be put to good use, steered toward dangerous assignments or tasks that drew enemy fire. In the end, he would find his own destination. For those destined to plunge into the abyss and drag others down with them, Regulus would waste no sympathy. The feast went on, the hall alive with laughter. Tables heaped with food. Toasted pumpkin pasties wafting sweetness. Sugar frost spiders crawling between the plates. Dumbledore rose. Tonight he wore deep purple robes embroidered with silver stars, his eyes twinkling warmly behind the half-moon spectacles. "A happy Halloween to all," his voice boomed, magically amplified. "Tonight, we have invited a very special troupe." He clapped lightly, a door at one side of the hall swung open. 3 wizards in bright theatrical costumes marched in, followed by several well-trained small magical creatures. Leading them was a short, plump witch who bowed to Dumbledore, then flashed the students a wide smile. "The Moonlight Circus, from Wales," Dumbledore announced. "They will be performing some entertaining magical feats for us." The show began. First act, a color-changing lizard dance. Small lizards shifted hue at the flick of a wand, emerald to gold to silver white, and arranged themselves on a tabletop into the shape of a jack-o'-lantern. Students gasped in delight. Regulus sat at the Slytherin table, watching quietly. His gaze swept across the hall, and he noticed the bloody Baron drifting past the Ravenclaw table, robes stained with those dark smears that would never wash out. Regulus recalled the contents of A Brief History of Soul Magic. Ghosts were residues of obsession, remnant forms of the soul. A ghost like the Bloody Baron, existing for close to a millennium, must harbor an obsession of unimaginable depth. He and Ravenclaw's Grey Lady were among Hogwarts' most ancient ghosts, powerful wizards in life, keepers of countless secrets in death. The show hit its climax. The circus wizards conjured a swarm of glowing magical butterflies that formed the words, "Happy Halloween," in midair, then dissolved into golden dust drifting softly downward. Under the cover of the spectacle, Regulus slipped from his seat. He found the Bloody Baron in a corner, gazing toward the Ravenclaw table. The Baron's eyes pierced the festive crowd, fixing on the Grey Lady's hovering form. The emotion in them was indecipherable. "Baron." Regulus stopped at a respectful distance. The ghost turned his head slowly. "The Black family's child." The Baron's voice was dry and hollow. Regulus noted inwardly, the Baron knew him, or perhaps recognized his bloodline. Either way, recognition served his purpose. He had many questions for a ghost of such seniority. I've come across certain records in my family's archives and would like to ask your counsel. He opted for directness, pressing on before a refusal could form. Regarding the nature of ghosts. The texts say a ghost is the obsession a wizard left behind in the world, a crystallization of memory and emotion. But I don't understand, why do some wizards become ghosts and others don't? It doesn't seem to be a choice. The Baron's lips trembled, something between a smile and a grimace of pain. Choice. His tone held an indescribable bitterness. You think becoming a ghost is a choice? No, child. This is not a choice. It is failure. Failure? Seeing the Baron willing to engage, Regulus pressed while the iron was hot. The inability to let go. The Baron's gaze drifted back toward the Grey Lady. The inability to finish. To accept. Or to face certain truths. And so we remain, trapped in the seam between life and death. Regulus thought of A Brief History of Soul Magic and its discussion of soul integrity. A whole, healthy soul ought to pass smoothly into the next stage, whatever that stage was, no living person knew. A lingering ghost was, in a sense, a failed form of the soul. Then what, essentially, distinguishes a ghost's soul from a living person's? Regulus pressed. Beyond the absence of a body. The bloody Baron turned to face him squarely. Something seemed to stir within his hollow eyes. You are very direct. Not like other young wizards, they either fear me or ignore me. His cadence was slow, like dry leaves scraping stone. A living soul is complete and fluid, it changes. A ghost's soul is frozen. Like an insect in amber, fixed in the shape of the moment of death, forever unable to change. Regulus caught the crucial point. So a ghost's power derives from the frozen state of the soul itself. And that freezing confers a certain quality. The Baron was silent for a long time. Yes. Frozen means stable. Means difficult to destroy. A living soul can be wounded, can shatter, can be torn. But a ghost's soul has already broken once, broken just enough. Not so far as to dissipate entirely, yet past the point of change. That is why it is hard to harm. The word sent a tremor through Regulus. Soul torn apart, that was precisely the process of creating a horcrux. Voldemort had ripped his soul to pieces and sealed them in separate vessels. Did that mean, in some way, a horcrux maker and a ghost were alike? Both unnatural states of the soul. Regulus chose his next words with care, divulging only a fragment of truth. I have read certain books. About the soul. About how to tear it apart and seal the fragments. Then he asked, what I want to know is, if someone's soul has already been damaged, how can they protect what remains from further harm? The bloody Baron regarded Regulus with an inscrutable expression. In that moment, Regulus felt as though a great deal about him had been seen through. An intact soul is the best defense. Just when Regulus thought there would be no answer, the Baron, for reasons perhaps only he knew, finally spoke. But if what you're asking about is a soul already wounded, then, solidification may be one method. Active stabilization. Fixing the damaged part in place so that it stops fracturing further, like splinting a broken bone. How? Regulus pressed. This was the crux. Ask one question, gain two answers. Knowing how to protect also meant knowing how to destroy. But the Baron shook his head. I don't know. I am the failed case, not the success story. But if you truly wish to probe the secrets of the soul. He paused, seemingly deliberating. A long time passed before he continued, Hogwarts hides a place. A place containing clues left by Lady Ravenclaw. About wisdom. About the soul. About the possibility of transcending life and death. The room of requirement. The come-and-go room. Regulus asked, in his memory, that was the place most closely linked to Lady Ravenclaw. The Baron gave no direct answer. He spoke as if to himself, when you are truly ready, the castle will open the way. But for now, you are too young. Knowing too much is dangerous. With that, the bloody Baron dissolved entirely into shadow, leaving only a final whisper trailing through the air. Beware your thirst for knowledge, child of the Black family. It will take you to places, and into dangers, you never expected. Regulus stood in the same spot for a long while before turning away. By the time he returned to the Slytherin table, the show had ended and the feast had entered its free social period. He had barely sat down when several upper-year students drifted over. The first to speak was 7th-year Evan Rosier, Alex's distant cousin. He held a goblet, a courteous smile on his face. Regulus. Happy Halloween. Alex talks about you often. You've been quite influential among the lower years. Just doing what needs to be done. Regulus returned the pleasantry with social precision. A 6th-year standing nearby gave a soft, dismissive laugh. Regulus recalled his name, Wilkes. Schoolyard amusements, nothing more. The real wizarding world is out there, and out there, no one cares about your grades. Wilkes's tone dripped with condescension. Several members of his family already held key posts at the ministry. He clearly considered school achievements beneath notice. People like that weren't worth wasting breath on. Regulus chose to ignore him. The third to approach was 7th-year Electo Caro, who was considerably more blunt. My brother Amicus admires the way you handle Travers. He says when you come in for a ministry internship, he can introduce you to some like-minded people. Regulus understood her meaning. The Caro siblings were already avowed Voldemort supporters. Thank you, he replied, voice betraying nothing, yet offering a positive response. I look forward to it. Electo raised an eyebrow, said nothing more, and turned away. Wilkes followed, evidently uninterested in Regulus. Regulus looked toward the Gryffindor table. Sirius was staring in his direction, his face dark. James leaned in at Sirius's ear, whispering, pointing toward the Slytherin table as he did. Lily sat not far from them. She, too, had noticed the upper-year Slytherins seeking Regulus out. She stared down at her plate, brow creasing. During their last conversation, Regulus had touched on the situation outside. Lily understood what it meant. See? James's voice carried, he was clearly raising it on purpose. The trainee Death Eaters are already recruiting him. If you ask me, he won't even wait till graduation to join Dash. Potter. Lily's head snapped up, voice sharp. What? I'm stating facts. James bristled, chin raised, shouting back at her. Look at him. Textbook Slytherin. The people around him, their families have practically all joined that side. You think he won't? Lily bit her lip. She wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. She knew, background decided too much. The Black family already had Sirius openly opposing them. What about Regulus? How would he choose? At the far end of the Slytherin table, Rabaston Lestrange was staring at Regulus. His gaze was sullen and vicious. His fingers tapped the tabletop in a slow, menacing rhythm. Sitting in a corner, Snape noted Rabaston's stare. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. After the feast, Slytherin students drifted back to the dungeons in clusters. Regulus walked with Avery and Hermes. Alex trailed a few steps behind, wanting to close the gap yet hesitating. Lestrange's look. Hermes sneered. Who does he think he is? He can't even cast a proper silent spell. Writing his family name is all he's got. Avery nodded. He needs a lesson, so he knows who actually gets to speak in Slytherin. Both looked to Regulus, awaiting his word. Regulus had been mulling over the Baron's remarks about transcending life and death. Hearing them, he gave a slight nod. Don't make it too big. Don't leave evidence. That was permission. Avery and Hermes exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Alex hurried forward a few steps, hesitantly offering, I could help, too. No one responded. Avery shot him a glance over his shoulder, then turned back. Hermes didn't even look. Back in the dormitory, Avery and Hermes huddled at the far end, hashing out their plan for Rabaston in hushed voices, each revision more detailed, more vicious. Regulus listened. He did not intervene. The petty feuds at school were laughable to him. If he truly wanted someone dealt with, methods abounded. A potion's accident. Dark magic. A curse. Even arranging an incident outside school grounds. But at this stage, he needed followers like Avery and Hermes. A joint operation against a shared enemy was the fastest way to build cohesion. So he sanctioned it. Rabaston Lestrange, a minor piece on the board. The real concern lay beyond these walls. Voldemort's sphere of influence was expanding. Father Orion's letters hinted that a considerable number at the ministry had secretly defected. Mother Walburga's letters urged him to cultivate the right connections, meaning pure-blood children, ideally those likely to become future Death Eaters. Meditation cannot stop. Not for a single moment. The following morning. Charms. Professor Flitwick announced today's lesson, the softening charm. The incantation is spungify. He stood atop a stack of books so the whole class could see. Wand motion, a small clockwise circle, then a light upward flick, like so. He demonstrated once. One corner of the lectern instantly turned spongy, several students gasped. This spell temporarily softens hard objects, Flitwick explained, hopping off his book pile and beginning to circulate. Commonly used for makeshift cushions, breaking falls, or setting certain small traps. Slytherin and Ravenclaw shared the class. Regulus noticed a Ravenclaw girl with curly brown hair who stood out. She nailed the charm on her first try, earning 5 points from Flitwick. He raised his wand. Spungify. The stone block on his desk instantly became a deep gray, sponge-like mass. A finger pressed and left a dimple that slowly rebounded when released. Slightly more polished than the Ravenclaw girl's result. After class, Regulus headed for the library. Avery and Hermes exchanged a look, then split up. Alex wavered. He glanced at Regulus, saw no instructions forthcoming, and hurried after Avery. Near the library entrance, Regulus ran into Snape. Black. Snape's voice was flat. Snape. Regulus's was flatter. A brief silence. Then Snape spoke, last night at the feast. Lestrange was watching you for a long time. Not friendly. Regulus raised an eyebrow. Snape was volunteering intelligence. A trifle, yes, but a promising start. He wasn't only watching me. Regulus's tone held no particular ripple. He watches anyone who might make the Lestrange name seem less important. Lestrange is like a food-guarding dog, barks loud, but bares its teeth before it bites. With someone like Snape, overly polished language would only increase the distance. The goal was to make him feel this conversation wasn't quite so black. Snape's dark eyes glinted in the dim corridor light. Regulus's voice softened a fraction. Still, thanks. I'm not worried about him, but it's always good to know someone's watching your back. He would never send Snape charging into battle. That would be an appalling waste. Beyond his outstanding potions talent, Snape's gifts for observation and concealment were exceptional. The finest double agent in the wizarding world, bar none. December at Hogwarts. The cold air cut like a frozen blade, but the Quidditch stands were hot enough to break a sweat. Half an hour before the match, Regulus sat in the Slytherin premium seats, mentally calculating how to recoup the wasted time. Quidditch, the wizarding world's most popular sport. 12 people riding broomsticks chasing a handful of balls, a game that could last hours, even days. Regulus knew the rules and considered it an inefficient form of entertainment, rotten time-to-fun ratio, limited strategic depth, and no small measure of risk. Broken necks were not exactly novelties in Quidditch history. He hadn't wanted to come, but Avery had been going on since breakfast. You have to be there. It's house honor. Alex had nodded beside him. Hermes said nothing but tacitly agreed attendance was expected. For the sake of unity. Regulus sighed inwardly. In Slytherin, certain occasions really couldn't be missed. So here he sat, wrapped in a heavy cloak. It's starting. Avery suddenly yelled. Regulus looked up. At center pitch, Madame Hooch blew her whistle. The quaffle soared. The Slytherin captain was a fifth year by the name of Elliot Rosier, a distant relative of Alex's, but from the main branch. He came from the same family as Evan Rosier, the seventh year who had approached Regulus at the Halloween feast. Built like a door, shoulders wide enough to block one. During the pre-match huddle, he told his team flat out, listen up. One objective today, win the match. Victory over form. I want the scoreboard showing Slytherin on top. How you get there is your business. Blunt as a sledgehammer. A few chasers grinned, a beater weighed his bat in his hand appreciatively. Regulus looked across to the Gryffindor stands, a near-solid wall of red. James Potter stood front row center. He was the seeker, draped in scarlet and gold robes, hair a predictable wreck, eyes bright. Sirius's voice was the loudest in the stands, Gryffindor. Victory! James, rip those snakes apart. His shout carried clear across half the pitch. A few lower-year Slytherins glared and screamed back, the upper years didn't spare him a glance. Sirius was practically draped over the railing, arms windmilling as though he meant to take flight himself. Peter Pettigrew huddled behind him, cheering along, but much more quietly. Remus Lupin stood a little apart, wearing a smile but not shouting. The professors sat on the central high platform. Dumbledore in the middle, calm eyes behind half-moon spectacles surveying the pitch. McGonagall right beside him, leaning forward, fingers laced over her knees. Years of heading Gryffindor had made every interhouse match compulsory viewing. She was a veteran Quidditch fan. Slughorn on the other side, chatting with Flitwick, pudgy fingers gesturing in the air. Sprout had brought a bag of sweets and was sharing them with the younger students nearby. Professor Binns was absent. Ghosts, presumably, had no interest in Quidditch. Regulus's gaze swept the entire pitch. In his mind, Slytherin's game plan was obvious, use fouls to drag the tempo, wait for Gryffindor's mistakes. The tactic could win, but it would breed enmity. The whistle blew again. The match began. The first 20 minutes were normal enough. The quaffle flew back and forth, bludgers cracked under the beaters' bats. Slytherin scored 10 first, Gryffindor leveled immediately. Then came the dirty play. First time, a Slytherin chaser's elbow accidentally caught a Gryffindor chaser in the ribs during a pass. The Gryffindor grunted, the quaffle slipped from his hands. Madame Hooch whistled. Warning. Cheats, someone roared from the opposite stands. Avery smirked. Nothing in the rules about no contact. Second time, subtler, another Slytherin chaser accelerated, and the hem of his robe suddenly whipped out and tangled around a Gryffindor player's broomtail. Just half a second, but enough for the steal. Hooch whistled again. Warning. Then a third time. A fourth. James Potter banked hard in the air, chasing the golden snitch, the little thing was glinting at the far end of the pitch. But a Slytherin beater happened to aim a bludger straight into his flight path. James wrenched his broom upward, the iron ball grazed the sole of his boot. Foul. Even McGonagall was on her feet. Hooch flew up to the beater and rebuked him sharply, but didn't eject him, only awarded Gryffindor a penalty shot. The score crept apart. 40. 50. Slytherin's fouls never stopped, each one sneakier and more treacherous than the last, until the gap reached 150 and the snitch appeared once more. James Potter exploded forward almost on the instant. He rode the latest Nimbus 1001, his speed was genuinely impressive, a streak of red lightning. The Slytherin seeker gave chase, clearly half a beat behind. Just then, the quaffle reached a Slytherin chaser's hands. Before him stood Gryffindor's goal, but the keeper had read the play, sealing off every angle. Under normal circumstances, the shot would never get through. But a Slytherin beater pulled a little move, driving a bludger at the Gryffindor keeper's broomstick handle. The keeper flinched, weight shifting for a fraction of a second. In that instant, the Slytherin chaser fired. The quaffle carved a wicked arc and slipped through under the keeper's arm, into the rightmost hoop. Whistle. Goal stands. Almost simultaneously, James Potter closed his fist around the golden snitch, its golden wings thrashing between his fingers. But it didn't matter. That final Slytherin goal had added 10, and combined with their existing lead, the total margin was 10 points in Slytherin's favor. Match over. The pitch went silent for one heartbeat, then erupted. The Gryffindor players didn't bother landing, they surrounded Madame Hooch on their brooms. James at the front, snitch still clenched in his fist. That was a foul. He hit my broomstick, the Gryffindor keeper bellowed. Hooch was explaining, but nobody was listening. James stuffed the snitch at a teammate, wheeled his broom, and dove. He leapt off before fully touching down. Rosier. He charged at the Slytherin captain. Elliot Rosier had just dismounted. Seeing James come flying at him, he grinned. What, can't take a loss? You played dirty. Ref says the goal stands. Rosier shrugged. Take it up with Madame Hooch. That was gasoline on a bonfire. Sirius hurtled off the stands. Lupin, Peter, and several other Gryffindor boys surged after him, the body language less, let's discuss, and more, let's brawl. Trouble coming. Avery stood up. Alex went white. Hermes said nothing, but his hand was already reaching into his robes. Regulus rose. His gaze swept the field. Over at the staff platform, Dumbledore was still seated. McGonagall was already descending. Slughorn was getting to his feet. But the professors needed time, and the two mobs in front of him might be at each other's throats within 30 seconds. Let's go. Regulus said simply. He started down. Avery and the others followed close behind. Slytherin stands emptied as students poured downward, a green tide. By the time they reached the main corridor outside the changing rooms, both sides had already blocked the passage. Green on the left. Red on the right. A strip of open ground between them, less than 10 feet wide. The upper years stood at the front. On the Slytherin side, 7th-year prefect Lucretius Borgin occupied the center. Narcissa stood slightly behind and to his side, posture elegant, expression impassive, fingers already curled around her wand. Behind them, several 6th-year core students, every surname carrying weight in the pure-blood sphere. On the Gryffindor side, the lead was also a 7th year, Frank Longbottom. Regulus knew the name, the father of Gryffindor's future swordbearer. Beside Longbottom stood a tall, red-haired boy, a Pruitt or a Weasley, most likely. James and Sirius jostled behind Frank, still shouting. The scene was teetering on the edge of total chaos. This was no longer a team dispute. It was a house versus house confrontation. Wands emerged, one after another. Someone had already begun the first syllable of a spell. Regulus quickened his pace. He kneaded through the Slytherin crowd. The outermost ring was lower years. Seeing him approach, they parted instinctively. Farther in were 3rd and 4th years, nearly all recognized him. Some stepped aside, others frowned, watching. Avery, Hermes, and Alex followed in his wake. At the edge of the 4th-year cluster, Avery hesitated, then planted himself there. Hermes and Alex stopped beside him. From here on was upper-year territory. Regulus could go, they could not. Regulus didn't stop. He kept walking. At the 5th-year line, someone reached out to block him, but one sweep of his calm gaze and the hand withdrew. The 6th-year core circle. Several students stared at him, eyes unfriendly. Lucretius Borgin heard the stir behind him, glanced back, and saw Regulus. One eyebrow rose, but he said nothing. Narcissa also turned. Seeing him, she shifted slightly, making room for Regulus at the front. Regulus reached the front rank and stood beside Narcissa. A 6th-year not snorted, the Black family's little kid. No place for you here. Regulus ignored him, but filed the face away. His gaze landed on the far side of the corridor. Frank Longbottom's wand was already raised, its tip beginning to glow, the opening gesture of a disarming charm. At almost the same instant, Lucretius Borgin lifted his hand. It was about to begin. Regulus moved faster. His right hand swept his wand outward, and a bolt of formless magic struck Frank Longbottom's wand. It wasn't a spell at all, merely a pulse of disruptive energy. Frank's casting rhythm shattered, the light at his wand tip scattered and died. The technique was nothing fancy. Any experienced adult wizard could have brushed it off. But against an inexperienced young wizard, it was precisely enough. At the same instant, Regulus's left hand clamped around Lucretius Borgins's wrist. Lucretius had been on the verge of casting. His wrist was suddenly pinned. He tried to wrench free, but the grip was like an iron clamp. It wasn't brute strength alone, something stranger was at work. He felt the flow of his own magic being choked at its source, his entire arm went numb, and his wand nearly slipped from his fingers. He stared at Regulus in shock. Regulus, however, wasn't looking at him. His gaze had already turned to Narcissa. His aim was to stop the interhouse brawl before it ignited. Any spell from either side could be the match, so he chose disruption and suppression. Narcissa had been reaching for her wand. She met Regulus's eyes, and saw him shake his head, just barely. Her wrist paused. She did not move again. The entire sequence lasted a heartbeat. Both sides of the corridor froze. Everyone had seen Regulus act, and then both prefects seize up. For a long moment, no one understood what had happened. Utterly baffling. On the Gryffindor side, Frank Longbottom looked at his own wand, then at Regulus, disbelief written across his face. On the Slytherin side, Lucretius was still trying to free himself, but the hand didn't budge. James Potter, too far back to read the situation, was still yelling, "Dirty tactics. Snakes." Sirius chimed in beside him, practically bouncing, "No honor. Quiet." Frank Longbottom cut them off. He fixed his gaze on Regulus. "Who are you?" "Regulus Black." Regulus released Lucretius's wrist. Posture understated, presence anything but. "First year." "First year." Frank frowned, glancing past Regulus to Lucretius and Narcissa. Two seventh-year prefects had led a first-year step to the front. He knew who Regulus was, of course. But what had this Black just done? Lucretius flexed his wrist, expression dark. He said nothing. Narcissa moved half a step forward to stand at Regulus's flank, equal parts endorsement and protection. Regulus turned to Frank. "Prefect Longbottom, Madame Hooch's ruling has already taken effect. If Gryffindor disputes a referee decision, the proper course is a formal appeal, not a scene like this." He turned to make eye contact with the Slytherin side, though his words were addressed to both. As for fouls during the match, the referee issued warnings. Competing to win within the rules is part of sport. If you feel the rules are unfair, push to change them, or adapt to them. Post-match retaliation is beneath any of us. James tried to interject, but Frank raised his hand, blocking him. The seventh-year prefect studied Regulus for a few seconds, then said, "You're right. This should go to the professors." He lowered his wand. Behind him, the Gryffindor students followed suit, though their eyes remained hostile. Just then, Professors McGonagall and Slughorn arrived. The two professors pushed through the crowd, saw the standoff had already dissolved, and both exhaled in relief. McGonagall swept a stern look over both sides. "Everyone, back to your common rooms immediately. Prefects, manage your houses." Slughorn walked up to Regulus, a smile of approval on his plump face. "Very well handled, Mr. Black. Neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor should have let a match escalate to this." Regulus inclined his head. "I simply didn't want things to spiral, Professor. A wise course of action." Slughorn patted his shoulder, then looked to Lucretius and Narcissa. "Take Slytherin back." As the crowd began to disperse, Regulus felt a gaze on him as he turned. He looked up toward the staff platform. Dumbledore still sat there, watching from afar, the expression behind the half-moon spectacles unreadable. Regulus didn't linger. He pulled his eyes away and walked back. The Slytherin crowd parted ahead of him, not just the lower years this time. The upper years stepped aside as well. Some looked displeased but held their tongues. Some frowned in thought. Others were simply enjoying the spectacle. Avery, Hermes, and Alex fell in behind him. Avery's voice dropped, "Regulus, back there, you dash. Back at the dorm." Regulus cut him off. Only after the crowd had fully dispersed did Slughorn and McGonagall exchange a meaningful glance. Slughorn beamed, gazing after the long-vanished figure. "That was impressive, wouldn't you say, Minerva?" Mr. Black's handling was highly efficient, but McGonagall's tone carried a trace of concern. "He's only a first year. It's too early." She recalled Dumbledore's assessment that Regulus had no desire for power. Yet for a wizard, immense strength and broad influence amounted to power all the same. And Regulus was acquiring both, rapidly. In another house, this might not signify much. But Slytherin was different. "Minerva, some people are simply destined to be extraordinary." Slughorn chuckled genially. McGonagall, preoccupied, resolved to speak with Dumbledore again about the black matter. Perhaps. That evening. Slytherin common room. The fire roared, green flames casting restless shadows across the stonework. Most students were murmuring about the day's match. They'd won, but the win didn't feel clean. Many resented Regulus for robbing them of a proper fight with Gryffindor. Yet given the reputation and raw force Regulus had demonstrated, nobody had come forward to confront him. Regulus occupied a sofa to himself, a book without a title resting on his knees. He was practicing the permanent shield charm, which had now progressed past the beginner stage and offered respectable defensive capability. Around 9 o'clock, Lucretius came over. He sank into the sofa across from Regulus and sat silent for a few seconds before speaking. "What happened during the day?" Lucretius's tone was subdued, shorn of its earlier patrician sheen. "When you grabbed my wrist, how did you do that?" Regulus leaned back into the cushions, eyes lifting. "Just a little trick." "A little trick?" Lucretius raised his right hand and rotated his wrist. "It still feels slightly numb. My magic isn't flowing as smoothly as it should. I thought about it all afternoon, even asked Professor Slughorn. He said it was a very advanced technique, direct magical interference through physical contact. But you're a first year. How?" His voice was barely above a whisper, meant for 2 ears only. When he finished, his stare fixed on Regulus, utterly serious. Regulus met the stare. Expression flat, unreadable. Lucretius Borgin. Eldest son of the Borgin family, heir apparent to Borgin and Burke's, that Greymarket antique shop straddling both sides of the law. In canon, the Borgins maintained an ambiguous posture during Voldemort's first rise and, remarkably, emerged unscathed. Borgin himself was a shrewd and powerful wizard, even Voldemort had once worked in his shop, and the man had lived to tell the tale. Such people warranted the highest consideration. But Lucretius was still raw. Everyone has their forte. Regulus offered a somewhat sincere deflection. My magical control tends toward the precise. Precise enough to sever someone's magical flow. Lucretius's stare didn't waver, disbelief plain. Even my father can't do that. Perhaps your father simply hasn't shown you. Lucretius went quiet. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a touch self-mocking. Fine. You don't want to say, and I won't ask. But Black. I owe you one. If you hadn't stopped me today and I'd actually gone at Longbottom, McGonagall would have docked Slytherin at least 50 points. Prefect-led brawling. Probably more than 50. Regulus played along. He didn't believe for a second that Lucretius actually cared about house points. At this age, for a pure-blood Slytherin prefect, house points were nothing more than a tool for maintaining standing, nothing beyond that. So, one I owe you. Lucretius stood. At the door, he glanced back. Regulus shrugged, indifferent. Pressing someone into a sense of debt was, after all, an effective social technique. He watched Lucretius's retreating back and calculated. The shift in tone was unmistakable, from condescension to something approaching equals. A good sign. Display strength. Reap the returns. About 10 minutes later, Narcissa arrived. She didn't sit. She stood beside the sofa, looking down at Regulus. The firelight gilded her fair hair in warm tones, but her eyes were dead serious. "You startled me today." Narcissa's voice was soft. "Did I?" Regulus looked up. He knew what she meant. Cousin Narcissa valued family far more than Bella ever had. She had cautioned him more than once about showing restraint when displaying his abilities. Even before he entered Hogwarts, she had repeatedly shared lessons drawn from her own experience. Regulus could feel genuine familial concern behind it, which was why he always showed her a little more sincerity. But Regulus had his own considerations. He was not truly a child. "It's not a bad thing." Narcissa sat down beside him, every movement graceful. "I just, suddenly realized you've grown up. Uncle Oran wrote to me, asked me to keep an eye on you at school. Aunt Walburga mentioned it, too. But now it seems you don't need anyone watching over you." Regulus said nothing, though his gaze visibly softened. Narcissa continued, "The way you handled things today was very mature, but also very dangerous. You've placed yourself in plain sight. More people will be watching. Let them watch." Regulus's tone was firm, deliberately so, to reassure Narcissa. In truth, he was unconcerned. Privately, his thinking was clearer. As a first year, yes, he still needed to operate within the rules, mind the professor's scrutiny, and maintain the facade of an outstanding student. But fundamentally, he did not need to look up to those upper-year students. Not out of arrogance, out of objective fact. What most of them carried in their heads, the so-called house politics and pure-blood social games, was laughably shallow to him. In 2 more years, as a third year, how precise would his magical control become? How many constellations would star-orbit meditation encompass? How many spells would he command? How powerful would his magic have grown? By then, his frame of reference would no longer be Hogwarts students but the ministry's so-called elite aurors, perhaps even certain professors. After all, Voldemort had created a horcrux in his 5th year. Where exactly was the gap? His gaze had never lingered on the mediocre. "Cousin Narcissa." Regulus spoke, voice a shade lower. "You worry about me being watched. But consider the reverse, letting them see exactly where I stand might actually be safer." Narcissa frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "The heir to House Black will have to take a position sooner or later. Rather than letting others guess, probe, and scheme in the shadows, it's better if I set the tone myself. That's stronger than hiding." He paused, watching her reaction. Seeing no objection, he went on. "As for choosing sides. Cousin, let's talk about that." Regulus leaned forward a fraction, voice dropping further. "Cousin Bella's side, Voldemort's side, I know they're recruiting. I understand the Black family's leanings." Narcissa said nothing, but her eyes told him to continue. "But I have to ask," Regulus met her eyes directly, "does the House of Black, or the Sacred 28, truly have only 2 options?" Narcissa's breath hitched. Regulus hadn't said it outright, but she knew, the 2 options were pledging allegiance to Voldemort and siding with Dumbledore. A family of 1,000 years. To have survived a millennium, was it by betting correctly on every upheaval? Or should it not be that, no matter who seizes power, the family endures? At this point, he added silently, in canon, the Blacks served as the perfect counterexample. Betting blindly on Voldemort annihilated the family, barely a handful survived. But that was because of Walburga's fanaticism, Sirius's rebellion, and a cascading series of disastrous decisions. If he, Regulus, was here, things should not unfold that way. Narcissa was quiet for a long time. The firelight played across her face, bright, then dark. "Regulus," her voice equally hushed, "you know that Bella has earned great trust from the Dark Lord." Regulus sank back against the sofa, gaze drifting to the leaping flames. His expression was one of perfect composure. After a few seconds, he turned back to Narcissa. "Cousin," Regulus said, reversing the question, "does the House of Black need that trust?" Narcissa froze. This was a question she had never considered. The House of Black doesn't need that trust. But this was Voldemort. And yet, as Regulus had said, why must a family with 1,000 years of history lean one way or another? Why was everyone, aside from Regulus, debating which side to join? Whose problem was this, really? Regulus continued, tone gradually evening out, Cousin Bella is a Black. The trust she has earned is, naturally, also the family's resource. But how that resource is used, by whom, and when, there are many considerations. He looked at Narcissa evenly, seeing her slightly dazed expression. You invest for long-term returns. Putting everything on the table for a short-term spike, that's a gambler's move, not an ancient wizarding family's playbook. This was Regulus's oblique way of suggesting that Voldemort could not last, but he could say only this much, and no more. Narcissa's pupils contracted slightly. She understood part of it, and suddenly thought of things she had never before noticed. Bella, of course, had thrown herself body and soul into the Dark Lord's great cause. She herself was everything she had. But from the Black family's perspective, Bella was only one member. And Regulus was speaking of legacy and the long view. You mean? Narcissa, too, chose her words carefully now. The Black family shouldn't rely on a single thread. I'm saying, Regulus's voice was gentle, that if a tree has only one deep root and every other root has withered, what holds it up when the storm hits? He met her eyes, grey irises deep in the firelight. Cousin, the House of Black is not a seedling just breaking ground. We have many roots. The Dark Lord needs strength. Regulus circled back to the original point, approaching it from a different angle. And strength takes many forms. Fanatical loyalty is one kind. A cool head is another. Warriors who charge the front line are one kind of asset. People who marshal resources and stabilize the rear are a far scarcer kind. He pressed on, Cousin Bella has already proven that the Blacks can provide the first. So, what if we can also offer the second? Narcissa drew a deep breath. Looking at this 11-year-old cousin, she felt a sudden chill, the jolt of realizing his thinking ran far deeper than she had imagined. Throughout, he had not said a single word against allegiance. He had even affirmed the Dark Lord's needs. But the subtext was crystal clear, the House of Black should join as a partner, even a strategic resource provider, not a mere follower. It was plainly the smarter approach. And plainly more difficult. Have you? Narcissa's voice had gone slightly hoarse. Told Uncle Orion any of this? Regulus shook his head. Father will understand. He thought of the family ring Orion had given him. The key to the private library. The reminder to stay measured. Orion Black had never been a zealous believer. He was a pragmatic helmsman of his house. Sending his son into Slytherin, tacitly supporting, even encouraging, Regulus's independence, it was all laying the groundwork for exactly this. Ensuring that, when the coming storm broke, even if the Blacks boarded the ship, they would sit in a cabin with windows, not locked in the hold. Narcissa nodded slowly. She understood now, not just Regulus's meaning, but why he had acted as he had today. He was demonstrating the second kind of strength. Composure. Restraint. The ability to control a situation, to weigh costs and benefits. This was on display for every observer, including, perhaps, the Dark Lord watching from afar. I understand. Narcissa's tone was solemn. So what you need is information, the kind that lets the family make the right calls. Exactly. Regulus leaned forward slightly, adopting a posture that conveyed deeper trust. Cousin, what we lack right now isn't a stance, it's perspective. If we rely solely on what Bella tells us, it's like navigating with one eye, and that eye is biased. Narcissa instantly thought of Bella's letters, drenched in fanatical language, and her increasingly extreme behavior. If the Blacks heard only Bella's voice, the consequences would be dire. I'll keep watch. Narcissa gave a solemn commitment. Not just the Malfoys, the Lestranges, other families' movements, ministry rumors. Anything of value, I'll pass along. Through secure channels, Regulus added. Or, face to face. He could not risk sensitive information on paper. Voldemort's need for control was absolute, who knew what surveillance methods he might employ. Narcissa nodded. Agreed. The core of the conversation was now laid out. Regulus relaxed, his tone turning casual. "Cousin, how's old Mr. Malfoy doing health-wise?" He asked naturally, the way a younger relative inquires about an elder. Narcissa paused at the question. She didn't believe for a second that Regulus genuinely cared about Abraxas's health. She didn't even think Regulus hoped Abraxas was well. Any other young wizard might have asked out of real concern or simple social courtesy. But Regulus? She had come to understand, viscerally, that Regulus was nothing like an ordinary child. The intricacy and complexity of his thinking surpassed many a veteran player's. And the angles from which he viewed problems were unconventional, even razor-sharp. Abraxas Malfoy. Lucius's father. The man currently at the helm of the Malfoy family. A fox cunning to the marrow. His state of health directly determined the Malfoy's future trajectory. A few minor complaints, but he's in good spirits. Narcissa answered cautiously. Her heart leaned toward the Blacks, and she cared for Regulus. But the Malfoys, those would be her in-laws. Regulus smiled. Then I should prepare a proper gift for our meeting. He had already received an invitation to the Malfoy family's Christmas banquet, a separate invitation, distinct from the Blacks. The significance was clear: high regard or ulterior motives. They exchanged a few more lines of inconsequential small talk before Narcissa rose, gently straightened the collar of Regulus's robes, and said good night. At the door to the girls' dormitory, she looked back once. Her expression was complicated, but it resolved into a slight nod. Regulus sat alone on the sofa until the fire burned low. Mentally debriefing, the conversation with Narcissa had met its objectives. Deeper trust established. An information-sharing channel defined. His own stance conveyed, obliquely. Not a single sentence that could be used against him, and yet everything that needed saying had been said. Narcissa was sharp, pragmatic, family-oriented, and she knew where her lines were. In canon, she had betrayed Voldemort for Draco's sake. Regulus resolved to trust her a little more. Narcissa would soon marry Lucius Malfoy, and the Malfoy family was still under Abraxas's rule. Old Malfoy was no pushover. In the early days, when the Malfoys collaborated with Voldemort, it was the Malfoy family that held the dominant position. But then Abraxas died suddenly from dragon pox. Lucius took over, and the Malfoys devolved into nothing more than Voldemort's money bag. Dragon pox, a terminal illness in the wizarding world, the kind only a wizard of real caliber contracted. Abraxas's death was too sudden. The timing, too convenient. Regulus didn't believe in coincidences. If there wasn't something behind it, the world owed him an explanation. He decided to raise the topic with Orion after returning home for Christmas. If the Malfoy upheaval had an inside story, the Blacks had better know in advance. He thought of Canon's tragedies. Sirius severing ties with the family. Walburga dying without ever understanding what her eldest son thought, or how her youngest had died. Narcissa and Bella walking divergent paths, sisterly bonds surviving in name only. In the end, aside from Narcissa and the disowned Andromeda, not a single Black survived. Too many misunderstandings. Too much asymmetric information. Everyone lost. He could not repeat those mistakes. Fortunately, he was no pushover himself. When he pushed open the dormitory door, Avery sat on his bed polishing his wand. Hermes was at the desk, writing. Alex had burrowed under the covers, only half his head visible. Regulus, Avery looked up, unable to contain himself any longer. That scene today, weren't you afraid it'd turn into a fight? He'd been sitting on the question all day. No matter how he turned it over, he couldn't work out why Regulus had put himself forward in that situation. It didn't match the Regulus in his head, nor what he'd been taught at home. With that many people, one misstep and you'd be swarmed. No matter how skilled Regulus was, he couldn't handle that many wizards coming at once, could he? Regulus hung his outer robe but had no intention of answering directly. Of course he hadn't been afraid. Both houses' leads had been there, and he'd neutralized them in an instant. He had been watching the hotspots the entire time, Sirius, James Potter, and a handful of Slytherin wild cards. He was confident he could suppress them. And he wasn't worried about being mobbed by schoolchildren. Regulus turned to Avery and answered with a question, how would a fight have benefited me? Avery blinked. Is that even what I asked? House points docked. Detention. Possible injuries. Regulus sat on the edge of his bed. Preventing the clash meant demonstrating capability, solidifying standing, and impressing the professors. Which sounds like the better deal? Avery thought a moment, then followed Regulus's logic, but wouldn't it look, not tough enough? Some upper years were saying in the common room that you were too restrained. Regulus raised an eyebrow slightly. He was quite certain the actual phrasing hadn't been nearly so polite. Let them talk. Regulus was unmoved. What I need is influence, not hollow shows of toughness. After today, Lucretius Borgin owes me a favor. Frank Longbottom has to wonder whether he'd have faced punishment without me. McGonagall and Slughorn both witnessed how I handled things. That's worth far more than a corridor brawl with Gryffindor. Influence was an abstract thing. But at certain moments, influence could be converted into power, and that required constant, incremental cultivation. Avery considered this, then nodded slowly. I see. You're positioning yourself as the one who solves problems. Heirs meticulously raised by pure-blood families, there were certainly dead weight among them, but more were genuine elites. One nudge, and Avery had found the key. Smart. Regulus offered rare praise. So, Avery, keep an ear out for me. Who has the strongest objections to what I did, and who's running their mouth the loudest? Avery's eyes lit up. Are you going after them? No. Regulus shook his head. I need to know who the fools are. A real opponent wouldn't show himself over something this trivial. Only fools build hostility over a single Quidditch incident. Note them down. They might come in handy later. He turned to Hermes. What about you? Notice anything today? Hermes set down his quill and half-turned. Rabaston Lestrange. During the match, he sat a few rows behind us. He was watching you the whole time. After it ended, he was one of the first to leave the stands, but he didn't go back to the common room. I had Rosier follow him for a stretch. Alex poked his head from the blankets and added quietly, he went to that disused potions classroom on the 4th floor. Alone. Stayed about 10 minutes, then came out. Regulus's eyes narrowed. He immediately concluded the boy was planning to move against him. A toad crawling on your foot doesn't bite, but does make your skin crawl. Still, a petty figure like that wasn't worth his time. Handing the problem to his roommates was far more appropriate. Regulus turned to face them. Can you have it sorted before Christmas? Hermes's mouth curved into a dark sliver of a grin. I have an idea. Regulus took no further part in the discussion. This had always been delegated to them, a small exercise in building team cohesion. He walked to his bed and began organizing tomorrow's textbooks. Avery watched him a moment, then asked, Oh, Regulus, what you did today, was it really just about showing influence? Nothing else? Regulus didn't stop sorting. What do you mean? I mean. Avery's voice turned halting, unsure, as though he'd mulled it over for a long time before deciding to ask. You seem to care a lot about controlling the situation. Today in the corridor, you went to the very front right away, stepped in right away, it didn't feel spur of the moment. Regulus turned around and looked at Avery. This Cuthbert heir had real observational instinct. His analysis didn't go deep enough, but the impulse to dig deeper was there. A good quality, especially in a pure-blood house. Avery, Regulus began, tone measured, in Slytherin, there are two kinds of people. One kind waits for things to happen and reacts. The other anticipates and prepares. He went on, Slytherin won by fouling. Gryffindor was always going to kick up a fuss afterward. That was inevitable. Since it was inevitable, I thought through my response in advance, instead of scrambling for a plan after the situation exploded. Avery looked thoughtful, recognizing that Regulus was identifying himself as the second type. As for why I had to be at the very front, Regulus's lips curved faintly, position determines perspective. Stand at the back, and all you see is chaos. Stand at the front, and you can read every face, who's impulsive, who's calm, who's quietly observing, who's stoking the flames. He recalled the faces from the corridor. Lucretius Borgian's shock when his wrist was seized. Narcissa's worried, caring gaze. Frank Longbottom's astonishment when his spell was disrupted. James Potter and Sirius hopping in the crowd, ignored by everyone. All of it, visible only from the front of the line. The first school year was drawing to a close. Only one day remained before Christmas holidays. Regulus closed his eyes and let his consciousness plunge inward. Star orbit guided meditation had become his daily foundation, as natural as breathing. Nearly half a year of growth had been built entirely on this meditation. Body and soul were tempered in tandem through the orbiting of the stars. Magic was no longer a stream of energy flowing through him but an integrated whole, deeply bound to sinew, bone, blood, and will. The magical circulation he once had to guide consciously was now instinct. Every breath carried magic that nourished flesh, bone density and muscle fiber grew tougher without visible change. Even without a shield charm, ordinary spells could scarcely harm him in any fundamental way, the natural consequence of a body, as vessel, achieving resonance with its magic and soul. The transformation at the soul level was even more pronounced. Occlumency's three-layered barrier no longer required conscious maintenance. The star orbit model itself had become the sturdiest defense. The four-star synchronization of the Orion model, Betelgeuse's deep crimson and the belt star's silver white, turned steadily within his mind, like the universe in miniature. It did not merely hone his will, it refined his spirit. External noise, the emotional fluctuations of others, none could shake his composure. Body as foundation. Soul as core. Magic as the bridge. All three, guided by the star orbit, were evolving toward a more perfect state. But the lighting of a fifth star had failed. The target was Orion's Bellatrix. The reason for failure was not the complex mathematics or the sheer volume of calculation, it was purely a barrier of magic. During the attempted integration, the star orbit model inside his mind shook violently. The four-star equilibrium broke, magical backlash sent temples pounding, and he was forced to abort. Yet failure was not without value. The attempt itself was a form of refining. In order to accommodate Bellatrix's incorporation, he had been compelled to push his magical control precision up another tier. His mental resilience had also grown stronger through the repeated cycle of collapse and reconstruction. The four-star model had solidified further in the process, and the harmony between magic and soul deepened imperceptibly. Growth at the very edge of one's limits was a formidable thing. Regulus opened his eyes. Outside the window, the giant squid happened to glide past, its vast shadow lingered on his face for a heartbeat. He stood and walked toward the corridor leading to Gryffindor Tower. The meeting point was beside the one-eyed witch statue on the third floor, a spot few people passed. When Regulus arrived, Sirius was already there. He leaned against the wall, hands shoved into faded jeans pockets, the Gryffindor scarlet and gold robe slung casually over one shoulder to reveal a dark muggle shirt beneath. Without James and Remus beside him, much of his flamboyant, reckless energy had receded. The gray eyes held less defiance now and more of a complicated, brooding weight. Spotting Regulus, Sirius straightened slightly. His gaze fell to the cracks between the flagstones, his fingertips scraped absently at the wall's texture. A letter came from home. Regulus spoke first. Voice level, no surplus emotion. Sirius's shoulders gave an almost imperceptible flinch. His throat bobbed. He had, of course, received letters from home as well, heavy parchment pages filled with Mother Walburga's fury and accusations. Every line demanded to know why he had betrayed the family, why he had chosen Gryffindor, why he kept company with Muggleborns. And then Father Orion's letters, no heated language there, yet in guarded strokes they spoke of the family's future, of the Black family's duty. The leaden weight of those expectations only deepened his resistance. He hadn't answered a single one. At Hogwarts, he had found his own circle. James's warmth. Remus's gentleness. Peter's compliance. All of it made him feel he had escaped the suffocating gloom of 12, Grimald Place. Sirius thrived in Gryffindor, friends, adventure, freedom. And yet the Black family's bone-deep sensitivity and stubbornness had never left him. The word family was still a corner of his heart he refused to touch, a hidden splinter that ached from time to time. "They want you home for Christmas," Regulus added, his gaze resting on Sirius's face. Sirius was silent for a long time. Dust trickled from the crevice as his fingers dug. He lifted his head. Gray eyes met Regulus's, churning with resistance, bewilderment, and a flicker of wavering he himself hadn't noticed. He meant to say, "I'm not going back." What came out instead was a low, faintly trembling question, "Go back? So I can sit with those people? The Lestranges, the Malfoys, the Knots, the Carrows. Voldemort's lapdogs?" His brow creased hard, his nostrils flared. Undisguised disgust surfaced on his face. "You're going, aren't you?" Sirius fixed him with a stare, fury, disappointment, and maybe a sliver of worry. "You'll put on the dress robes, raise the goblet, and laugh it up with those Death Eaters, won't you?" He had received Cousin Bella's letters, too. The fevered words, the exaltation of Voldemort, the obsession with pure-blood glory, all of it choked him. He knew the House of Black would have to choose eventually, and that choice was the path he despised most, ranking people by bloodline, enforcing order through violence. That wasn't glory. That was a rotting shackle. Regulus was quiet for a moment. Winter sunlight slanted through the corridor's high windows, casting his tall shadow across the floor. He read the undisguised resistance in Sirius's eyes and knew, with perfect clarity, his brother would never turn back. But he had no intention of persuading him, nor any desire to. Some roads had to be walked alone. Some stands had to be held on one's own. His existence was itself a signpost pushing Sirius down a different path. Only by letting Sirius sever completely from the Black's old course could he be kept safe in the storm to come. Yes. Regulus inclined his head. Not a shred of ambiguity. Sirius looked as though he'd expected it, and as though the word had cut him all the same. His breath caught for a beat. The sardonic half-smile vanished entirely, replaced by something close to exhausted numbness. He stepped back, leaning against the wall again, head tilting down, dark hair falling to hide his eyes. "I'm not going back. That place is not my home. I know." Regulus's voice held no inflection. "I'm only passing on what they said." "Regulus," Sirius jerked his head up, voice suddenly fierce, "are you really going down that road? Standing with those lunatics? Wearing those damned black robes, putting on those damned masks? You're smarter than this, you're not like them, you can see what they're doing. Murder. Persecution. Ruling through fear." Regulus looked at Sirius, this boy a year and a half his senior, who had shed every brash outer shell in this moment, exposing edges not yet fully hardened. "I'm walking the Black family's path." Regulus sidestepped the core question, tone still flat. "Just as you walk the Gryffindor path. We've simply made different choices. That's not the Black family's path, it's the path to ruin." Sirius's voice rose, urgent. He took a step forward. "You think those people will tolerate the Black family? All they want is obedient dogs. The moment you lose your usefulness, they'll throw you away like garbage." Regulus watched his agitation and said nothing. He knew Sirius was stating fact. But, let it be. This was the best arrangement. Regulus reached out and gave Sirius's shoulder a light pat. "Take care of yourself." He turned and walked away. The dark green robe left an afterimage in the corridor. He did not look back. Behind him, Sirius stood frozen. Beneath his frown, the anger had been inexplicably adulterated with a tangled confusion. Why? Regulus understood everything, could see their madness clearly, so why was he still plunging headlong into it? Regulus was no fool. Quite the opposite, he had been sharp since childhood, even shrewd. And it was precisely for that reason that the choice made no sense. Couldn't he see the Black family marching into a fire pit? Couldn't he see that pure-blood glory was nothing more than the bait Voldemort dangled to recruit people? Was it for the family inheritance? But Regulus had never seemed like someone who cared about that. Had Mother's pure-blood ideology brainwashed him? But he had dared challenge Mother's views even as a small child. Sirius realized, with a jolt, that his understanding of Regulus had never gone deeper than surface labels: clever, odd, quiet. He didn't know what Regulus thought about in the dead of night, what he saw when he stared at the stars, or what purpose drove his choice of this path. He knew only this: from this moment on, he and Regulus had truly set foot on two roads that would never cross again.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.